Zhuangziang turned toward his attending physician, Chen Dexiu, his expression fraught with anxiety as he asked, Dr. Chen, will I need to adhere to any dietary restrictions for my condition? I can forego hot pot, barbecue, milk tea, and cola for the time being. He quickly asserted his resolve. I can also adjust my routine going to bed early and rising with the dawn. I absolutely won't stay up late anymore. Dr. Chen Dexiu, an elder around 50 with a receding hairline and thick golden-rimmed glasses, had an impressive wall adorned with banners celebrating his exceptional medical skill and esteemed reputation. He gazed at Zhuangziang and replied slowly, No, you needn't impose any food restrictions. Eat whatever you desire. To Zhuangziang, these words struck like a bolt from the blue, deafening in their impact. The diagnosis handed to him by Dr. Chen was filled with convoluted medical terminology, ultimately translating to incurable condition, irretrievable. With a trembling voice, Zhuangziang asked in terror, How long do I have left, Dr. Chen? At most 3 months. Try to come to terms with it. Death is a part of life. Dr. Chen Dexiu sighed helplessly. Though he had long been accustomed to the cycle of life and death, his heart still ached upon witnessing the imminent extinguishing of such a young life. Clutching the diagnosis, Zhuangziang left the hospital in a daze, unable to remember how he had walked out. His mind a blank, he strolled down the street, inadvertently colliding with several shared bicycles. At just 18, his life already began its countdown. As he walked, he pondered on 90 days, 2,160 hours. Perhaps the actual time would be shorter. He wasn't ready to say goodbye. Silent tears streamed down his face, filling his chest with sorrow and regret. Outside the hospital, a bustling wholesale market thrived. Zhuangziang entered a clothing store, attracted by the vibrant display of cheap garments. He urgently needed to inject some color into his life to escape the pallor of the hospital. Pointing at a gaudy floral shirt, he inquired, How much for this, boss? The shopkeeper hesitated, saying this style doesn't quite suit you. Zhuangziang, undeterred, replied, It's all right, I really like it. He paid for the shirt and donned it, appearing as though a child had snuck into an adult's wardrobe. Next, Zhuangziang headed to a bookstore and purchased a hefty set of demigods and semi-devils. Passing by a milk tea shop, he also grabbed a cup of the seasonal taro boba. Upon returning to school, Zhuangziang was stopped by the security guard for his unconventional outfit. While the school did not enforce uniforms, such attire was also prohibited. It wasn't until he presented his student ID and leave request that the guard reluctantly let him pass. As he stepped through the gate, he heard the guard sigh, feeling a wave of melancholy. The security uncle didn't realize that this seemingly unruly student was actually ranked first in his year, a model student recognized at the city level, and an outstanding student leader. The bell rang, and the playground was abuzz with activity. In his garish shirt, Zhuangziang entered the classroom, immediately capturing the attention of his classmates. Whispers erupted, some expressing surprise at his outfit, while others voiced concern for his health. Ignoring the chatter, he made his way to his seat and handed the taro boba to Lin Mushi, the girl in front of him. Mushi, I'm sorry I couldn't accompany you to the movies yesterday. This milk tea is for you as an apology. Lin Mushi, the quintessential school goddess, often showed him tender affection. She questioned why he hadn't replied to her messages. Zhuangziang glanced at his phone, only to discover numerous unread notifications, 3 of which were from Lin Mushi. He fought to suppress his sorrow, explaining, Mushi, I'm fine. If you drink this milk tea, will you forgive me? After a moment's hesitation, Lin Mushi took a sip and replied with mock haughtiness, I was just thirsty. At that moment, Zhuangziang's deskmate, Li Huangxian, walked in, his eyes widening in shock at Zhuangziang's attire. Dude, what on earth are you wearing? Li Huangxian, Zhuangziang's lifelong friend, always referred to him as son. Zhuangziang feigned ease, saying, I went to the hospital and wanted a change of mood. He gifted Li Huangxian the demigods and semi-devils as a present, concocting a story that it was to celebrate Li Huangxian's upcoming birthday in advance. Lin Mushi laughed heartily upon hearing Zhuangziang's words. Looking at his 2 dearest friends, Zhuangziang's heart was filled with an overwhelming sense of reluctance. Chapter 2: The lonely child diagnosed with an incurable illness. Zhuangziang found himself at a loss as to whom he should confide this devastating news. Most people would instinctively think of their parents. Yet his circumstances were rather unique. His father, Zhuang Wenjiao, and mother, Su Hui, had divorced when Zhuangziang was merely 5 years old in this world. The vast majority of professions necessitate training and examinations before one can embark on their career. For instance, driving requires a license, and teaching demands a qualification certificate. However, the role of a parent comes without such prerequisites. It can be assumed on a whim or arise from an accident, bringing a new life into the world. Rarely does anyone consider whether the child wishes to come. Zhuang Xiang's childhood was marked by discontent. From the moment he could remember, his parents engaged in incessant quarrels. The furniture in their home was often askew, and the floor was littered with shards of glass and ceramic. Finally, on an otherwise ordinary day, they severed all ties completely. During the divorce negotiations, Zhuang Wenjiao briefly expressed a desire to relinquish Zhuang Xiang, believing that a burden would hinder his chances of remarrying. Ultimately, it was only through the intervention of his grandparents, citing the need for lineage continuation, that Zhuang Xiang was allowed to remain in the household. A year later, Zhuang Wenjiao returned with a heavily made-up woman, and 2 years hence, they had their own soni and fairy tales. Children with stepmothers often suffer greatly. Although reality is not so exaggerated, it invariably entails a certain degree of subservience. Living under the scrutiny of others. Despite being in his own home, Zhuang Xiang often felt like an outsider. His mother, Su Hui, never remarried and, as a train attendant, was frequently away, returning only every 10 days to 2 weeks. She rented a small apartment near the school, and occasionally, when Zhuang Xiang wished to escape his home, he would stay there for a few days. Gradually, he became more of a marginal figure in his own family. Both parents were at work at that moment, and not wanting to disturb them, Zhuang Xiang hesitated for a long while before dialing a landline number from the corner of the balcony. The phone rang for what felt like an eternity before someone finally answered. An elderly voice came through. "Hello, who is this?" Tears welled up in Zhuang Xiang's eyes. "Grandpa, it's Xiang, I miss you." Instantly, Zhuang Zhengwo replied joyfully. "Xiang, Grandpa misses you too." He then called out to his partner, urging her to join and listen to their grandson's call. Zhuang Xiang seldom felt familial warmth, only during the summer and winter vacations. When visiting his kind-hearted grandparents in the countryside, did he find a rare solace for his spirit. "Grandpa and Grandma, I'll come to see you this weekend." Zhuang Xiang endeavored to keep his tone natural. "No need, you have a heavy study load now. Don't worry about us. Come back during the summer vacation," Zhuang Zhengwo chuckled. "Well, then, take care of yourselves, Grandpa and Grandma, I have to go to class now." Zhuang Xiang quickly sought an excuse to end the call, else he would surely break down in tears. He lacked the courage to convey such a catastrophic piece of news to his dearest elders. How heart-wrenching would they be if that day were to arrive? Just then, the class bell rang. Zhuang Xiang wiped away his tears, feigning calmness as he returned to his seat, attempting to suppress his sorrow and immerse himself in the ocean of knowledge. The lesson schedule was written on the far right side of the blackboard, with the next 2 periods dedicated to mathematics. The stern teacher, Wu Qiufang, strode to the podium, textbook in hand. Mathematics had a remarkably hypnotic effect. Merely 5 minutes in, a significant portion of the class had succumbed to drowsiness. Seizing the moment while Wu Qiufang turned to write on the board, Li Huangxian stealthily retrieved a copy of Demigods and Semi-Devils from his desk. Flipping through the pages, he stumbled upon a classic scene. "Son, are you out of your mind? Reading a novel during Wu Qiufang's class?" Zhuang Xiang lowered his voice to remind his deskmate. Yet Li Huangxian persisted in his reckless endeavor. Finding the world of martial arts, full of swordplay and vendettas, far more captivating than mathematical formulas. Zhuang Xiang, the model student, sat upright and attentive, but unlike before, he could only see Wu's lips moving, unable to absorb a single word. It felt as if the warmth of life was gradually being siphoned from his body. "Murong Gongzi, Zhuang Bangzhu, Ding Leaguai, you 3, come at me together. I fear no one." Just as Li Huangxian was engrossed in the excitement, he suddenly sensed a menacing aura approaching. Raising his head, he met Wu Qiufang's piercing gaze. "Li Huangxian, come to the board and solve this problem." Teachers often possess an uncanny ability to detect their students' mischief. Wu Qiufang's teaching style was known for its strictness. She tolerated no nonsense. Li Huangxian hesitated as he approached the board, chalk in hand, staring at the daunting problem as if turned to stone. What student, save for the emotionless learning machines, could possibly solve such a difficult question? Wu Qiufang's face darkened. "With your math skills, you still dare to read novels in class." Sitting next to Zhuang Xiang. "Don't you think you should learn from him?" Li Huangxian mumbled. The novel was a gift from him. confiscated. Go stand at the back and listen to the class, Wu Qiufeng reprimanded. She then shifted to a gentler tone. Zhuangziang, come and solve this problem. Set a good example for your classmates. As an academic prodigy, Zhuangziang consistently scored near-perfect marks in mathematics. Tackling such a problem was effortless for him. However, upon hearing his name called, he momentarily froze, as if his soul had drifted away, only to be yanked back abruptly. He approached the blackboard but lingered for a long time, unable to make a mark. His mind was consumed by the diagnosis, or rather, the death sentence. The once familiar numbers and symbols now felt foreign. Zhuangziang, what's wrong with you? Wu Qiufeng inquired, puzzled. Teacher, I can't. Zhuangziang choked out. How is that possible? Wu Qiufeng knew Zhuangziang well. Such a level of math should pose no challenge for him. She had called upon him to illustrate a point to Li Huangxian, but had not anticipated this turn of events. Zhuangziang's shoulders began to tremble slightly, and the chalk slipped from his grasp, falling to the floor. Uncontrollable tears streamed down his face, enveloping him in overwhelming sorrow. Like a solitary child, Wu Qiufeng's heart ached at the sight. She felt an irresistible urge to comfort him. The classmates exchanged bewildered glances, whispering among themselves. What a joke! Zhuangziang can't solve a math problem. This is absurd. A top student crying over a math question. Mu Shi, did he confess to you and get rejected? Lin Mu Shi widened her beautiful eyes, staring at Zhuangziang's back, a sudden pang of anxiety gripping her. After being friends for so long, she had never seen Zhuangziang so distraught. He must be harboring some secret. Zhuangziang, stop crying, just go back. Wu Qiufeng gently reassured him. Teacher, I need to go to the restroom. Zhuangziang sobbed. Wu Qiufeng sighed softly and nodded in silence. Teachers tend to be more forgiving towards diligent students. Exiting the classroom and stepping into the hallway, Zhuangziang lost all control, weeping heart-wrenchingly. Every teacher, every classmate, held a special place in his heart. In just 3 months, he would be separated from them forever. Chapter 3. The first time helping a girl with her shoes. The sunlight bathed the leaves and grass, infusing the air with the fragrance of earth. In this moment, the more beautiful the world appeared. The more desolate Zhuangziang felt within. Fearing that his distress might be witnessed by others, he hurriedly left the corridor, running downstairs towards the playground. With each step, tears streamed down his face. In the northwest corner of the basketball court, the trees grew thick and lush. Tall ginkgo trees flourished under the sun, vibrant with life. In this secluded corner, Zhuangziang poured out his sorrow, his tears soaking into the earth beneath him. His throat grew hoarse from crying. He could not comprehend why he, who had never done anything wrong, was subjected to such injustice from fate. He had once believed that death was a distant concept. Yet, when it suddenly arrived, it shattered one's will in an instant. As he wept, a melody wafted into his ears, faint yet ethereal, like gossamer threads. Initially, he thought it was merely a figment of his imagination. Gradually, the tune became clearer, its unique melody twisting and turning, weaving in and out of harmony. La-si du-si, la-si. Zhuangziang realized he had never heard this before. The elusive music flowed through him like a gentle stream, gradually soothing the profound sorrow that had taken root in his bones. With tear-filled eyes, he gazed at this dreamlike reality. Hey, aren't you ashamed of crying like a baby, being such a big boy? A bright voice rang out above him. Startled, Zhuangziang looked up to see a girl perched on a branch of the ginkgo tree. His cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Surely, she had witnessed his earlier distress. The girl was strikingly beautiful, with an oval face, almond-shaped eyes, and a lopsided braid cascading over her left shoulder. She wore a pristine white shirt paired with a deep blue pleated skirt, the hem reaching her calves. On one foot, she sported immaculate white canvas shoes, while the other was bare. Most striking of all was a blooming peach blossom tucked behind her ear. Zhuangziang had once thought that Lin Mu Shi was beautiful enough. Yet in comparison, she seemed somewhat lacking. Why aren't you in class? Zhuangziang asked. Sure, keep your voice down, the girl replied, placing a slender finger to her lips. Her fingers were exquisite, long and delicate, as if carved from white jade. Her lips were small and rosy, reminiscent of freshly picked strawberries. Hello, I'm Zhuangziang from Class 9. He introduced himself quietly. Suud from Class 23. You can call me Little Butterfly, she responded. Her voice was melodious. akin to pearls cascading onto a jade plate, or raindrops falling onto banana leaves. Like a gust of wind rising from the depths of the wheat fields, it stirred the wind chimes at the eaves. Zhuangziang realized that they were the only grade in the entire campus, and there were clearly only 22 classes in total. The other party mentioned Class 23, likely harboring a sense of caution. Unwilling to reveal their true class, Su Yudi swung her little feet and said, "Zhuangziang, please help me pick up my shoe." Following her gaze, Zhuangziang discovered a white canvas shoe beneath the tree, likely lost during her impish climbing. "How could you, a girl, climb so high?" Zhuangziang asked as he picked up the shoe, tiptoeing to hand it to her. His gaze involuntarily fell upon her delicate calves. Soft and beautifully contoured, a perfect work of art that moment. A mischievous thought flitted through Zhuangziang's mind. The girl above was wearing a skirt, and with a slight adjustment of his line of sight, of course. It was merely a fleeting thought. He had no intention of behaving so lewdly. The greatest evil is lust. It judges actions, not intentions, and in terms of intentions, no one is perfect. Su Yudi sat sideways on a tree branch, trying several times to adjust her position but still unable to put on her shoe. Zhuangziang watched her intently, feeling a bit anxious, fearing she might lose her balance. "Help me put on my shoe?" Su Yudi suddenly let her little foot dangle and tossed the pristine canvas shoe back to Zhuangziang. Given that this was their first meeting, the request felt somewhat overstepping. However, considering her awkward predicament, he could understand. After a moment's hesitation, Zhuangziang swallowed hard and reached out, grasping her delicate ankle. It was the first time he had helped a girl put on her shoe, and his heart raced. His breath a little heavy. After considerable effort, he managed to slip the canvas shoe on her foot and tied a rather clumsy bow. "You're so clumsy," Su Yudi teased. "You're the clumsy one, climbing so high in a skirt." Zhuangziang retorted, somewhat indignant. Once her shoes were on, Su Yudi glanced at the ground and said, "It's so high. I'm a bit scared. You need to catch me." Zhuangziang nodded, extending his arms to signal her to jump down. After a moment of hesitation, Su Yudi finally mustered her courage and leaped. Zhuangziang caught her in a princess carry, her soft body releasing a faint fragrance of youth. This scene resembled a moment from an idol drama. Su Yudi looked up into Zhuangziang's eyes, her cheeks flushed. "Put me down quickly." "Oh." Zhuangziang hurriedly steadied her. Their gazes met, and they both smiled. Su Yudi's pure and bright smile was like warm sunlight, dispelling the gloom and coldness in Zhuangziang's heart. This girl, descending from the heavens, carried an air of mysterious magic. "What are you doing hiding here and crying?" Su Yudi inquired curiously. "I encountered some sad things and wanted to vent a little." Zhuangziang replied, attempting to sound nonchalant. "Don't be shy. I've also faced some sad things and didn't cry." Su Yudi pouted. Zhuangziang shook his head with a bitter smile, choosing not to argue. Seeing that Su Yudi was around his age, with her carefree demeanor, how could she possibly understand his sorrow? She was as youthful as the rising sun, just beginning to shine, while he felt like a sunset, about to bleed out on the mountaintop. Quickly swallowed by the encroaching darkness, the world turned pitch black and cold. He had no idea where his wandering soul would end up. The melodious school bell rang, echoing across the empty playground. The lifeless teaching building seemed to come alive at that moment. It was the fourth period of the morning, ushering in a delightful lunchtime, and the classrooms on each floor stirred with excitement. Su Yudi blinked. "If you're unhappy, I'll take you out to play, to eat something delicious. Don't cry without my permission." Hearing her somewhat domineering words, Zhuangziang found himself nodding in agreement, as if under a spell. The warmth that had been drained from his body seemed to return with the bright sunlight. Even if life were to last only 3 more months, every remaining day was worth embracing with sincerity. Life may lack length, but it could still embody breadth. The girl before him resembled a lively angel, here to guide him and rescue his soul. Chapter 4. Love and culinary delights should not be forsaken. Zhuangziang and the newly acquainted Su Yudi walked side by side through the bustling streets. Every afternoon when school let out, this place became lively. Numerous snack shops lined the streets, wafting the aroma of various foods. After experiencing intense emotional turmoil, Zhuangziang had calmed somewhat and now felt hungry. He asked Su Yudi, "Why did you skip class?" Su Yudi replied with a cute, innocent expression, "I didn't skip class. I went to pick ginkgo leaves." "Nonsense, it's clearly class time. Why aren't you in the classroom?" Zhuangziang questioned. "Our class had physical education, Su Yudi explained with a smile. Zhuangziang was momentarily speechless. He had been so overcome with sorrow that he hadn't noticed if there were students on the playground for PE. He only remembered how tranquil it was beneath the ginkgo trees. What about you? Why did you skip class? Su Yudi inquired. I didn't skip class. I asked the teacher for leave because I didn't want anyone to see me crying. Zhuangziang replied, sounding quite aggrieved. He had thought he was hiding it well, unaware that a girl was watching from the tree. Fully aware of his sorrow, Su Yudi appeared puzzled but didn't press further. Whimsically suggesting, then I'll take you to eat something delicious, and your mood will improve. The delicious food Su Yudi referred to was fried potatoes. Potatoes, a generous gift from nature to humanity, could serve as a staple or a vegetable. With countless cooking methods, they presented innumerable delights. The vendor expertly chopped the potatoes into small pieces, frying them to a beautiful golden hue before sprinkling them with pepper, cumin, chili powder, scallions, and sesame seeds. The exterior was crispy while the interior remained soft and glutinous. Su Yudi, considering herself a foodie, insisted that the fried potatoes needed to be spicy for the full experience, urging the vendor to add more chili powder. Zhuangziang, wait here for me. I'm going to buy some cola. Coca-Cola or Pepsi? Coca-Cola. It was well known that Coca-Cola had a stronger fizz, whereas Pepsi was sweeter. Zhuangziang craved more fizz at the moment that a few minutes later, the two, having just met, sat on the marble steps. Enjoying the fried potatoes, the vendor had been generous with the chili, and Zhuangziang's tongue felt nearly numb, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. Su Yudi was no better off. Her cheeks flushed from the heat. Gulping down ice-cold cola, share your sad stories with me. It will make me happy, the girl suddenly said, her sparkling eyes wide with curiosity. Are you trying to sprinkle salt on my wounds? Zhuangziang replied, somewhat irked. No. I believe that if you share your sadness, it might not feel so heavy anymore, Su Yudi said, biting her straw. Zhuangziang turned to look at her graceful profile. Her innocent appearance made it easy for others to trust her. After hesitating for a moment, he slowly began. When I graduated from elementary school at the age of 12, one night during the summer vacation, my dad said we would all go on a trip to the beach. I had never seen the ocean before, and I was so excited that I couldn't sleep all night, packing my bags in a frenzy. Wow, your dad is great. I've never seen the ocean either, Su Yudi said, her face filled with longing. But when I woke up the next day, I found that the three of them had already left. It turned out that when my dad said the whole family, he didn't mean me. Zhuangziang's gaze dimmed in an instant. Su Yudi thought the atmosphere suddenly turned a bit awkward. Su Yudi wanted to offer comfort, but didn't know how to begin. She skewered a piece of potato with a bamboo stick and held it up to Zhuangziang's mouth. Do you want to try mine? Isn't it all the same? Zhuangziang was taken aback. No, this is me feeding you. Su Yudi's eyes were as clear as a lake washed by spring rain. Zhuangziang took a bite of her potato, and indeed, it was just as spicy, yet there was a hint of sweetness that blossomed in his heart. When I was 14, I ranked first in the entire grade on an exam. The school held a parent-teacher meeting, and the teachers wanted my parents to come on stage to share their experiences in raising children, but my dad asked my mom to go, and my mom asked my dad to go. In the end, neither of them showed up, as Zhuangziang reminisced. His eyes unknowingly turned red. That had been the most embarrassing afternoon of his life. His desk was lonely, holding nearly perfect exam papers. Yet no one paid attention. Surrounded by accolades, he couldn't find a single family member to cheer for him. He felt like a child abandoned by the heavens, deprived of parental love for too long, gradually sinking into despair. Even now, faced with a terminal illness, he didn't know whether to tell his dad or his mom. This sorrow was a thorn embedded in Zhuangziang's heart, never spoken of. Yet, the girl before him inspired an inexplicable sense of trust. Zhuangziang, you have a nosebleed. I'm sorry. It must be the potatoes being too spicy. Su Yudi quickly pulled out a tissue, helping Zhuangziang to stop the bleeding. Her hand gently cradled the back of his head as she carefully wiped away the warm blood. Zhuangziang felt a warm current flowing from her fingertips into his skin, gradually dissipating the pent-up frustration in his heart. Once the bleeding stopped, Zhuangziang expressed his gratitude. Thank you. I've been having frequent nosebleeds lately. It's not because of the potatoes. Su Yudi took out a handful of cash from her pocket, counted a bit, and withdrew 2 bills, stuffing the rest into Zhuangziang's hand. I'll keep some money to take the bus home. The rest can be used to treat you to food. Whenever I'm feeling down, I just eat lots of delicious things, and it feels like I'm not so sad anymore. Zhuang Ziang chuckled and remarked, in this world, one must never forsake love and good food. However, as I am a gentleman, allow me to treat you today. No, I insist on treating you today. Perhaps next time when I am feeling down, you may return the favor, Su Yuti said, her lips forming a defiant pout. Very well then. I am rather thick-skinned and typically do not stand on ceremony, Zhuang Ziang readily agreed. After they finished their potatoes and downed their cola, they embarked once more on their culinary adventure. Su Yuti skipped along, her skirt fluttering like a butterfly in flight. Whenever she spotted something delectable, she would halt, her mouth watering as she struggled to resist the temptation. An undeniable foodie at heart, they indulged in a variety of treats, from lamb skewers to handheld pancakes, and from oden to spicy hot pot. Once Su Yuti's funds were exhausted, Zhuang Ziang generously purchased her a cup of strawberry milk tea. Having reached his own limit, he declined any further drinks. Wow, Zhuang Ziang, this is absolutely delicious, Su Yuti exclaimed with exaggerated admiration. Keep your voice down. You needn't act as if you've never experienced such delights. Zhuang Ziang feigned disdain. It truly is marvelous. Would you care to have a sip? Su Yuti lifted the cup towards him. How could I? Zhuang Ziang noted the straw, marked with her bite marks. Even if she hadn't done so, it would be improper for them to share a straw. Having only known each other for an hour, after all, propriety dictates a certain distance between the sexes. Suddenly, Su Yuti produced another straw from behind her back, as if performing a magic trick. I asked for an extra straw when I bought the cola. With a playful flourish, she inserted the straw into the cup. Here, take a sip. Zhuang Ziang gazed into her clear eyes, hesitating momentarily, but ultimately succumbed and leaned down to take a sip. The rich flavor of the milk tea blossomed on his palate, leaving a lingering aftertaste. What was ostensibly a simple strawberry milk tea seemed infinitely more delightful than any he had previously tasted. Sharing a drink through two straws was typically an act reserved for couples. Was she doing this intentionally, or was it merely her innocence? Zhuang Ziang pondered. While he considered himself reasonably handsome, he doubted he possessed the magnetism to captivate such a beautiful girl at first sight. Thus, she must be simply Navi. Zhuang Ziang, I suppose we can consider ourselves friends now? Certainly. You are my first friend here, Su Yuti replied earnestly, though Zhuang Ziang found himself perplexed. What does it mean to be the first friend? Chapter 5. Life is best lived with joy. The sky was a brilliant blue, dotted with fluffy clouds. After feasting on a plethora of snacks, Zhuang Ziang and his newly found friend Su Yuti sat on a bench in the shopping center, basking in the afternoon sun. The gentle breeze ruffled Su Yuti's azure-pleated skirt, revealing her delicate calves, while her feet swung restlessly. Zhuang Ziang, will you return to school this afternoon? Su Yuti inquired, glancing upward. Not today, Zhuang Ziang replied decisively, feeling a rebellious spirit awaken within him as he resolved to skip half a day's classes. After years of being the obedient child, he relished the opportunity to indulge. Being with a good friend was far more enjoyable than being confined to the classroom. For the first time in his life, he experienced such exhilarating freedom. Where shall we go this afternoon? Su Yuti inched closer to him. The faint, sweet scent of her presence wafted into his nostrils, and without realizing it, they had transformed from strangers to companions. After a moment's contemplation, Zhuang Ziang asked, Do you enjoy fishing? Su Yuti frowned and shook her head vigorously. No, I've never caught a fish in my life. Then allow me to take you to the riverbank. I am quite the expert, Zhuang Ziang boasted. Every summer, he spent time in the countryside with his grandfather, fishing, a leisurely pursuit he cherished. In truth, he was not an expert, having caught only a handful of fish in his lifetime. All right then, you must ensure I catch a large, plump fish, Su Yuti said, her lips curving into a charming smile. Without further ado, Zhuang Ziang headed to a fishing tackle store, spending over 100 yuan on a rather inexpensive fishing rod in the past. He might have hesitated at the expenditure, but now he felt a sense of urgency to act. Passing by a convenience store, Su Yuti tugged at the hem of his shirt. Let us buy some snacks to enjoy by the riverbank. Are you a reincarnation of a starving ghost? Zhuang Ziang replied, bemused. Su Yuti gazed longingly at the glass window of the convenience store, her expression pleading. Just a few small treats, please? Zhuang Ziang relented. All right, I shall acquiesce to your wishes. Yay, hurry and buy, Su Yuti exclaimed, beaming like a child. Zhuang Ziang stepped inside the store and casually selected some nuts, beef jerky, and cookies, uncertain of what she might prefer, given their recent acquaintance. Next to the convenience store was a small bookstore. And when Zhuang Ziang emerged, he found Su Yudi engrossed in her phone, laughing heartily at a series of silly jokes. "Wow, what profound material you're reading," Zhuang Ziang teased. Su Yudi, discerning his sarcasm, replied nonchalantly. "Life is best lived joyfully. Why must everything be so profound?" "That makes sense. Acquiring more knowledge doesn't necessarily equate to increased happiness," Zhuang Ziang agreed. "Indeed, whether one is a scientist, philosopher, or thinker, ultimately, we all face the same fate." Su Yudi added casually, seemingly untroubled by the gravity of death. Zhuang Ziang paused for a moment before muttering to himself, "Yes, I too am destined to perish." The school was nestled against the mountains, with a river flowing through the town below. The green waters glimmered, rippling gently as the afternoon sun cast its golden rays upon the river. Zhuang Ziang deftly cast his line, then settled cross-legged on the smooth stones by the water's edge, embodying the calmness of a seasoned angler. Suddenly, a peal of laughter, as melodious as silver bells, pierced the air, disrupting his tranquility. "Keep it down. You might scare away my fish." "I apologize, but this joke is simply too amusing." "You must see it," Su Yudi exclaimed, offering her phone to him. "As a person of such depth, why would I indulge in these childish jokes?" Zhuang Ziang feigned disdain once more. "Just take a look," Su Yudi implored, adopting a playful tone. Zhuang Ziang reluctantly glanced at the screen, and in that fleeting moment, he found himself on an irreversible path. Laughter erupted, and before long, their heads were huddled together, sharing in the delight of the most trivial of jokes. Their mirth echoing like that of two innocent fools. Su Yudi had a remarkably low threshold for humor, bursting into laughter over the most mundane of punchlines. Zhuang Ziang, typically more discerning in his sense of humor, found himself unable to resist the infectious joy that surrounded him. Concerned that their laughter might disturb the fish beneath, he struggled to contain himself. "Zhuang Ziang, share your snacks with me. I wish to indulge," Su Yudi requested. Zhuang Ziang retrieved a plastic bag from beside him. "I have nuts, cookies, and beef jerky. What would you like? You choose for me. I like everything that a true foodie." She was not picky. Zhuang Ziang randomly pulled out a packet of cookies and handed them to her. Su Yudi eagerly tore open the package and took a bite, so crispy. "You must have a piece." "I am quite full, thank you," Zhuang Ziang replied, elongating his words. Su Yudi, undeterred, plucked a piece and stuffed it into his mouth, commenting, "You're such a bore." The cookies were both crisp and sweet, yet no sweetness could rival the brilliance of Su Yudi's smile. Zhuang Ziang completely forgot his identity as an expert angler, instead choosing to indulge in the shared laughter over jokes. Once was not enough, they had to revisit them. Like two simpletons seeking the purest form of happiness, they continued until their necks ached from leaning in. Suddenly remembering his purpose, Zhuang Ziang lifted his rod only to find the bait long gone. The passage of time felt as though petals were falling, shadows growing increasingly slanted on the ground. In the past, afternoons in class had felt interminable, but today, from noon until sunset, it seemed to pass in the blink of an eye. The setting sun cast a golden glow upon the faces of the young couple. "I must catch the 6:10 bus home," Su Yudi announced, stretching her arms. "I haven't caught a single fish," Zhuang Ziang muttered. "You resemble a plump fish, all foolish and silly," Su Yudi teased, as they departed the riverbank. They climbed the long stone steps back to the snack street. Passing a dessert shop, Su Yudi paused again, gazing dreamily at the exquisite cakes in the display window. "Surely, you're not hungry again?" Zhuang Ziang exclaimed in astonishment. "No, no. You mentioned that you have a strained relationship with your family. Why not buy a cake for them? Sweets bring joy," Su Yudi suggested earnestly. Had anyone else made such a proposal, Zhuang Ziang would have flatly declined. Years of familial distance could not be mended by a mere cake. Yet, when he met Su Yudi's sincere gaze, his refusal faltered. This girl genuinely wished to help him reconcile with his family, believing that the warmth of humanity could overcome the world's indifference. Eventually, persuaded by Su Yudi's encouragement, Zhuang Ziang purchased a strawberry cake, albeit at a slightly extravagant price, which he felt a pang of regret over as he paid. They reached the bus stop at the school entrance just as the number 19 bus arrived. "Goodbye, Zhuang Ziang," Su Yudi waved and hopped onto the bus. "Farewell, my friend," Zhuang Ziang replied, waving back, though only he could hear his words. What an intriguing girl, he mused, suddenly realizing he had forgotten to ask for her phone number. The bus faded into the distance, eventually disappearing into the bustling traffic. Chapter 6. A glimpse of happiness as night descended and the city lights flickered to life. Zhuang Ziong, holding the strawberry cake, made his way to the apartment complex where his mother, Su Hui, resided. Looking up at the myriad of glowing windows, he felt no warmth in his heart, for he knew that no light would shine for him. Upon reaching the staircase, he encountered his mother, Su Hui, who was hurrying down with a suitcase in in her early 40s. She appeared particularly haggard from the relentless toil of daily life. Ziong, I have matters to attend to. Please prepare your own dinner, or just go home. Su Hui referred to home as the residence of Zhuang Wenjiao. Legally, Zhuang Ziong's guardianship belonged to his father. Mom, are you in a rush? Could you stay and share a piece of cake with me? Zhuang Ziong's eyes sparkled with anticipation. There's no time. I'll accompany you next time, Su Hui replied, glancing at her watch. Can't you spare just a few minutes? Zhuang Ziong pressed. No, you're 18 now. You're an adult and should understand, Su Hui stated resolutely before turning away. Watching his mother's departing figure, Zhuang Ziong felt an overwhelming sense of loneliness and desolation. What difference would it make to tell her about that matter? It would only bring her premature sorrow. Even after tending to her own affairs, she continued to struggle through life. Su Hui had a male colleague at work, also divorced, who persistently pursued her. Zhuang Ziong thought that without him, perhaps his mother could seek happiness anew, and in her later years, have someone to care for her. Am I really an adult at 18? Am I truly understanding enough? After much deliberation, Zhuang Ziong resolved to return home. His tender shoulders could scarcely bear such a weight. They say a father's love is as steadfast as a mountain, reliable support in critical times. Carrying a delicate strawberry cake, he traversed a significant part of the city with unwavering determination. The night breeze was slightly chilly, sending shivers down his spine. Upon exiting the elevator, Zhuang Ziong noticed the front door ajar, with warm yellow light spilling from the living room. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. The cheerful melody of a birthday song echoed in the room. Suddenly, it struck Zhuang Ziong that today was his younger brother Zhuang Yuhang's birthday. According to the customs of their rural hometown, they celebrated birthdays based on the lunar calendar. However, in school, both teachers and students predominantly remembered the Gregorian calendar and the days of the week. Zhuang Ziong was significantly older than Zhuang Yuhang, and their brotherly bond was quite shallow, reminiscent of the ancient distinctions between legitimate and illegitimate sons. In previous years, Zhuang Ziong would join for a meal if he happened to be around for Zhuang Yuhang's birthday. If not, it was of little consequence in this household. He felt like an outsider. Zhuang Yuhang's voice resonated. Mom and Dad, I hope our little family is happy together. You must celebrate my birthday with me every year. Indeed, in their eyes, this family consisted only of 3 members. Qin Shulan inquired, Honey, should we call Ziong to see if he is coming back? Zhuang Wenjiao dismissively replied, No need. He is probably at his mother's place. He knows when to come back. The trio joyously shared the birthday cake, their laughter slicing through Zhuang Ziong's heart like daggers. At that moment, he felt utterly superfluous. His father was immersed in the bliss of family joy. Did he really want to be so inconsiderate as to present him with the terminal diagnosis? If he ceased to exist, it would perfectly fulfill their family of 3, sparing them from the occasional prick of his presence. A sense of gloom enveloped Zhuang Ziong, and just as he contemplated leaving, the doors swung open, revealing his stepmother, Qin Shulan, who noticed his awkwardness. Ziong, you're back. Why don't you come inside? Zhuang Ziong froze. Feeling like a thief caught in the act of intruding upon someone else's happiness, he lowered his head as he stepped inside, timidly greeting, Dad. Zhuang Wenjiao responded curtly. Each time he crossed that threshold, he felt as if he were walking on thin ice. The dining table was adorned with a beautifully crafted cake, lavishly decorated with an array of colorful fruits and chocolate, in stark contrast. The small cake he held appeared quite trivial and unworthy. Zhuang Wenjiao gravely stated, Today is Yuhang's birthday. Wash your hands and join us for cake. Zhuang Ziong felt as though the air had thickened, creating an oppressive atmosphere. The once harmonious ambience had been severely marred by his presence. He stammered, You all go ahead. I'll just grab something from my room. With that, he fled back to his room. Slamming the door shut, finally able to breathe, to substantiate his earlier excuse, Zhuang Xiang rummaged through his drawer and retrieved a bamboo flute. This was a prize he had won during a music competition in his childhood. Long untouched and gathering dust. Shortly thereafter, Zhuang Yuheng knocked on the door. Dad and Mom asked me to bring you some cake. Taking a deep breath, Zhuang Xiang opened the door, his tone awkward. Yuheng? Thank you, and happy birthday. Zhuang Yuheng squeezed into the room, his gaze landing disdainfully on the strawberry cake. Having been pampered since childhood and not sharing the same mother, he held little affection for his elder brother. To him, Zhuang Xiang was merely an academically proficient bookworm. You really didn't have to come back. You don't enjoy being here, and I don't enjoy your presence either, Zhuang Yuheng remarked with hostility. Clearly displeased that Zhuang Xiang had disrupted their family's happiness. I'm leaving now, Zhuang Xiang stated, clutching the cake and the flute, hastily exiting his bedroom. Qin Shulan, feigning concern, called out, Xiang, where are you going so late? He paused, gazing deeply at his father. Dad, I have a heavy study load now. It's more convenient for me to stay at Mom's. Would you come to pick me up in 3 months? Zhuang Wenjiao appeared taken aback, sensing something odd in Zhuang Xiang's tone. In 3 months. It seemed he would be graduating. It's fine if you don't come for me, Zhuang Xiang added, disappointment creeping into his voice as he rushed out the door. As the elevator doors closed, tears welled in his eyes. He envied Zhuang Yuheng deeply. Although he had parents, it felt as though he did not. In the face of overwhelming misfortune, he found no one to confide in. After exiting the community, perhaps due to the intense emotional upheaval, the illness lurking within him was stirred. Warm blood trickled from his nostrils, staining the gray tiles beneath him. The crimson hue matched the tassel at the end of his bamboo flute. In 3 months, he would likely no longer be in this world. Whether or not someone came to take him home was of little consequence. The fate of this body, whether it would be burned to ashes and buried or scattered to the winds, held no significance. Life was so bitter. Surely, there could not be another life to come. Holding the bamboo flute, Zhuang Xiang wandered aimlessly through the streets under the night sky. Despite using numerous tissues, he could not staunch the flow of blood. Suddenly, he recalled that earlier, when he was with Su Yuti, he had also bled from his nose. The girl had gently held the back of his head, her fingertips warm, effortlessly stopping the bleeding. The mere thought of Su Yuti's smiling face brought a flicker of warmth to his lonely, indifferent heart. Chapter 7. A man's tears are not easily shed. Do not ask me where I come from, why hometown lies far away. Why do I wander? I wander to distant lands, I wander. In a dessert shop on the street, an old song from over 40 years ago, The Olive Tree, played softly. The lyrics resonated with Zhuang Xiang, as he felt akin to a homeless wanderer. Neither at his father's nor his mother's could he truly call it home. They were merely shelters. He was reluctant to return to his mother's modest 2-bedroom apartment to face the solitude of the night. Thankfully, he had friends to rely on. Son, I've run away from home. Could you shelter me for the night? Zhuang Xiang dialed Li Huangxian's number. Of course, I'll come down to get you, Li Huangxian readily replied. Smile graced Zhuang Xiang's face. Indeed, this son was worth having. If he were to leave this world, Li Huangxian would surely be heartbroken. What happened to you? Upon seeing Zhuang Xiang's blood-stained face at the foot of the apartment building, Li Huangxian's expression turned to one of concern and worry. It's nothing, just a bit of heatiness lately, Zhuang Xiang replied nonchalantly. You must take care of yourself. I'm counting on you to take care of me in my old age, Li Huangxian jested. True friends, who do not take advantage of each other, are what one would call conjugated sons. Zhuang Xiang, steeped in sorrow, did not respond to the light-hearted banter. He had visited Li Huangxian's home many times before, each time filled with envy. His parents were affectionate, their household warm and filled with laughter, unlike his own, where he could only retreat to his room and confront the frigid walls alone. Mom, Zhuang Xiang is sleeping over tonight. He hasn't had dinner yet, Li Huangxian called out as he entered, addressing his mother. Fanling, it's so late, and you haven't eaten? I'll make you a bowl of noodles, Fanling replied from the kitchen. Thank you, Auntie. The sound of her gentle voice made Zhuang Xiang's nose tingle with emotion. How wonderful it would be if he had such a tender mother. Su Hui, consumed by the demands of life, had little energy to nurture the bond between mother and Son. Li Huangxian's father, Li Tianyun, emerged and, upon noticing the blood around Zhuang Xiang's mouth and nose, his face filled with alarm and concern. He instructed his son to fetch some ice and beckoned Zhuang Xiang. Come here. Let me apply some ice to stop the bleeding. Thank you, uncle. Zhuang Ziang bowed respectfully. Li Tianyun applied the ice to Zhuang Ziang's forehead and neck, patiently using a damp cloth to clean the bloodstains, his heart aching as he sighed repeatedly. You all must take good care of yourselves at school. If you feel unwell, tell your teachers and parents. Don't bear it alone. Those words broke Zhuang Ziang's defenses. He had faced such significant troubles alone, finding no one to lean on. Earlier, in the presence of his indifferent father, he had managed to hold himself together. But now, witnessing the kindness of Li Huangxian's parents, he could no longer contain his emotions, and tears streamed down his face. His body trembling uncontrollably, Li Tianyun enveloped him in a warm embrace. Good boy. Don T cried. Resting in uncle's comforting arms, Zhuang Ziang struggled to rein in his emotions, repeatedly reminding himself that a man's tears are not easily shed. I cannot cry. I cannot shed tears. Xiao Zhuang, come over and have some noodles, Fanling gently urged. The steaming noodles were topped with 2 poached eggs. Li Huangxian and his family were well aware of Zhuang Ziang's family circumstances. In order to spare Zhuang Ziang any sorrow, they conscientiously refrained from probing into the reasons behind his distress, instead engaging him in light-hearted conversation, asking about trivial matters at school. Our Huangxian is truly fortunate to have you as a friend. Indeed, how is it that you are so remarkable, always ranking first? If you were our son, we would be utterly delighted. Zhuang Ziang lifted his head. Auntie, are you speaking the truth? Do you really wish for a son like me? Of course, having a son like you would be a source of pride for any parent. Fanling responded without hesitation. Ahem. Li Tianyun coughed lightly, casting a knowing glance at his wife. It was then that Fanling realized she had inadvertently touched upon Zhuang Ziang's painful experiences. Such an outstanding son, yet treated like a mere plaything, kicked about by his biological parents. After finishing the noodles, Li Huangxian led Zhuang Ziang back to the bedroom. Earlier, he had noticed the exquisite strawberry cake. Son, since you're here, there's no need for formality. Li Huangxian cheerfully divided the small cake in half and handed a piece to Zhuang Ziang. Overwhelmed with guilt, Zhuang Ziang wanted to explain that the cake had not been intended for him. But the words eluded him. Suddenly, he felt a cool sensation on his cheek. Li Huangxian had smeared a dollop of cream on him, laughing heartily. What are you daydreaming about? You dare to ambush me. Zhuang Ziang, unwilling to back down, seized the piece of cake in his hand and retaliated by splattering it onto Li Huangxuan's face. Li Huangxian dodged repeatedly, his laughter ringing out joyfully. The two engaged in a playful chase around the room. Reminiscent of mischievous schoolboys in that moment, the weight of Zhuang Ziang's inner turmoil was momentarily lifted. Only with Li Huangxian did he feel free from the reminders of growing up and the expectations of maturity. Exhausted from their frolic, the two reclined on the bed. Li Huangxian, catching his breath, asked, Son, where did you go this afternoon? I didn't want to attend class, so I went fishing by the river. Zhuang Ziang replied candidly. What? You, with your thick brows and bright eyes, also have days when you don't want to attend class? Li Huangxian exclaimed in disbelief. Well, after being a model student for over 10 years, I felt a bit weary. Zhuang Ziang remarked with significance. He continued, I met a girl under the ginkgo tree on the playground, and she was even more beautiful than Lin Mishishi. We played together all day. Dream on. There's no girl at our school more beautiful than Lin Mishishi. Li Huangxian retorted, his face full of skepticism. Upon hearing Li Huangxuan's doubt, Zhuang Ziang was momentarily stunned. A single phrase shattered his reverie. Lin Mishishi was the school beauty. If there truly was a girl named Su Yudi more beautiful, he surely would have heard of her. Could it be that even the name was fabricated? Or perhaps she was not from their school? Noticing Zhuang Ziang's prolonged silence, Li Huangxian inquired, What class is that girl in? Zhuang Ziang stammered, She said she is in class 23. Such nonsense. Li Huangxian shook his head, convinced that Zhuang Ziang had lost his mind. He pulled out his phone and waved it. It's still early. Would you like to play around? Zhuang Ziang frowned. Aren't you afraid I might let you down? You just need to support me. Watch me carry you to victory, Li Huangxian replied with confidence. The only support hero I can play is YU. As a diligent student, Zhuang Ziang rarely indulged in games, making him quite inexperienced. However, having skipped class today, playing a game seemed inconsequential. Timmy. The two opened the game together. Li Huangxian was Diamond 3, while Zhuang Ziang was Platinum 4, barely able to duo Q. What is the point of battling in someone else's dream? Li Huangxian and Zhuang Ziang embarked on their enjoyable duo journey. Hey, why are you playing Zhou as a support with cleanse? To remove crowd control. Is that not acceptable? Use your ultimate when Lubu jumps. Sorry, I have cleansed myself. I forgot about you guys. I in the first match. They narrowly lost. I in the second. They suffered a regrettable defeat. I in the third. They were thoroughly trounced. Until Li Huangxian dropped to Diamond 4 and Zhuang Ziang to Gold I, rendering further duo play impossible. You played Zhou well? Don't play him again next time. Li Huangxian tossed his phone aside. Zhuang Ziang thought he was being complimented. It's getting late. Let us sleep. The real world was too harsh. Dreaming was far better, for in dreams, anything could happen. The blissful slumber was worth a melodious song. La 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 Chapter 8. The ingrained debt of gratitude in the North Sea, there is a fish known as Kuan, whose size is beyond comprehension, measuring thousands of miles. The following morning during the early reading session, Li Huangxian read the text aloud with vigor. Zhuang Ziang, however, unfolded a sheet of paper and quietly began writing a letter of reflection. Yesterday had been exhilarating, but having erred, one must accept the consequences. As expected, before the class concluded, the homeroom teacher, Zhang Ziyuan, arrived. Zhuang Ziang, come to my office for a moment. The classroom office was exceptionally quiet, with only a few teachers buried in their lesson preparations. Zhang Ziyuan unscrewed his cup and sipped some goji berry tea. Before he could speak, Zhuang Ziang took the initiative to present his letter of reflection. A full 1,000 words, freshly pinned, the ink still wet. Citing classics and displaying eloquence. Zhuang Ziang, do you even understand what you have done? Where did you run off to yesterday afternoon? Zhang Ziyuan slammed the desk. I'm sorry, Teacher Zhang. I realize my mistake. Zhuang Ziang sincerely acknowledged his error. You are the most outstanding student in the entire grade, yet you have committed such an outrageous act. As your homeroom teacher, I am deeply pained. Your actions not only demonstrate irresponsibility towards yourself, but also towards your parents and teachers. Setting a very wrong example for your classmates, don't think that writing a letter of reflection will suffice. I see you have not comprehended the seriousness of your mistakes. Zhang Ziyuan spoke passionately, reprimanding Zhuang Ziang fervently. The depth of his concern was evident. He did not wish for his best student to stray from the right path. Though Zhuang Ziang was being scolded, he felt an unexpected sense of relief. Acutely aware of the teacher's care and affection, regrettably, this debt of gratitude might remain unpaid. Finally, as Zhang Ziyuan paused to sip tea, Zhuang Ziang found an opportunity to speak. Since he could not confide in his parents regarding the matter at hand, the homeroom teacher was the best confidant at this moment. The other teachers had also left, leaving only the two of them in the office. Teacher Zhang, I took sick leave the day before yesterday. You approved my leave request. Zhuang Ziang's eyes glistened with unshed tears. Zhang Ziyuan raised an eyebrow. Are you feeling all right? Teacher Zhang, you are my most respected mentor. I do not wish to conceal the truth from you. I have a very serious illness. Zhuang Ziang's lower lip quivered violently. What do you mean? Zhang Ziyuan sensed something was amiss. Zhuang Ziang steadied himself, then retrieved the diagnosis report from his pocket, unfolding it and laying it before Zhang Ziyuan. Zhang Ziyuan glanced at it hurriedly, his expression changing dramatically. It struck him like a bolt from the blue, echoing in his ears. Impossible. This must be a misdiagnosis. Do not worry. I will take you for a re-examination. There must have been a mistake. Zhuangzang shook his head. Teacher Zhang, it is not a misdiagnosis. I have been experiencing nosebleeds for half a year. How could this happen? You are only 18. Zhang Ziyuan struggled to accept the reality. Though everyone must eventually face death, for the vibrant young man before him, it should have seemed a distant concern. He still had a vast and brilliant life ahead, yet to be lived. Teacher Zhang, I do not wish to be pitied or sympathized with. I simply want to live my final days freely, Zhuang Ziang implored. What do your parents say? Are they allowing you to continue attending school? Zhang Ziyuan's tone was filled with sorrow. I want to be with my teachers and classmates. Zhuang Ziang felt a stronger bond with his teachers than with his parents. He did not dare to directly say that he had only 3 months left, nor could he reveal to his teacher that he was concealing such a significant matter from his family. Zhang Ziyuan, as the homeroom teacher, understood that Zhuang Ziang's family situation was somewhat complicated. He could not fathom how such a troubled family could raise such an exceptional child. Even in the face of life and death, he remained so composed. Zhuang Ziang bowed deeply to Zhang Ziyuan. Teacher Zhang, I acknowledge my mistake from yesterday. I will not repeat it. Zhang Ziyuan's eyes welled up. It's all right. The teacher does not blame you anymore. If you do not wish to attend class, you can come to me for leave. He could empathize, understanding that Zhuang Ziyang must have suppressed too many negative emotions growing up in such an environment. At the brink of life and death, it was only natural to seek release. As a homeroom teacher, he regretted not being more attentive to Zhuang Ziyang's needs. If he had discovered Zhuang Ziyang's illness earlier and ensured he received proper treatment, might there have been a chance for recovery? Teacher Zhang, I no longer wish to be class monitor. Please select another student. All right, you must relax and not feel any pressure. Cooperate with the doctor's treatment and do not give up until the very last moment. Zhang Ziyuan could only offer a few more words of comfort, yet even he struggled to believe these reassurances. Zhuang Ziyang picked up the diagnosis report from the table, slowly folding it and placing it back into his pocket. His movements were deliberate, as if completing a solemn ritual. Zhuang Ziyang, for the time being, continue attending class as usual. If you experience any discomfort, be sure to inform me immediately. Zhang Ziyuan's feelings were deeply conflicted. He could understand Zhuang Ziyang's desire to complete his studies, wishing to leave no regrets in his youth. However, the responsibilities of a teacher plunged him into profound guilt and anxiety. Thank you, Teacher Zhang. I fear I may betray your nurturing. Zhuang Ziyang's eyes brimmed with tears as he bowed once more to Zhang Ziyang. No, you have always been my proudest student, Zhang Ziyuan choked out. Zhuang Ziyang, such an exemplary student, had consistently brought glory to the class and the school. In the future, as he enters society, he would undoubtedly become an exceptional talent, achieving remarkable accomplishments. Alas, it seems that fate is often cruel to the gifted. Setting aside his sorrow, Zhuang Ziyang recalled something and confirmed with Zhang Ziyuan. Teacher Zhang, there are only 22 classes in our grade, correct? Zhang Ziyuan, puzzled, replied, Of course. Why do you ask? I met a girl yesterday who claimed to be from class 23. Don't think too much, just return to class. Zhang Ziyuan assumed Zhuang Ziyang was merely reacting to a significant setback. Striving to maintain a calm atmosphere and avoid deepening the sadness, he endeavored to view Zhuang Ziyang through a normal lens, as the latter requested, offering him the utmost respect by refraining from pity. Zhuang Ziyang performed a deep bow to Zhang Ziyuan and then departed the classroom office with heavy steps. Zhang Ziyuan watched him walk away, and the emotions he had long suppressed finally erupted. His right fist struck the desk with force. A man in his 40s, he wept with red-rimmed eyes. It was not just the best student in the class. Any 18-year-old boy facing such an unjust fate would bring tears to anyone's eyes. After Zhuang Ziyang left, he did not head directly to Class 9 but ascended the stairs, step by step. He climbed all the way to the 5th floor, confirming with his own eyes that Class 22 indeed marked the end. Beyond that, there were only empty classrooms. Little butterfly, who are you? Where do you come from? Chapter 9. The most precious friendship. As the second class of the morning concluded, the break time for physical exercise lasted 20 minutes. However, considering the immense pressure on students, the school had largely abolished this activity, allowing time for relaxation. Lin Mushi in the front row turned around with concern, asking, Zhuang Ziyang, why did you cry in math class yesterday? Why didn't you come to class in the afternoon? Zhuang Ziyang replied vaguely. I was feeling down and just wanted to do something to cheer myself up. You are the class monitor and the top student in the grade. You should set a good example for your classmates. This behavior is quite out of line, Lin Mushi retorted, visibly upset. She could not comprehend how a mere day of sick leave could transform him so drastically. The Zhuang Ziyang of old would never have acted this way. Even when feeling low, he would merely tackle a set of practice questions to challenge his mind. As a close friend, Lin Mushi feared he might be falling into a state of indulgence. Feeling some frustration at his apparent decline, Li Huangxian speculated that Zhuang Ziyang was likely distressed due to family issues and, fearing Lin Mushi's words might be too harsh, interjected, Mushi, don't worry. My son had quite the adventure skipping class yesterday, doing things I wished I could have done but didn't dare. Lin Mushi shot Li Huangxian a disapproving glance. He's been led astray by you, Li Huangxian, unyielding, countered. What does it have to do with me? He said he met a girl even prettier than you, and they spent the whole day together. Zhuang Ziyang hurriedly attempted to cover Li Huangxuan's mouth, but it was too late. This blabbermouth dared to speak such truths. Zhuang Ziyang, have you taken to dating? Lin Mushi exclaimed, her beautiful eyes wide with indignation. No, I just met her yesterday, Zhuang Xiang hastily denied. Most students at school were well-behaved, though they harbored a beautiful yearning for love. Few dared to act upon it. Lin Mushi, the admired school flower, had grown accustomed to praise, and now hearing of a girl more beautiful than herself left her feeling somewhat unsettled. Li Huangxian, a blunt boy, was irked by Lin Mushi's occasional haughty demeanor, often teasing her just to provoke a reaction. The two bantered back and forth in front of Zhuang Xiang. You, with your straight male tendencies, will surely be single for life. Don't think that just because you're pretty, you can spew nonsense. Even if I remain single, I won't seek you out. Li Huangxian, go die. A fortune teller said my fate is strong. No matter who dies, it won't be me. Suddenly, Lin Mushi reached out and pinched Li Huangshuan's arm hard, making him wince in pain. These girls truly were unreasonable. When they couldn't win an argument, they resorted to physicality. Zhuang Xiang observed their playful antics, a wave of profound sadness swelling within him. How delightful these classmates were, yet in 3 months, he would never see them again. The most precious friendships would forever remain at the age of 18. When the two finally quieted down, Zhuang Xiang spoke up, son, as a boy, be a bit more generous. Let Mushi have her way sometimes. Li Huangxian reached out and tapped Zhuang Xiang's forehead. Have you lost your mind? I tease her every day, and you never said a word. Mushi, I apologize on his behalf. You know this guy has no filter, Zhuang Xiang said, a hint of sorrow flickering in his eyes. Zhuang Xiang, I also find you strange. Why are you suddenly so polite? Lin Mushi questioned, her brow furrowed in suspicion. The earlier comments still weighed heavily on her mind, prompting her to ask, did you really meet a girl more beautiful than me? Well, beauty is quite subjective. It's hard to say. Zhuang Xiang replied ambiguously, my son is handsome and has excellent grades. The girlfriend he has must surely be the most beautiful. I think your chances are slim. Li Huangxian added fuel to the fire, intentionally provoking Lin Mushi. Due to Zhuang Xiang's friendship with Lin Mushi, rumors had long circulated about their relationship. In truth, they maintained a pure friendship, never crossing any romantic boundaries. But now, with Li Huangxian stirring the pot, Lin Mushi felt a pang of heartbreak. To save face, she scoffed, I don't believe your nonsense. You're clearly just coveting my beauty, playing hard to get. Lin Mushi had immense confidence in her looks, certain that there was no girl in the entire East Campus more beautiful than she. When boys made such comments, it was merely to stir her competitive spirit. Such a childish trick. Mushi, I advise you to be a bit more modest. There are always others better than you. Zhuang Xiang asserted, confident in the beauty of the little butterfly. Zhuang Xiang, are you secretly in love with me? Trying to provoke me with such remarks, you two are clearly in cahoots. Lin Mushi accused, gazing at them with an expression that suggested she saw through their ruse. Oh, you really have to be so vain. With my looks, many girls at school are secretly in love with me. Zhuang Xiang joked, playing along. Zhuang Xiang, are you not afraid of the wind blowing your tongue away? Came a mocking voice from the side. Zhuang Xiang glanced over to see that it was Xie Wenyang, the vice monitor of Class 9, who had always felt overshadowed by Zhuang Xiang's position. He had long harbored a crush on Lin Mushi, yet she consistently favored Zhuang Xiang. Thus, he often seized opportunities to provoke Zhuang Xiang. In the past, for the sake of class unity, Zhuang Xiang had always endured, but now he felt no inclination to hold back and decided to retaliate. When we elected the class monitor, weren't we all voting based on looks? Therefore, I'm the main one, and you're the vice. Lin Mushi and Li Huangxian burst into laughter. Zhuang Xiang was indeed far more handsome than Xie Wenyang, but it felt a bit too self-congratulatory for him to say so himself. You think you can be class monitor merely based on grades? You're just a bookworm. Can you match my overall abilities? Xie Wenyang challenged. So, you want to be class monitor? Zhuang Xiang fixed his gaze on him. If it weren't for your flattery towards the teachers, I would have been the monitor long ago. Xie Wenyang retorted angrily. If you wish to be class monitor, go apply to Teacher Zhang. I'm stepping down? Zhuang Xiang replied nonchalantly. Yeah, right. Would you really? Xie Wenyang scoffed, not believing him, thinking Zhuang Xiang was merely teasing. Zhuang Xiang cryptically stated, have you heard the story of Huizi and the Liang? The Yuanchu fled from the South Sea to the North Sea. It does not alight on just any tree, nor does it eat any fruit, nor does it drink from just any spring. Thus, when the Qi encountered a decayed rat, the Yuanchu surpassed it, looking up and exclaiming, alas! The class monitor position that Xie Wenyang coveted was In Zhuang Ziang's eyes, no different from a dead rat. You really know how to put on a show, Xiao Wenyong sneered. Hey, we are talking to Zhuang Ziang. What does it have to do with you? Lin Mushi interjected, clearly displeased. Mushi, are you being so nice to Zhuang Ziang because you're afraid he'll be taken by that prettier girl? Li Huangxin teased once more. Are you out of your mind? Mushi is the school flower. How could there be a girl prettier than her? Xiao Wenyong laughed exaggeratedly. Just then, a classmate returned from the restroom and shouted to Zhuang Ziang, "There's a girl outside looking for you." Upon hearing this, Zhuang Ziang turned to the window and found himself momentarily breathless. The girl outside wore a pure white shirt paired with a deep blue pleated skirt, her feet clad in pristine canvas shoes. Most strikingly, she had a blooming peach blossom tucked behind her ear. With a smile that could rival the beauty of flowers, Zhuang Ziang sprang to his feet, parting the crowd as he rushed outside. The classroom erupted in a flurry of excitement. Who is that girl? She is stunning. I can't believe there's a girl in our school more beautiful than Lin Mushi. Xiao Wenyong's face fell. Utterly taken aback, Lin Mushi gazed at Zhuang Ziang's retreating figure, her expression a mix of grievance and disbelief. Men are all such fools. Chapter 10. Friends should speak the truth to each other. Zhuang Ziang hurried down the corridor in leaps and bounds, exclaiming, "What brings you here?" Su Yudi, from behind, produced a tube of medicine. "This is for you. The doctor said it can help with nosebleeds." Zhuang Ziang extended his hand to accept the vial, which contained a common hemostatic medication. He was well aware that this remedy could not alleviate his ailment. Nevertheless, he offered a faint smile and said, "Thank you." With ample time before class commenced, he inquired, "Would you care to join me for a moment over there?" Su Yudi gestured toward a nearby flower bed. Of course, Zhuang Ziang eagerly nodded. The flower bed was adorned with calla lilies, hyacinths, wisteria, and a myriad of other blossoms, vibrant and competing for attention. A few butterflies danced gracefully among the blooms. Su Yudi adjusted her skirt and gracefully knelt beside the flower bed. "Did your parents enjoy the strawberry cake from yesterday?" Upon hearing her words, Zhuang Ziang's heart constricted. He dared not confess that the exquisite strawberry cake paled in comparison to the grand birthday cake of Zhuang Yuhang. His experience returning home had also been far from pleasant. This innocent and naive girl must surely believe that the world is filled with beauty. Thus, he resolved to weave a fabric of lies. "Thank you for your suggestion. My brother relished that cake and devoured it with cream smeared all over his face, and my father was delighted as well. He inquired about my academic performance, and upon learning I had once again achieved the top score. He enveloped me in a warm embrace. My aunt prepared a sumptuous feast, constantly serving me dishes and praising my intelligence and maturity. A gentle breeze stirred, carrying with it the faint fragrance of flowers." Su Yudi hugged her knees, lifting her gaze slightly, her sparkling eyes attentively listening to Zhuang Ziang's narrative. The sounds of basketballs bouncing on the playground, the cacophony of the teaching building, and the birds chirping in the woods seemed to fade into oblivion. In that moment, the world was reduced to just the two of them and the vibrant blooms that surrounded them. The scene Zhuang Ziang described had visited him in dreams countless times. He had thought he could narrate it flawlessly, yet his heart felt as if it were being tightly clenched. The smile he forced upon his lips was painfully rigid. Having always been a model student, he was certainly not adept at deceit. "Zhuang Ziang, you are a fool," Su Yudi suddenly interjected. "Why are you insulting me?" Zhuang Ziang exclaimed in astonishment. "You are deceiving me. Friends should speak the truth to one another." Su Yudi gently bit her lower lip. "That I am sorry." Zhuang Ziang mumbled, his voice tinged with hoarseness. Often, the truth could be brutal. He wished not to transmit his sorrow to his friend. "Zhuang Ziang, are you still feeling sad?" Su Yudi inquired softly. Zhuang Ziang nodded, then shook his head. "After school at noon, I shall take you out for a delightful meal. Please wait for me here." "All right." As the class bell approached, Su Yudi rose, waved farewell to Zhuang Ziang, and skipped away. The vibrant peach blossom danced in and out of Zhuang Ziang's line of sight. In the blink of an eye, the girl's silhouette vanished among the throng. Zhuang Ziang clasped the vial in his hand, its surface smooth to the touch. Upon returning to the classroom, Li Huangxian immediately approached him. "Son, who is that girl?" Zhuang Ziang replied, "I mentioned her to you last night. She is the girl I met beneath the ginkgo tree, and you didn't believe me then. Now I do believe it. No wonder you skipped class for her," Li Huangxian teased, raising his voice intentionally. "Compared to that girl, Lin Mushi seems exceedingly ordinary." Lin Mashishi, having been eavesdropping, turned around to cast Li Huangxian a glare filled with hostility. She then fixed Zhuang Ziong with a long, contemplative gaze, her emotions evidently complex. As if a hint of jealousy lingered. Zhuang Ziong was handsome, academically accomplished, and possessed a gentle disposition. Such a remarkable boy was indeed a rarity. When the class bell rang, signaling the beginning of Chinese class with their homeroom teacher, Zhang Ziyuan, the students stood to greet him. Afterward, he gestured for them to take their seats. Before we commence, I must announce that Zhuang Ziong has resigned from the position of class monitor this morning, and I have accepted his resignation. The students immediately began to murmur among themselves. He truly resigned. No one is more suited to be monitor than him. Indeed, Zhuang Ziong has done so much for our class over the past 2 years. In fact, he has always been a source of pride for our class. Xia Wenyong was particularly astonished, having assumed Zhuang Ziong's earlier mention of resignation was merely a jest. It was a shock to discover it was genuine. Was the class monitor position, which he so fervently desired, truly nothing more than a dead rat in Zhuang Ziong's eyes? Zhang Ziyuan, with heartfelt emotion, addressed the class. Let us all applaud to express our gratitude for Zhuang Ziong's contributions to our class. Thunderous applause erupted within the classroom. Zhuang Ziong surveyed the familiar faces around him, an overwhelming sense of reluctance swelling within him. In just 3 months, he would no longer see them. His classmates were all endearing, and he felt immensely grateful for their companionship throughout his youth. The class monitor's position would naturally be assumed by the vice monitor. Xia Wenyong was elated to finally become the monitor. Yet he felt no joy. It seemed that only the things Zhuang Ziong discarded could come to him. Jealousy twisted his sentiments. Zhuang Ziong had no time to concern himself with others. He was solely focused on pondering what he should have for lunch. School dismissed at noon, and classes resumed at 2:30, leaving ample time for lunch and a brief rest. During this interval, students were free to come and go without restrictions. At long last, the bell signaling lunchtime rang. Li Huangxian clapped Zhuang Ziong on the shoulder, saying, "Son, shall we eat in the cafeteria today? I have something to attend to. Please find someone else," Zhuang Ziong replied, leaning to peer out the window toward the flower bed. "What is it that you need to do? Don't we usually have lunch together?" Li Huangxian queried, puzzled. "I will explain later. I must hurry." Zhuang Ziong hastily packed his bag and dashed out of the classroom. Li Huangxuan's eyes widened, feeling abandoned, until he spotted Zhuang Ziong by the flower bed, eagerly awaiting the girl with the peach blossom tucked behind her ear. He felt his frustration boil over. Damn it. How can he disregard friendship for a girl? What a beast! Upon seeing Su Yudi, Zhuang Ziong's face brightened with a smile as he tentatively asked, "Which floor is your class on?" "The 5th floor. I rushed down because I wanted to see you," Su Yudi replied, catching her breath. A glimmer of light flashed in Zhuang Ziong's eyes. "Am I truly worth such enthusiasm? What would you like to eat?" "I shall treat you," he offered. "Let's have a small hot pot. They have a wide variety of ingredients." The mere mention of food, Su Yudi's mouth watered in anticipation. "Aren't you worried about smelling like food afterwards?" "Why should I be concerned? Let's just enjoy whatever we desire," she replied, exuding an effortless, carefree spirit. Being in her company transformed Zhuang Ziong's demeanor, making him feel much more cheerful. Despite her striking beauty, she refused to conform to the stereotype of a quiet, demure girl. She bounced about energetically, chattering away like a cheerful little butterfly. Chapter 11. A joyous relocation. Su Yudi's desired spicy hot pot was delicious and affordable, making it immensely popular among the student body. Each person had their own small pot, approximately 20 centimeters in diameter, heated by an induction cooker. The bright red broth bubbled enticingly, whetting the appetite. Su Yudi perused the menu, eagerly marking her selections while reciting. Beef, yellowthroat, tripe, lotus slices, potatoes, enoki mushrooms, duck blood, shrimp dumplings, luncheon meat, glutinous rice balls, pineapple cake. You've ordered so much. Will you be able to finish it? Zhuang Ziong cautioned. I have a big appetite, and besides, you'll be joining me. Su Yudi insisted, her head bent in concentration. Zhuang Ziong silently sipped his lemon tea, hesitant to speak further. Boy. It would be quite embarrassing if his appetite were less than that of a girl. Before long, the waiter brought their dishes to the table. Su Yudi divided each dish evenly into 2 pots. She then asked, "Coke or Pepsi?" "Coke," Zhuang Ziong replied. Su Yudi waved her hand to summon the waiter for 2 chilled cans of Coca-Cola. The deep brown soda, poured into glasses, fizzed with a cascade of bubbles. Su Yudi lifted her glass and clinked it with Zhuangziang's, saying, "Zhuangziang, may you forget all your troubles and find joy every day." Zhuangziang felt touched, replying, "Little butterfly, thank you." The carbonated cola slid down his throat, bringing a slight sting. Su Yudi placed the first piece of boiled beef into Zhuangziang's bowl before indulging herself with gusto. As she ate, she critiqued the dishes like a culinary connoisseur. The duck intestines should be cooked to just the right texture. These are a bit overdone. The seaweed is too salty. It could use a few more rinses. The beef balls are not pounded enough. They lack that bouncy texture. Her little mouth seemed perpetually busy, always eager to express her thoughts. Zhuangziang handed her a napkin, saying, "You have some oil at the corner of your mouth." Su Yudi took it, wiping her mouth haphazardly. "Thank you." Generally, beautiful girls are quite conscious of their image. Yet Su Yudi, with her ethereal beauty, savored the flavors of life without reservation. Such a girl easily inspires warmth and affection, making her truly endearing. "Little butterfly, why are you always so happy?" Zhuangziang inquired. "Being happy is just another day, and being unhappy is still another day. Why not choose to be happy every day?" Su Yudi replied with a smile. Zhuangziang silently nodded. Her reasoning was sound, leaving him with no rebuttal. If he were still to mourn over the events of yesterday, it would only reflect poorly on him. "By the way, do you have a nickname?" Su Yudi asked with curiosity. Zhuangziang shook his head in confusion. His classmates either called him class monitor or addressed him by his name. Only Li Huangxian referred to him as son. "That doesn't really count as a nickname, does it? Then I shall call you Big Fool," Su Yudi declared as she stirred the tripe. "Why? That sounds awful," Zhuangziang protested, displeased. "Because you lied to me this morning, and your excuses were full of holes," Su Yudi retorted, clearly still miffed. Zhuangziang mused to himself that he had consistently ranked first in his grade for 2 consecutive years. If this is considered foolishness, then what can be said of the other students? A modest hot pot meal lasted approximately 40 minutes. Su Yudi retrieved the last piece of potato from the bottom of the pot and placed it into her mouth. Her face radiated satisfaction. Zhuangziang waved to the waiter to request the bill. Su Yudi hurriedly insisted. "It was I who suggested we eat hot pot, so let me pay." Zhuangziang smiled and replied, "This time, it's on me. Next time, it will be your treat." "All right then," Su Yudi nodded, unknowingly sealing their agreement for the next meeting. Exiting the hot pot restaurant, it was nearly 1 o'clock in the afternoon. Zhuangziang planned to head to his mother's 2-bedroom apartment to tidy up, as he would be staying there for an extended period. Su Yudi, upon hearing this, insisted on accompanying him, claiming she wanted to assist him with the chores. Just as they opened the door, they encountered the neighbor's sister emerging from the adjacent unit. Zhuangziang had seen her a few times before and politely greeted her. "Oh, have you found a girlfriend?" The neighbor's sister remarked, her eyes lighting up at the sight of the beautiful Su Yudi. "No, she's just a friend," Zhuangziang quickly clarified, feeling somewhat embarrassed. "No need to hide it from me. It's perfectly normal for young people to date," the neighbor's sister replied with an air of experience. Upon hearing this, Su Yudi's cheeks flushed. Despite her usual chattiness, in such moments, she resembled a shy bud. She wished to refute the comment, but found herself at a loss for words. The apartment was somewhat old but had decent lighting. Su Hui often returned for only a few days each month. At times, when busy, she would settle for a night at a nearby hotel. The sparse furnishings rendered the space particularly empty, devoid of any greenery and lacking vitality. Zhuangziang turned to Su Yudi and said, "Little butterfly, if you wish to come and play over the next 3 months, you are always welcome here." Su Yudi blinked her large, watery eyes and asked, "What about after those 3 months?" "We'll talk about it then," Zhuangziang replied, his gaze dimming as he deflected the question. He suspected he would likely be in the hospital by that time and this world. Very few would mourn his absence. Su Yudi smiled and quipped, "If you make me unhappy, I want to come to play with you." Zhuangziang instinctively replied, "That won't happen." The next 3 months would undoubtedly be filled with unbearable solitude, accompanied by immense physical suffering. He did not want his life, nearing its end, to lose this precious splash of color. Su Yudi, despite her beauty, proved to be a diligent worker, likely accustomed to household chores. Together, they transformed the small home into a warm and inviting space in no time. While taking out the trash, They decided to visit a nearby supermarket to procure some necessities. Zhuang Ziang deliberately purchased a calendar, the kind where one tears off a page each day. He weighed it in his hand. The stack was thin, representing 90 days. These flimsy sheets were a countdown to his life. At the checkout, Su Yudi opted not to wait in line and stepped outside to await Zhuang Ziang. When he emerged, he found her cradling a round glass fish tank containing some pebbles and aquatic plants, with 2 red goldfish swimming joyfully. Zhuang Ziang, this is a gift for you to celebrate your new home, she proclaimed. Why 2 fish? I can barely take care of myself, Zhuang Ziang grumbled. Yesterday, I made you miss your chance to catch fish, so this is my compensation. It will bring some life to your new home. Promise me, they must not die, Su Yudi insisted earnestly. Not die? Zhuang Ziang was taken aback. I mean it. If you let these 2 fish die, I will not forgive you, she warned, shaking her fist playfully. Zhuang Ziang gazed deeply into Su Yudi's eyes, as if trying to fathom her heart. It was truly a joy to befriend such a girl. Yet, why did fate bring her into his life at the brink of his demise? Little butterfly. How I wish I had met you sooner. Chapter 12. Beyond redemption to love until one's heart shatters is no one's fault, for the encounter was too beautiful, even if tears flowed endlessly. Leaving behind wounds and a heart turned to ash, it matters not. On the way back to school, Su Yudi cheerfully hummed a tune, one that was older than herself. Zhuang Ziang, influenced by her optimism, seemed to forget his troubles. A faint scent of peach blossoms wafted through the shaded paths of the campus. Little butterfly, share your phone number with me, and you can call me next time. Zhuang Ziang mustered the courage to ask after organizing his thoughts for quite some time. Su Yudi, as if anticipating this moment, promptly retrieved her phone from her pocket. It was a delicate and compact device, shimmering with a bluish hue under the sunlight. They exchanged contact information joyfully, their prior emotional groundwork making it feel entirely natural. Su Yudi cautioned, contact me during the day. I don't use my phone at night. You only watch silly videos. How come you don't watch them at night? Zhuang Ziang laughed heartily. Daring to mock me? You're just like the other boys, only knowing how to play games. Su Yudi feigned annoyance, playfully tugging at Zhuang Ziang's shirt. The two engaged in a light-hearted chase along the shaded path, laughter echoing amidst the lush green grass on either side. Class 9 was located on the 2nd floor, and they parted ways at the staircase landing. Goodbye, little butterfly. I will message you. All right, I might not check my phone when I'm busy, but I will respond when I see your message. As Zhuang Ziang watched Su Yudi ascend the stairs, he made his way to the classroom. Halfway there, he suddenly turned and rushed up the stairs, eager to discover which class little butterfly belonged to. He searched the 3rd, 4th, and 5th floors, yet could not locate her. Did she walk that fast? Zhuang Ziang sighed, feeling dejected as he descended the stairs. They were friends now, yet she wouldn't reveal her actual class to him. Did she still not trust him? The afternoon classes proved to be arduous, with most students feeling drowsy and listless. Zhuang Ziang recalled how quickly time had passed while fishing by the river with little butterfly the previous afternoon. Was this what they called relativity? The final class ended promptly at 6 o'clock. Zhang Ziyuan entered the classroom and beckoned. Zhuang Ziang, come with me. Zhuang Ziang hurriedly packed his bag and followed. After they had walked a considerable distance from the classroom, he cautiously inquired, Teacher Zhang, where are we going? Zhang Ziyuan replied sternly, to the hospital. I must speak with your attending physician personally. Is that really necessary? Dr. Chen is quite busy. Zhuang Ziang instinctively objected. He dreaded the smell of disinfectant in hospitals and the sight of doctors in white coats. The prayers heard within those walls were often more fervent than those in temples, filled with too many partings and farewells. Zhang Ziyuan, resolute in his intent, would not forego any opportunity to save Zhuang Ziang. Even if all hope was lost, he needed to hear it from the doctor himself. Upon reaching the parking lot, he started his old Buick and invited Zhuang Ziang to get in. Passing by the bus stop at the school entrance, they spotted the number 19 bus slowly pulling into the station. Seated in the passenger seat, Zhuang Ziang strained his neck, hoping to catch a glimpse of little butterfly among the crowd. Unfortunately, disappointment washed over him. Perhaps there were too many people waiting, or perhaps Zhang Ziyuan was driving too quickly. He failed to see her. Arriving at the central hospital, Zhuang Ziang led Zhang Ziyuan to Chendexiao's office. Chendexiao adjusted his glasses and shook hands with Zhang Ziyuan, his expression serious. Hello, I am Zhuang Zhang's homeroom teacher, here to inquire about his condition. You are indeed a responsible teacher, Chen Daxiu remarked with admiration. I have heard that you are also a diligent doctor. Is there truly no hope? Zhang Ziyuan implored earnestly. The two then discussed Zhuang Ziyang's medical condition. Chen Daxiu, meticulous and skilled, employed a plethora of medical terminology, succinctly conveying 8 words. The illness is beyond remedy. Hope is lost. The last flicker of hope in Zhang Ziyuan's eyes faded away, replaced by an overwhelming tide of sorrow. He is only 18. Why must it be this way? He lamented. There was a girl once. Afflicted by the same illness, even younger than him, Chen Daxiu sighed. Throughout their conversation, Zhuang Ziyang remained quietly seated, as if the topic at hand held no relevance to him. Having gradually emerged from the initial shock and sorrow over the past 2 days, he accepted the reality with equanimity. He pondered how his classmates would age. Gray hair, lost teeth, faces marked with age spots, and unsteady gaits. He was free from such worries. Zhuang Ziyang, will forever remain 18 upon exiting the hospital. Zhang Ziyuan wore a particularly heavy expression and remained silent for quite some time. Teacher, don't be so grim. Cheer up a bit, Zhuang Ziyang said lightly, mimicking Su Yudi's tone to comfort his teacher. After all, nothing can change. We might as well enjoy each day. Zhuang Ziyang, is there anything you would like to eat or drink? Zhang Ziyuan's voice was laden with sadness. I do not wish to be pitied. Zhuang Ziyang stated firmly. No, that's not what I meant. Zhang Ziyuan quickly clarified. Just drop me off at the school gate, then head home early to be with your wife and children, Zhuang Ziyang said nonchalantly. Although he longed to take advantage of the opportunity to treat Zhang, he had indeed eaten rather heartily at lunch, so he decided to keep dinner simple and not overburden his stomach. At the school gate, Zhuang Ziyang bid farewell to Zhang Ziyuan and made his way home alone. Passing by a snack stall, he casually purchased a portion of hot dog fried rice. Upon entering, he noticed the owner had written the words dog rice on the takeaway box for distinction. Instantly, his appetite vanished. Following medical advice, Zhuang Ziyang swallowed a handful of colorful pills. He began to question the efficacy of these medications. Would taking them grant him 3 more months of life, while abstaining would only afford him 90 days? He picked up the fish food and fed some to the pair of goldfish. It was once widely believed that fish only possess a 7-second memory. How delightful it would be to be a fish, able to forget all sorrow and swim about with carefree abandon. Beside the fish tank lay a bamboo flute, its red tassel particularly vibrant. This was the sole item that Zhuang Ziyang had brought out from home. He had learned to play the flute for a brief period during his childhood, but eventually neglected it as he became engrossed in his studies. Now, as he attempted to play a simple tune like Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star, the sound emerged as a cacophony, far from melodious. Suddenly, a melody surfaced in his mind, one he had heard yesterday when he encountered Su Yudi. It was quite unfamiliar, yet charmingly peculiar. La si du si la, si la si la si. Zhuang Ziyang tried to play it several times, but it resulted in nothing coherent, prompting him to abandon the effort. Night had fallen, and he worried that continuing would attract the neighbor's attention. Chapter 13. Green rice balls and soy milk. Zhuang Ziyang grasped his phone, editing a message to the contact saved as Little Butterfly. He wrote, revised, and deleted, ultimately crafting a simple yet earnest inquiry. What would you like to eat tomorrow morning? I will bring it for you. After pondering for a while to ensure his words did not come across as frivolous, he summoned the courage to hit send. He waited and waited, but the girl's reply never came. With a sigh, he filled a basin with water and got down on his knees to scrub the floor. In truth, they had already cleaned the room meticulously at noon. However, the agonizing weight made him feel as though he would burst if he did not find something to occupy himself. 10 minutes later. Filled with anticipation, he grabbed his phone again, only to find that Su Yudi's response still eluded him. What could she be busy with at this hour? He stared at the screen for several seconds, and finally resolved to call her. Sorry, the number you have dialed is not in service. Please try again later. Sorry, the subscriber you dialed cannot be connected at the moment. Please redial later. In the past, Zhuang Ziyang would have hung up at the sound of that female voice, but this time he listened to the entire message in English. In this day and age, was there truly a place without signal? Was she a primitive person living in the mountains? Zhuang Ziyang pushed open the window, allowing a cool night breeze to greet him. A crescent moon hung high in the sky. He had finally done what he had longed to accomplish a decade ago. He had completely run away from home. No longer did he need to concern himself with others' opinions or tread carefully. He was free to pursue his desires and meet those he wished to see. He felt as though he had just come to life. Even though he was on the brink of death, even if he only had 3 months left, he was determined to live them splendidly. Gazing at the moon, Zhuangzong felt a surge of exhilaration and poured himself a glass of cola. His reflection in the glass window revealed a handsome young man, filled with vigor and vitality. Congratulations, Zhuangziang. Cheers. He clinked his glass against his reflection and downed the drink in one go. That night, in his modest home, he slept exceptionally well, dreaming of transforming into a butterfly, joyfully flapping his wings and soaring across majestic mountains and rivers, savoring the beauty of spring. The following morning, the first rays of sunlight streamed through the window at an angle, ringing softly to awaken Zhuangziang from his slumber. He reached under his pillow for his phone and saw Su Yudi's reply, instantly dispelling his lingering drowsiness. I made green rice balls. Would you like some? Zhuangziang quickly typed back. Sure, I'll get drinks. Milk or soy milk? Soy milk. Wait for me at the bus stop. Su Yudi's response came back in a flash. Zhuangziang promptly rolled out of bed and headed to the bathroom for a hot shower. He preferred morning baths as it allowed him to wash his hair simultaneously, saving time. He had not worn that floral shirt since yesterday's outing with Su Yudi when he purchased a few discounted spring outfits. He chose a light blue thin jacket to wear with black casual pants, aligning with his usual image of a diligent student. As he left home, he tore off a page from the calendar. As if his life were being materialized, one page at a time, removed by his own hand. Descending the stairs, Zhuangziang spotted the neighbor's sister practicing her morning exercises and greeted her. Good morning, sister. The neighbor's sister smiled broadly, heading to school. Xiao Zhuang, that girl didn't he stay over with you last night? Sister, don't joke around. She is my friend. Well, young people should definitely make friends. Bring her over to play more often. Su Yudi was pretty and charming, with an optimistic and cheerful personality. The neighbor's sister had taken a liking to her after their first meeting. Seeing Zhuangziang with Su Yudi reminded her of her youthful school days. Little did she know, such a young lad was already facing the finality of life. Arriving at the breakfast shop, Zhuangziang ordered 2 cups of soy milk, one with red dates and the other with black sesame. Unsure of Su Yudi's preference, he decided to let her choose first, planning to drink whatever was left. At the bus stop, he waited nearly 10 minutes before the number 19 bus finally arrived. As the doors opened, a wave of youthful students poured out. Among them was a stunningly beautiful girl, still dressed in the same outfit. A white shirt, blue skirt, and white canvas shoes, with a peach blossom tucked behind her ear. Zhuangziang found it odd that she had worn this same outfit for 3 days. White clothing should easily get dirty, yet her shirt and shoes remained pristine. Little butterfly, Zhuangziang called out. Zhuangziang, I'm sorry. Did you wait long? Su Yudi blinked her large, watery eyes. Not at all. I just arrived too. See, the soy milk is still warm. Zhuangziang replied with a smile that in fact, he had just come out from the breakfast shop, and the soy milk was still quite hot. After holding it for 10 minutes, it had cooled just enough to drink comfortably. They walked into the school together, arriving at the flower bed from yesterday. Dew still clung to the hyacinths and wisteria in the garden, glistening in the sunlight. Today, Su Yudi carried a black shoulder bag from which she retrieved an oil paper bag, releasing a fragrant aroma. Inside were the green rice balls, an age-old traditional snack made from a mixture of mugwort juice and glutinous rice flour, filled with red bean paste or lotus seed paste, boasting a vibrant green color and a delicate fragrance. Taking a bite, it felt as though spring itself were being consumed. Zhuangziang picked up a green rice ball and bit into it, discovering the sweet yet not overly cloying red bean filling. Wow, not only does it look exquisite, but it tastes amazing. Did you really make this yourself? Su Yudi nodded. Of course, I learned from my grandmother. Your hands are truly skilled. These green rice balls are beautiful. Zhuangziang praised sincerely. Mugwort can dispel heat and dampness. You should eat more of these, and you won't have nosebleeds anymore. Su Yudi took a sip of her red date soy milk. What? You made this specially for me? Zhuangziang was taken aback. Of course. Making these is quite a hassle. You have to pick fresh mugwort, mash it into the dough, steam it, and then wrap the filling. I woke up really early today, as Su Yudi spoke. She covered her mouth and yawned. Zhuangziang felt a warmth in his heart. He never expected someone would go to such lengths for him. Unfortunately, these green rice balls won't cure my nosebleeds. Little butterfly, I'm perfectly fine. You don't need to go through so much trouble for me anymore. Su Yudi stubbornly shook her head. No way. We are friends, and friends should care for one another. Zhuang Xiang silently bit into the green rice ball, feeling a swirl of emotions within him. Oh heavens, are you toying with me? Why, when I am at death's door? Do you send such a person into my life? By the way, Zhuang Xiang, I'm sorry I couldn't use my phone last night. I only saw your message this morning. Su Yudi suddenly remembered the message and quickly apologized. It's all right. I knew you would reply after you saw it. Zhuang Xiang replied gently. Class is starting. Thank you for the soy milk. Goodbye. Su Yudi waved her cup and gracefully ascended the stairs. In just a few steps, she disappeared around the corner. Zhuang Xiang remained by the flower bed, silently gazing in the direction where the girl had vanished. He had originally stood in the shadow of the teaching building. But as the sun gradually rose, the shadows receded. The warm sunlight poured down, illuminating him entirely. Chapter 14. Kissing can lead to pregnancy. As Zhuang Xiang entered the classroom, he discovered Lin Mishishi nibbling on a pan-fried bun. The newly appointed class monitor, Xie Wenyong, was fawning over her, showering her with concern. Indeed, the school flower was never short of admirers. However, despite Xie Wenyong's efforts, he failed to elicit any favorable response from Lin Mishishi. Upon spotting Zhuang Xiang, Lin Mishishi appeared somewhat flustered and involuntarily explained, Zhuang Xiang, I said I didn't want it, but Xie Wenyong insisted on buying it for me. Zhuang Xiang smiled faintly. Why are you telling me this? Lin Mishishi was momentarily taken aback. Whenever she saw Zhuang Xiang, she felt the need to distance herself from Xie Wenyong. Occasionally, Lin Mishishi would message Zhuang Xiang, asking him to bring her breakfast. Under the influence of her feelings, the breakfast Zhuang Xiang bought seemed infinitely more delectable than what Xie Wenyong brought. Lin Mishishi was chauffeured to and from school each day. Just moments ago, as she passed the bus stop outside the school gate, she had spotted Zhuang Xiang holding 2 cups of soy milk. The thought that one of those cups might be for her had filled her with a sense of self-importance. Little did she know that Zhuang Xiang was now left with only 1 cup of soy milk, which he had already consumed. Was it for that girl wearing a peach blossom? A pang of jealousy surged from the depths of her heart. Their relationship had previously been merely platonic, but now, with a rival in the picture, her position as the school flower felt severely threatened, causing her to feel increasingly anxious. Zhuang Xiang remained blissfully unaware of the intricate emotional turmoil Lin Mishishi was experiencing in just a few fleeting seconds. A figure slumped in his seat, retrieving a magazine from Li Huangshuan's desk. This rascal, Li Huangxian, frequently arrived late for morning readings, often finding himself punished by old Zhang, standing outside the classroom, a common occurrence. Mu Shishir sipped her milk, still warm. Xie Wenyong was diligently fawning over the school bell. Xie Wenyong, you needn't bring me breakfast anymore. I fear Zhuang Xiang might misunderstand, Lin Mu Shishir remarked, her brows furrowing slightly. Upon hearing this, Xie Wenyong felt as though he had plunged into an icy abyss. Snowflakes danced in the air, the north wind howled, and the world seemed cloaked in desolation. Iron Lin Mu Shishir's heart. Zhuang Xiang had always been the most outstanding boy in the class, while Xie Wenyong was nothing more than a clown, unworthy even to carry Zhuang Xiang's shoes, especially after seeing Su Yudi yesterday. Lin, the school belle, felt a heightened sense of rivalry. She did not quite understand what love was, but whenever she saw Zhuang Xiang getting close to another girl, a peculiar discomfort stirred within her. This notion made her delicate cheeks flush slightly. In class today, Zhuang Xiang reverted to his previous model student demeanor. When Wu Qiufeng entered for math class, she took the time to check on him, recalling how he had cried so intensely at the podium yesterday. Thank you, Teacher Wu. I'm fine now, Zhuang Xiang replied, touched. Zhang Ziyuan had discreetly helped Zhuang Xiang conceal his condition, having preemptively informed Wu Qiufeng that Zhuang Xiang was merely emotionally distressed at the time. At noon, after school, Zhuang Xiang and Li Huangxian headed to the cafeteria for lunch. He hesitated several times, contemplating sending a message to invite Su Yudi to join him for lunch. However, remembering they had just seen each other that morning, he thought it might come off as clingy and decided against it. The cafeteria buzzed with noise and chaos. Zhuang Xiang and Li Huangxian found a corner near the beverage vending machine. Son, why do you seem a bit distracted? Li Huangxian chewed heartily on some braised pork. Not at all. I'm quite focused on my meal, Zhuang Xiang replied, though his eyes roamed the crowd, searching for someone. He had even picked up his chopsticks incorrectly without realizing it. Boys understand boys best. Li Huangxian knew Zhuang Ziang's little secret without needing to guess. Curiously, he asked, "Could you tell me again how you met that girl?" Zhuang Ziang began recounting the story from their chance encounter beneath the ginkgo tree to the end of their fishing trip by the river, ultimately sending her off on the 19 bus. "You mean you both drank from the same cup of milk tea?" Li Huangshuan's eyes widened in disbelief. "Yes, she insisted on passing it to me, and I couldn't refuse," Zhuang Ziang grinned. "You realize that's practically an indirect kiss, right? Do you know that kissing can lead to pregnancy?" Li Huangxian exclaimed dramatically. "You must be joking. Becoming a father is not something for a 3-year-old. Zhuang Ziang retorted, irritated as he shoved a piece of braised pork into Li Huangshuan's direction. Li Huangxian, a perennial bachelor, shamelessly pressed Zhuang Ziang to describe the sensation of sharing a milk tea with a girl. "Was it sweet? Smooth? Did your heart race?" Zhuang Ziang, disinterested, focused on his meal. Suddenly, from his lowered gaze, he spotted a pair of pristine canvas shoes. Two slender calves, resembling delicate lotus stems, appeared as if drawn by a cartoonist. "Excuse me, may I sit here?" A melodious voice, akin to a lark, resonated. Zhuang Ziang looked up abruptly. Locking eyes with Su Yudi. Li Huangxian hastily urged, "Please, take a seat." Su Yudi placed her tray down, adjusted her skirt, and settled beside Zhuang Ziang, a gentle fragrance wafting towards his nostrils. "Hello, I'm Su Yudi, a friend of Zhuang Ziang." She introduced herself to Li Huangxian. "I'm Li Huangxian, Zhuang Ziang's no. Also his good friend," Li Huangxian stammered, having never spoken to such a beautiful girl before. Zhuang Ziang silently criticized him. "A fool cannot even speak properly in front of a beauty." "I'll treat you to drinks. What would you like?" Su Yudi inquired, glancing at the vending machine. "So generous?" "I'll have Fanta," Li Huangxian quickly replied. "I'll take Coca-Cola," Zhuang Ziang said. Previously, doctors had advised him to limit carbonated drinks, but now he relished the freedom to indulge as he pleased. Coca-Cola, often dubbed lazy person's joy, was what he craved most at this moment. Upon returning with the drinks, Su Yudi asked Li Huangxian, "Is Zhuang Ziang usually quite boring?" Li Huangxian nodded emphatically. "He's just a heartless problem-solving machine. He excels at nothing else, especially gaming, which truly drives me to tears." "Gaming?" Su Yudi's eyes filled with curiosity. "He's quite terrible at it. He can only catch one fish and does so poorly," Li Huangxian critiqued. "I'm actually quite skilled. They call me the man-eating fish of the canyon," Zhuang Ziang insisted, unwilling to lose face before the girl. "Bragging, are we? You just look like a foolish fathead," Su Yudi retorted, a look of disdain crossing her features. "Little butterfly, if you don't believe me, I'll show you just how capable I am later," Zhuang Ziang boasted, unable to stop himself. "Little butterfly?" Li Huangxian was taken aback. "You've only known each other for a few days, and you're already this affectionate?" "Butterfly is me. I am the butterfly," Su Yudi pointed at herself. This line sounded oddly familiar. And in that moment, Li Huangxian felt somewhat superfluous. After finishing lunch, the three emerged from the cafeteria, not yet 12:30. Zhuang Ziang intended to return for a nap and asked Su Yudi, "Would you like to join me for a nap?" "Huh." Su Yudi's expression turned bashful. "Isn't that a rather direct question?" Li Huangxian also looked embarrassed. "Then I'll take my leave." Chapter 15. "Are you crazy?" Li Huangxian, oblivious to the situation, insisted on accompanying Zhuang Ziang for a nap. Su Yudi bid farewell to the two and returned to the classroom. Zhuang Ziang shot a glare at Li Huangxian, filled with frustration. "This rascal, I fear I cannot keep you around." The two-bedroom apartment rented by Su Hui was much tidier this time. A pleasant sight. The two small goldfish swimming happily in the tank added a touch of vitality to the home. "This feels wonderful. I wish I could live alone as well," Zhuang Ziang mused. "Isn't your family's 180 square meter duplex comfortable?" Li Huangxian replied with a grin. "Forgive me for my free-spirited nature." Zhuang Ziang shot him a glance, thinking how fortunate Li Huangxian was, unaware of his own blessings. How could he bear to run away from such a happy family? After removing their shoes, the two lay side by side on the bed, staring at the empty white ceiling. Still not feeling sleepy, they decided to chat. "Son, Su Yudi is truly stunning. Are you pursuing her?" Li Huangxian asked, keenly curious. "What nonsense. I've only known her for 3 days," Zhuang Ziang immediately denied. "Such a girl could easily cause love at first sight. Why pretend to be aloof?" Li Huangxian pressed. Zhuang Ziang, upon seeing Su Yudi, had indeed become spirited in terms of animal behavior, This was a clear sign of infatuation. Just as their conversation was flowing, Zhuangzong felt a sharp pang in his heart at the question. In a low voice, he replied, I want to pursue her. I don't have the right. A person with only 3 months left to live pursuing a girl would only bring her harm, he thought. He felt unworthy of love. Li Huangxian was bewildered by Zhuangziang's sudden despondency. He nudged Zhuangziang. You're not going after such a lovely girl? Are you out of your mind? Zhuangziang continued to gaze at the ceiling, a bitter smile gracing his lips. Indeed, I am unwell. Li Huangxian failed to grasp his deeper meaning, attributing it to a simple lapse in judgment, or perhaps a reluctance to admit his attraction to the girl. After a moment of silence, Zhuangziang suddenly asked, Son, if we were to never see each other again, would you miss me? I'd miss you, sure. You'd better stay far away from me. I'm already envious of you, handsome and brilliant. Making me feel like a complete waste, Li Huangxian complained incessantly. I'm the one who has got a problem, being friends with the top student. At home. If I slip up even slightly, my parents use you as an example to motivate me. Why are you so annoying? If you weren't in this world, I'd seriously consider celebrating with firecrackers. Zhuangziang turned slightly, a tear silently sliding onto his pillow. Memories flooded his mind. On the very first day of school, he had met Li Huangxian, quickly binding them in a brotherly bond. This fellow was carefree and straightforward, always appearing as if he lacked depth, never understanding what sorrow meant. He truly treated Zhuangziang like his own son. Zhuangziang served as class monitor, and Li Huangxian was his staunchest supporter. During class activities, he was always eager to participate, facilitating Zhuangziang's responsibilities. When rumors of Zhuangziang and Lin Mushishir circulated, he enthusiastically helped clarify, claiming Lin Mushishir had a crush on him, being chased around the ping-pong table by the school bell. Whenever delicious food was prepared at home, Li Huangxian always invited Zhuangziang over. Even Li Tianyun and Fanling jokingly remarked that it felt as if they were raising 2 sons. As Li Huangxian's complaints began to wane, his eyelids grew heavier. Zhuangziang heard the sound of snoring beside him and turned to gaze at Li Huangxian's profile. Growing up in such a family environment, he was fortunate to have encountered such a good buddy. Otherwise, his entire youth would be filled with bitterness. Son, promise me, when I'm no longer here, don't be too sorrowful. It would be best if you could do as you said, buy some firecrackers to send me off. And if you ever witness the conclusion of Detective Conan in your lifetime, please burn a set for me. I'll watch over you from the other side, wishing you peace. With a heavy heart, Zhuangziang remained awake, in a half-dreaming state. He soon heard the alarm go off. Meanwhile, Li Huangxian slept soundly beside him. Drooling onto his chin, Zhuangziang forcefully kicked him off the bed, exclaiming, You've soiled my new sheets, and I shall break 3 of your legs. Li Huangxian rolled over and lunged back onto the bed, engaging in a playful scuffle with Zhuangziang. You ungrateful wretch, do you wish to commit patricide? The camaraderie between boys is indeed so refreshingly simple. As they walked along the path to school, Li Huangxian resembled a hyperactive child, occasionally pretending to shoot hoops in the air or kicking pebbles along the way. Zhuangziang pointed to a ginkgo tree by the roadside, asking, Can you reach that leaf? Li Huangxian, wiping his nose with confidence, replied, What if I can touch it? Impressive. Zhuangziang chuckled. Those 4 words represent the highest praise among boys, a commendation worth risking everything for. Li Huangxian took a few steps back for momentum and leaped, successfully plucking the large ginkgo leaf. The ginkgo is a unique species in our country, having witnessed millions of years of history, rendering humanity insignificant in comparison. In spring and summer, the leaves are green, but come autumn, they turn golden and flutter in the wind like butterflies. For Zhuangziang, the ginkgo now held an additional layer of significance. He could never forget that breathtaking moment when he first met Su Yudi beneath the ginkgo tree. Is that impressive? Li Huangxian proudly handed the ginkgo leaf to Zhuangziang, adding, This leaf will look beautiful when it turns yellow in autumn. Autumn is so far away. I might not see it. Zhuangziang murmured to himself. Li Huangxian found it puzzling, sensing that Zhuangziang had been somewhat peculiar these past few days. However, upon reflection, he realized it was only human nature. Having a friendship with such a beautiful girl, and it even appeared to have potential, one would surely feel a bit out of sorts. During the 3rd period that afternoon, merely 10 minutes into the class, Zhang Zuan appeared at the classroom door, apologizing to the teacher before calling for Zhuangziang. The classmates were bewildered. It seemed that old Zhang had been summoning Zhuang Ziang rather frequently of late. Hadn't he ceased being the class monitor? Zhang Laoshi, you call for me every day, and my classmates are starting to look at me oddly, Zhuang Ziang complained in the corridor. There's no helping it. Your father has come, Zhang Ziyuan shrugged. What does he want? Zhuang Ziang asked in surprise. Since Zhuang Ziang began attending this school, Zhuang Wenjiao had only visited once, on the first day of enrollment. He stayed for half an hour before receiving a call from the company and hastily departing. Ever since, he had always found various excuses to dodge attending any events, whether it be semester breaks, school openings, or parent-teacher meetings, often dismissing it with, "You're not a child anymore. Do you really need your parents to pick you up?" Zhuang Ziang could only manage a bitter smile, thinking, when I was a child, I never saw you pick me up either. Chapter 16. Not going back at this hour, the teachers were all in class. Leaving the office empty, Zhang Ziyuan escorted Zhuang Ziang to the door, saying, "Your father's expression doesn't seem too pleasant. I'll wait outside. Just call for me if you need assistance." Zhuang Ziang nodded, "Thank you." Teacher Zhang. Taking a deep breath, he pushed open the door. Zhuang Wenjiao was seated in Zhang Ziyuan's chair, his demeanor grave. Qin Shulan stood beside him, arms crossed. "Dad, what brings you here?" Zhuang Ziang asked with a stoic expression. "Ziang, stop throwing a tantrum. I'm here to take you home," Zhuang Wenjiao replied with a stern face. He had already discussed with his ex-wife that Zhuang Ziang was burdened with heavy academic responsibilities, living alone without anyone to care for him, a situation that could not continue. "Dad, I'm doing just fine. I don't want to go home," Zhuang Ziang replied with unusual calmness. Why leaving would grant you a happy family of 3. Isn't that a win-win situation? Why must I return and make everyone uncomfortable? Qin Shulan interjected. "Ziang, I spoke with Yu Hang. He admitted to saying some inappropriate things to you. Be a bit magnanimous and don't hold it against him." While her words sounded like an apology, they were still biased. She brushed aside her son's mistakes, yet continuously demanded Zhuang Ziang to be more forgiving. He had heard similar sentiments throughout his life, so much so that his ears had nearly calloused over. But what could he demand? She was merely a stepmother, forcefully stitched into his life due to her relationship with Zhuang Wenjiao. Maintaining the facade of harmony for over a decade had already proven quite challenging. "Aunt Qin, if you have time, please discipline Yu Hang more. I've heard he is struggling academically and has quite a troublesome character." Zhuang Ziang finally voiced a thought he had long suppressed. Since his birth, Zhuang Yuhang had been pampered by his parents, showered with boundless affection. Such indulgence inevitably fostered a sense of entitlement. Each time Zhuang Zong saw his younger brother enjoying a carefree childhood, he felt an overwhelming sense of injustice. "I am aware of that," Qin Shulan replied curtly, her eyes betraying a hint of dissatisfaction. "Who speaks ill of their precious son to their face?" Zhuang Wenjiao, sensing his wife's displeasure, adopted a more severe tone. "You should manage your own affairs. You needn't concern yourself with Yu Hang's matters. You ought to apologize to Aunt Qin for speaking to her in such a manner. How can you not even show respect to your elders? What have you been studying?" The reprimands escalated the tensions among the three. The atmosphere grew increasingly suffocating. Zhuang Ziang felt a chill in his heart. Why must she, just because he was forced to call her aunt, be considered a relative? In truth, she had no connection to him whatsoever. This home, which he had come to first, now relegated him to the status of an outsider. For over a decade, Zhuang Ziang had endured suppression and restraint. With merely 3 months left, couldn't he afford to indulge himself a little? "Dad, if you're here to argue with me, you can leave now. This is school, not a place for you to assert dominance." Zhuang Ziang's gaze was icy. "You must come home with me today. Your grandfather has heard that you plan not to return for 3 months, and it has upset him to the point of relapsing. Just look at how much trouble you've caused the family," Zhuang Wenjiao scolded. Zhuang Zong felt even more disheartened, thinking, "I knew it. It seems grandfather is forcing you to bring me back. Otherwise, you'd have nearly forgotten where my school is. So, will you return or not?" Zhuang Wenjiao shouted, "I will not." Zhuang Ziang declared resolutely. Having barely escaped that suffocating home, he would be foolish to return. He understood all too well that deep down, neither Qin Shulan nor Zhuang Yuhang would ever welcome him. They would be delighted if he stayed away forever, not wishing to have him underfoot. Zhuang Ziang's defiance left Zhuang Wenjiao somewhat at a loss for words. He glanced around, seemingly searching for something to grasp onto. Muttering angrily, "You're out of line. Do you think I can't handle you?" Zhuang Ziong remained unperturbed. Dad, let us go. Your behavior is quite unbecoming. When he was 5, shortly after Zhuang Wenjiao divorced Su Hui, he was in a terrible state, often turning to alcohol. When he returned home inebriated, he would drag the sleeping Zhuang Ziong from his bed, finding any excuse to either hit or scold him, berating him for looking like his mother, which infuriated him. He would scold him for having a mouth that cost money to feed. Later, when Zhuang Wenjiao began a relationship with Qin Shulan, he concealed the existence of his son. He sent Zhuang Ziong to the countryside to be cared for by his grandparents, where he attended kindergarten for half a year. Eventually, Zhuang Jianguo insisted on sending Zhuang Ziong back to the city for a better education, prompting Zhuang Wenjiao to reluctantly concede. Though Qin Shulan, the stepmother, outwardly said little, her occasional disdainful glances betrayed her true thoughts. In her eyes, there was no blood relation between them. Why should she assume the role of a nurturing mother? After Zhuang Yuhang was born, Zhuang Ziong's position within the household became even more precarious. Fortunately, with the emergence of a happy family, Zhuang Wenjiao's temper had moderated considerably, and he no longer resorted to physical violence. Yet, the bond between father and son had grown increasingly tenuous. Zhuang Wenjiao was nominally Zhuang Ziong's guardian, but in truth, it was his grandparents in the countryside who raised him. They would regularly send living expenses to Zhuang Wenjiao's card, which he would then pass on to Zhuang Ziong. As the intermediary, Zhuang Wenjiao often pocketed a little extra, using it to buy treats or toys for his younger son, Zhuang Yuhang. Zhuang Ziong had always been compliant, but today he was particularly rebellious. Zhuang Wenjiao felt his authority challenged and was furiously enraged, even contemplating resorting to violence within the school. Stop this! Zhang Ziyuan rushed in just in time. Zhuang Wenjiao glared at him, seething, "What kind of education is your school providing? You've turned him into this. It seems he has developed a rebellious streak. You've never even attended a parent-teacher meeting, so how could you possibly know how your child is being educated?" Zhang Ziyuan retorted angrily. He had stood outside, and while it was impolite to eavesdrop, the volume of their argument was simply too loud. He was astounded that Zhuang Ziong had not informed his biological father about his serious illness. How despairing that must be! It seems you're on the verge of ruining him. Zhuang Wenjiao shouted loudly. Very well, today I shall show you what we have done to educate your child. Zhang Ziyuan was equally incensed. He pulled open a drawer, rummaging through it until he produced a thick stack of documents, various report cards from examinations conducted over the past 2 years. Take a look for yourself. Zhang Ziyuan slammed the report cards down in front of Zhuang Wenjiao, stirring up a cloud of dust. Zhuang Wenjiao waved his hand dismissively and then picked up the first report card, which was from 2 years ago, the beginning of the school year. The first line displayed Zhuang Ziong's name prominently. Total score, 689. Class ranking, 1. Year ranking, 1. He then picked up the second card, which was from the first monthly exam, and once again, Zhuang Ziong topped the list. The third paper pertains to the midterm examination, the fourth to the monthly assessment, and the fifth to the final examination. Upon reviewing all the report cards, Zhuang Wenjiao's gaze wavered with uncertainty. Without exception, Zhuang Ziong's name was firmly entrenched in the first position, unyielding as if nailed down. He was aware that Zhuang Ziong achieved excellent grades, relieving parents of any concerns, yet he never anticipated such extraordinary prowess. Qin Shulan, standing nearby, had also perused the report cards. She murmured, "Is it truly so difficult to attain first in the grade at your school?" Zhang Ziyuan regarded her with an expression akin to that reserved for a fool. With 22 classes and over 1,000 students in the entire grade, what do you think? Zhuang Ziong, you are truly remarkable, growing up in such a stifling environment and still managing to excel. Heaven has been decidedly unfair to you. Chapter 17, Never Return in This Lifetime. Over 1,000 students in the entire grade, securing the top position for 2 consecutive years. The magnitude of this challenge is beyond Zhuang Wenjiao's comprehension. He only knows that his younger son, Zhuang Yuhang, is still in elementary school, with over 40 students in his class. By merely glancing at Zhuang Yuhang's exam ranking, one can ascertain the number of students in his class. Mr. Zhuang, you have never attended a parent-teacher meeting at school, yet many parents of students in our class are eager to meet you. Zhang Ziyuan said solemnly. Meet me? Why on earth? Zhuang Wenjiao replied in astonishment. They wish to consult you on how to raise such an exceptional child. Zhang Ziyuan remarked with a bittersweet smile. It is indeed somewhat ironic. Zhuang Wenjiao's countenance darkened, alternating between shades of pale and flushed. For a moment, he was at a loss for words. Throughout Zhuang Xiang's upbringing, his approach had been one of neglect. He had merely noted that Zhuang Xiang consistently performed well, effortlessly gaining admission to the city's finest school, without requiring his intervention. "Mr. Zhuang, if this is insufficient, I can show you some photographs," Zhang Ziyuan offered, retrieving his phone and scrolling to a dedicated album, which he presented to Zhuang Wenjiao. The images depicted Zhuang Xiang's award-winning moments from various competitions over the past 2 years. He had not only brought pride to himself, but also to his class and school. Yet, at every award ceremony, he stood alone, devoid of familial applause. Other children, even when receiving a third prize, would be embraced and encouraged by their parents. Zhuang Xiang, each time he won first place, could only stand solitary on the podium, enviously observing others. Almost invariably, his only companion was his homeroom teacher. Upon hearing Zhang Zuan's poignant words, Zhuang Wenjiao found himself speechless. He was compelled to acknowledge his lack of adequate concern for Zhuang Xiang. He was not a competent father. Zhuang Zong endeavored to remain stoic, yet his eyes glistened with unshed tears. Is familial affection not an inherent bond? Why is it that what others obtain effortlessly eludes him despite his relentless efforts? No matter how extraordinary Zhuang Xiang may be, he, like all children, yearns for his parents' love. He craved praise, embraces, and to be enveloped in boundless affection. However, Zhuang Wenjiao and Su Hui repeatedly disappointed him, until one fateful day. He finally forced himself to accept the reality that he had never been their pride in the office. Silence lingered for a time. Zhuang Wenjiao finally broke the tension, awkwardly stating, "Teacher, although Zhuang Xiang's grades are commendable, they do not justify his defiance towards his parents. Zhuang Xiang is usually very obedient. His behavior today has its reasons, don't you know?" Zhang Ziyuan retorted in anger. "Teacher Zhang," Zhuang Xiang interjected. He cast a pleading glance at Zhang Ziyuan. Shaking his head, his eyes reddened gradually, and his lower lip bore the marks of his biting. "Zhuang Xiang." Zhang Ziyuan felt a lump form in his throat, unable to suppress his emotions. Zhuang Xiang did not wish for his secret to be revealed. Once Zhuang Wenjiao learned the truth, he would undoubtedly be consumed by regret and guilt, desperately attempting to make amends with meticulous care, trying to compensate for over a decade of absent paternal love. Yet, that would merely be guilt, not genuine affection. He was unwilling to barter his life and dignity for such a hollow love. Zhang Zuan could only respect Zhuang Xiang's choice, his fists clenched tightly. Qin Shulan checked her phone for the time and leaned closer to Zhuang Wenjiao, whispering, "Yu Hang will soon finish school. We must go pick him up." Zhuang Wenjiao fixed his gaze on Zhuang Xiang. "I will ask you once more. Will you return home?" I am quite content staying at my mother's," Zhuang Xiang declared resolutely. "Very well. If you do not return today, you may never come back," Zhuang Wenjiao snapped, throwing down a chair and storming out. Qin Shulan hurried after him, anxious that they would be late and Zhuang Yuhang would grow impatient. Against the light, watching Zhuang Wenjiao's retreating figure, Zhuang Xiang suddenly called out, "Dad, have you never felt a moment of pride having me as your son?" Zhuang Wenjiao halted, neither turning nor responding. He stubbornly believed that a father need not apologize to his son. "Forget it, just go." The last glimmer of hope extinguished in Zhuang Xiang's eyes. "If there is no love for me, why bring me into this world?" Zhuang Wenjiao paused for a few seconds, then resolutely resumed his steps. After all, Zhuang Xiang was already 18, capable of taking care of himself. Once he came to terms with everything, he would return. In the office, only Zhang Zuan and Zhuang Xiang remained. All animosity dissipated. "Zhuang Xiang, do not be disheartened. There are still many who care for you in this world, such as myself, Li Huangxian, and Lin Mushi. Think of us," Zhang Zuan gently encouraged. "Thank you, Teacher Zhang," Zhuang Xiang said, clenching his jaw, his chin trembling slightly. He struggled to hold back his tears in front of Zhuang Wenjiao. No matter how tough he pretended to be, he remained a fragile child at heart. Zhang Ziyuan asked, "Such a significant matter, are you truly not going to tell your father?" Zhuang Xiang replied, his voice thick with emotion. "I just want to maintain a semblance of dignity." Zhang Ziyuan nodded in understanding. However, as a teacher, he had his own responsibilities. Zhuang Xiang appeared relatively stable at present, and he could temporarily adhere to medical advice for treatment. Should his condition worsen, parental notification would be imperative. "Teacher Zhang, may I take the afternoon off? I cannot concentrate in class with my current emotional state." Very well, I will prepare a leave of absence for you. Take some time to relax. Emerging from the office, Zhuang Ziong wandered aimlessly, lost in thought. Passing by a classroom, he heard a class engaged in music lessons, singing nostalgic old songs. Little child, did you cry today? Have your friends all departed, leaving behind an insurmountable loneliness? Beautiful child, did you cry today? Did you soil your lovely clothes, yet find no one to confide in? A notification pinged, and Zhuang Ziong's phone buzzed with a new message. Little butterfly, Zhuang Ziong, are you unhappy again? Zhuang Ziong quickly typed a reply. How did you know? I took the afternoon off, little butterfly. Meet me outside the ginkgo tree. I'll climb over the wall to find you. Zhuang Ziong glanced towards the northwest corner of the basketball court, where not a soul was in sight. The towering ginkgo tree swayed gently in the breeze. Holding the leave of absence Zhang Ziyuan had granted him, he exited the school gates, taking a long detour to reach the outer wall. In the distance, he spotted Su Yudi sitting atop the wall, her small feet in white canvas shoes swinging in the air. How did you climb up there? Zhuang Ziong inquired with curiosity. I borrowed a ladder from the equipment room. Su Yudi explained with a smile. Zhuang Ziong was even more puzzled, a girl of her stature, the school beauty, carrying a ladder across the playground. Wouldn't she be caught by the security guard? Why are you dawdling? Hurry and catch me, Su Yudi urged. Zhuang Zong quickly extended his arms, signaling her to jump down. Su Yudi leapt gracefully into his embrace, her weight so light it hardly required effort. Gazing closely at her exquisitely flawless face, Zhuang Ziong felt his breath quicken, his heart racing. Are you just going to hold me like this? Su Yudi's cheeks flushed. Only then did Zhuang Ziong come to his senses, hurriedly setting her down. The spring breeze tousled the girl's hair, just as it stirred the boy's heart. Chapter 18. I allow you to cry. Little butterfly, you're skipping class again. Won't the homeroom teacher cause you trouble? Zhuang Ziong and Su Yudi strolled side by side down the snack street, each holding a skewer of fish balls. As Su Yudi munched, her cheeks puffed out adorably like a pufferfish. She giggled. I didn't skip class. I have a leave of absence. Zhuang Ziong was dubious. No way. Do you think I'm 3 years old? Su Yudi removed her shoulder bag and unzipped it, revealing a pile of leave slips. Each one bore the homeroom teacher's signature, but the date was left blank, implying that Su Yudi could fill in any date she wished. Is it really like that? Zhuang Ziong's eyes widened in disbelief. He stared at the scrawled signature for a long time, unable to decipher a single word. Could this truly be the privilege of another's homeroom teacher? But if you have a leave slip, why climb over the wall? It's quicker to get out that way. Then we can enjoy all sorts of delicious food. Su Yudi's foodie rationale left Zhuang Ziong momentarily speechless. He felt an inexplicable aura of mystery surrounding her. He switched topics. How did you know I was unhappy? Su Yudi raised her right hand, poking a finger into Zhuang Zong's chest. She lightly tiptoed closer, whispering in his ear, because we are friends. We share a telepathic connection. The warmth of her breath sent a shiver down Zhuang Ziong's neck. Such an explanation of telepathy seemed too trivial. Follow me. Su Yudi naturally grasped Zhuang Ziong's wrist, leading him out of the bustling snack street and down the long stone steps. The meandering river lay before them, resembling a dormant giant dragon. The water flowed quietly eastward, while willows swayed gently in the breeze along the banks. The pair traversed a vast expanse of verdant grass, arriving at the riverbank strewn with smooth pebbles. These seemingly unremarkable stones had, over millions of years, been polished by the relentless current and their mutual collisions, achieving their rounded, glossy forms. In the grand scheme of existence, a mere century of life is insignificant. As the ancient sages eloquently stated, life between heaven and earth is but a fleeting moment, like a white steed passing through a gap. In the tapestry of history, 3 months and 100 years are hardly distinguishable, both ephemeral in nature. As they approached the water's edge, the sound of waves lapping against the shore became audible. A cool breeze tousled their hair and the hems of their garments. Su Yudi removed her shoes and socks, revealing a pair of lustrous jade-like feet, which she delicately placed upon the smooth pebbles. As the river's waters rose, they enveloped her tiny feet, and the white foam splashed up, dampening the hem of her azure dress. You should take off your shoes and join me, Su Yudi beckoned to Zhuang Ziong. Is it appropriate for us to be playing in the water during class time? Zhuang Ziong hesitated. Have you always been this rule-abiding? Su Yudi inquired, a pointed remark that struck a nerve with Zhuang Ziyang. Indeed, why should he adhere so strictly to the rules? He swiftly shed his shoes, rolled up his trousers, and gingerly stepped onto the pebbles, making his way to Su Yudi's side. The cool river water lapped at his ankles. A delightful sensation. Su Yudi cupped her hands around her mouth and shouted towards the gently flowing river. Zhuang Ziyang is a big fool. The wind carried her voice into the archway of the bridge, where it echoed back. Zhuang Ziyang is a big fool, fooled. Su Yudi's laughter rang out like the chime of silver bells, her smile breathtakingly beautiful. Why are you scolding me again? Zhuang Ziyang mumbled in discontent. Because you are always so unhappy, torturing yourself, which makes you a big fool. Su Yudi pouted her cherry-like lips. Unwilling to be outdone, Zhuang Ziyang shouted back at the river, Little butterfly is a little silly. Little butterfly is a little silly, silly. The echoes from the bridge had a rich resonance. Upon hearing this, Su Yudi not only felt no anger but her lovely almond-shaped eyes crinkled into crescent moons as she laughed. Zhuang Ziyang, you must be happy every day. Zhuang Ziyang turned his head to gaze at the perfect profile of Little Butterfly, a wave of profound sorrow washing over him. He felt ensnared by this girl, deeply aware that he should not be, yet unable to extricate himself. How would he face their impending separation in 3 months? Noticing that Zhuang Ziyang had been silent for a while, Su Yudi looked up at him, only to find his eyes brimming with tears. Zhuang Ziyang, if you're feeling particularly sad, I permit you to cry, she said. Those words shattered Zhuang Ziyang's composure. Since his arrival in this world, all the grievances and heartaches surged forth. Tears cascaded down his cheeks, falling silently into the river, creating ripples. Zhuang Ziyang bent down, unwilling for Little Butterfly to witness his distress. He exerted all his effort to stifle his sobs, yet low whimpers escaped him. His entire body trembling slightly, Su Yudi reached out, gently stroking his back, hoping to bring him some comfort. Unbeknownst to her, tears began to well up in her own eyes. Little Butterfly, why are you crying? We are good friends, and seeing you sad makes me sad too. Zhuang Ziyang had once thought that this indifferent world held little to cling to, yet at this moment, he felt an overwhelming reluctance to part. Why? Why did I have to meet you when I am suffering from a terminal illness? Zhuang Ziyang struggled to hold back his tears, then extended his hand to wipe away the glistening droplets from Little Butterfly's cheek. Those tears were the most precious gems in the world. Little Butterfly, I am no longer sad, and you must not cry either. All right? Let the river wash away all your sorrows, and from now on, you must be happy every day, Su Yudi sniffled. Zhuang Ziyang crouched down, scooping up a handful of cool river water to wash his face, letting the endless flow carry away his tears. A sudden wave surged forth, causing the water to rise further, reaching Su Yudi's calves. She had to lift her skirt with both hands, retreating slightly. Be careful not to slip on the rocks, Zhuang Ziyang reminded her hastily. Carry me up? Su Yudi exclaimed, her small face filled with panic. Without hesitation, Zhuang Ziyang swept her into his arms in a princess carry. After all, he had done this twice while climbing over the wall, so it was a familiar feat. Once seated on the grass, Su Yudi rested her little feet on Zhuang Ziyang's lap to dry. He questioned himself, having never been particularly fond of feet, yet the sight of her fair and tender feet made it hard to resist stealing glances. Zhuang Ziyang, why do you keep staring at my feet? Su Yudi asked, her face flushed. I'm not. I'm looking at the grass, Zhuang Ziyang denied. You've looked 7 times already. Nonsense. My gaze must have a focal point. Zhuang Ziyang, caught in his lie, turned away to gaze at the clouds drifting in the sky, his cheeks slightly warm. All right, I'm not blaming you. Help me put my shoes back on. You can wear them yourself? You have hands, he replied playfully. Hemph, stingy boy. Chapter 19. A promise not to break. Zhuang Ziyang and Su Yudi sat on the grass, gazing blankly at the sky, envious of the drifting clouds. Occasionally, a few butterflies fluttered by their line of sight. If only I were a little butterfly, I could fly across the river to see the scenery over there, Su Yudi sighed. We could fly a kite and let it help us take a look? Zhuang Ziyang suggested with a smile. Great idea? You're so clever, Su Yudi exclaimed with delight. You just called me foolish, Zhuang Ziyang pointed out. Should I go buy a kite now? He asked. Su Yudi glanced at the position of the sun and shook her head. It's too late today. I need to catch the bus home soon. Can't you come back a bit later? Zhuangziang replied, disappointment creeping into his voice. No, I must catch that bus. From Su Yudi's tone, it seemed her upbringing was quite strict. It made sense. It was unsafe for a girl to be out too late. Little butterfly, tomorrow is Saturday, and there is no class. Let us come here to fly kites. Zhuangziang proposed as a compromise. Sure, let's South meet at Shishan Park tomorrow morning. Su Yudi agreed without hesitation. The sun in the sky grew increasingly red, hanging above Shishan. Suddenly, the shrill ring of a cell phone shattered the serene atmosphere. Zhuangziang picked it up to see Mom displayed on the screen. He stared at it for a good 10 seconds before swiping to answer. Mom, you should be working right now. Why are you calling me? Su Hui's voice came through. I heard you had an argument with your dad. Zhuangziang hesitated before replying, I don't want to go back home. I'll stay with you until you return. Su Hui sighed, her voice filled with earnest concern. Xiang, my divorce from your father has caused you a lot of pain. Please try to understand him and get along well with your aunt and brother. Don't make it hard for your dad. I, as your mother, have been inadequate, not having enough time to accompany you. Zhuangziang suddenly interjected, Mom, how are things with that male colleague of yours? Su Hui was taken aback. Why are you asking this out of the blue, you little kid? Zhuangziang choked up momentarily before saying, find someone to take good care of you. Don't tire yourself out. Su Hui chuckled lightly. When you grow up, you can take care of me. Zhuangziang felt a wave of sorrow. He realized he might never grow up. Su Hui, unaware of the deeper meaning behind her son's words, offered a few more comforting remarks before hastily ending the call. Little butterfly, your mom treats you well, right? Zhuangziang asked the girl beside him. She seems so happy every day. She must live in a wonderfully happy family, with her parents cherishing her like a precious treasure. Su Yudi nodded. Yes, my mom treats me very well. I miss her every day and long to leap into her embrace. While these words sounded heartwarming, upon closer reflection, they felt somewhat awkward. Zhuangziang and Su Yudi remained on the grass until nearly 6 o'clock before they slowly made their way up the stone steps. Time is indeed a curious thing. A 45-minute math class feels interminable for Zhuangziang, yet sitting with little butterfly, even doing nothing, made 2 hours pass in the blink of an eye. Upon reaching the bus stop, they found several students waiting for their rides after school. Su Yudi's appearance immediately drew the attention of all the boys present. She was simply stunning. Dai felt as though the air around her turned sweet. Zhuangziang felt an uncomfortable pang of jealousy, wishing he could don a large mask to hide her face from prying eyes. The number 19 bus slowly rounded the corner, signaling their impending separation. Although they would meet again the next day, he still felt a twinge of reluctance. I'll wait for you in the park tomorrow. You must come. Zhuangziang insisted. Of course, I'll be there. If you don't believe me, let us make a pinky promise. Su Yudi replied, extending her right pinky. Zhuangziang frowned. At 18, was making a pinky promise not a bit childish? There were so many people watching. Hurry up, Su Yudi urged, unable to contain herself, and she grasped his hand. Their pinkies intertwined. Pinky swear, 100 years without changing. Su Yudi chanted, not forgetting to press her thumb against their joined fingers, imbuing the gesture with a sense of ceremony. A pinky promise is the most sacred bond among children. In the adult world, people are bound by countless laws and moral frameworks to uphold their promises, yet it remains rife with betrayal and inconsistency. However, among children, once a pinky promise is made, it is not to be broken. The bus arrived at the station, and students began boarding one after another. Su Yudi deliberately waited until the very end, hoping to spend a few more moments with Zhuangziang. Goodbye, little butterfly, he said, watching as the bus pulled away, its red taillights fading from view before he finally averted his gaze. He focused intently on the information at the bus stop for Route 19, pondering which stop little butterfly would disembark at. It wasn't until the characters began to blur into illegibility that he felt bored and turned to leave. Just a few steps away, a sleek black car came to a halt beside him. The window rolled down, revealing Lin Mushi's face, a widely recognized campus beauty. Her looks were undoubtedly impeccable. Zhuangziang believed Su Yudi was even more attractive, likely influenced by his personal bias. Li Huangxian praised Su Yudi's beauty, deliberately intending to provoke Lin Mushi and undermine her haughty demeanor. Zhuangziang, tomorrow is Saturday. You are not allowed to stand me up again, Lin Mushi warned. It was then that Zhuangziang recalled he still owed her a movie outing. However, he had already made plans with Su Yudi for tomorrow and had even made a pinky promise. As is well known, A pinky promise cannot be broken. Mushy, I have other commitments tomorrow. Can we perhaps postpone it just a smidgen? Zhuang Ziong gestured with his thumb and pinky, precisely illustrating a smidgen. Lin Mushy raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Are you going to fool around with that girl again? Zhuang Ziong cleared his throat awkwardly. What do you mean by fool around? Please choose your words more carefully, Lin Mushy pouted. Zhuang Ziong, you have been increasingly outrageous lately. You skip class more often than not. If you continue this way, you will fall behind. Faced with his friend's reproach, Zhuang Ziong was at a loss for words, unable to disclose the unfortunate news directly. After a moment's contemplation, he decided that a cheeky approach would best diffuse the tension. Mushy, are you perhaps feeling jealous? Lin Mushy's brows furrowed in irritation. Zhuang Ziong, who would be jealous of you? You can roll as far away as you can. But what if one day I roll away and never return? Would you miss me? Zhuang Ziong had posed a similar question to Li Huangxian, and now it was Lin Mushy's turn to respond with disdain. Why on earth would I miss you? Hurry up and disappear. Boys lining up to take me to the movies are a dime a dozen. Do you really think I'm that desperate? Unaware of her own stubbornness, she continued, go ahead and hang out with whoever you please. I can't be bothered with you anymore. Lin Mushy then raised the car window and instructed the driver to proceed, leaving Zhuang Ziong alone, disheveled on the curb. The evening breeze was fierce, filled with sand, and it stung his eyes, making him want to weep. Chapter 20. Falling in love upon returning to his rented apartment, Zhuang Ziong discovered Li Huangxian waiting at the door. Son, what brings you here? He asked with a smile. Li Huangxian replied tersely, you didn't show up for class this afternoon. I was worried about you. Why couldn't I reach you on the phone? It was only then that Zhuang Ziong realized his phone had accidentally been switched to silent mode. He quickly apologized. My bad, you've been skipping classes left and right. Is there something you're hiding from me? Even Li Huangxian, carefree as he was, could sense Zhuang Ziong's unusual behavior. The top student in the entire grade rarely missed classes. This was unprecedented. Deciding to temporarily conceal his illness from his best friend, Zhuang Ziong planned to let him know later, hoping to delay the sadness for a bit longer. If someone as carefree as Li Huangxian were to shed tears, it would be anything but cool. My dad came to school and threw a fit. I was feeling down, so I asked teacher Zhang for a leave. Zhuang Ziong explained, omitting certain details. Your dad usually ignores you. Now he dares to throw a tantrum? If you're worried about being labeled rebellious, I can help you deal with him, Li Huangxian offered indignantly. Forget it. I doubt you could take him on, Zhuang Ziong thought warmly. Having a confidant in life was enough. This was a saying attributed to Lu Sun, a true classic. Although Zhuang Ziong initially planned to settle for a casual dinner, Li Huangxian insisted on taking him home for a meal. Calling his mother, Fanling, to request she prepare a few of Zhuang Ziong's favorite dishes. Zhuang Ziong genuinely liked Li Huangxian's parents, who were sincere, amiable, and exuded a refined warmth. The familial happiness he felt there was something he had never experienced at home. Ziong, please sit down. Dinner will be ready shortly. Fanling greeted them warmly as they entered. Zhuang Ziong politely responded, Uncle Auntie, sorry to trouble you again. Li Tianyun, seated on the sofa watching television, smiled and said, Ziong, we can't thank you enough. Huangxian has made considerable progress in his studies since being with you. The evening news played on the screen, reporting that due to worsening environmental conditions, modern individuals face great stress, leading to a troubling trend of younger cancer patients. Many young people, in the prime of their lives, are afflicted with terminal illnesses. Li Tianyun sighed deeply and reminded, Huangxian, Ziong, make sure to eat well at school and take care of your health. Dad, don't worry. I'm in great shape. I could even qualify to be a pilot. Li Huangxian confidently patted his chest. Zhuang Ziong bit his lip tightly, remaining silent. Meanwhile, Zhuang Wenjiao had been in a poor mood all afternoon due to Zhuang Ziong's situation. He reflected on whether he had favored one child too much over the other. Just stepping into Zhuang Ziong's room revealed an emptiness. The wardrobe held only a few worn clothes, and it had been ages since any new ones had been bought. However, the desk drawer was filled with various certificates and awards. At that moment, Zhuang Wenjiao's phone buzzed in his pocket. Upon seeing it was his father from the countryside, he quickly answered, soothing him, Yes, just sulking. He'll be back in a few days. I'm his father. It's my duty to discipline him. Sick and hospitalized. What could possibly be wrong with him at his age? After calming his father down, Zhuang Wenjiao collapsed onto the sofa, scenes from the classroom office flashing vividly in his mind. Was Zhuang Zong truly that exceptional? How had he, as a father, remained oblivious? Qin Shulan chimed in. Zhuang Ziong is such a diligent student. Yet he doesn't bother to help you hang with his studies, allowing him to languish at the bottom of his class. He shows no sense of responsibility as an older brother. He treats us as outsiders. Despite his son's academic excellence, he disregarded the bond of siblinghood. What good was that? Anger flared within Zhuang Wenjiao as he slammed his hand on the coffee table. He is my son. When did it become your place to criticize? You should manage your own son and keep him from causing trouble for me. Without Zhuang Ziong, this family felt far from the harmonious three-person unit it was supposed to be. Instead, conflicts only multiplied. After finishing dinner with Li Huangxian, Zhuang Ziong slipped into the bedroom. Son, confess honestly. Where did you run off to this afternoon? Li Huangxian regarded Zhuang Ziong with a scrutinizing gaze. I spent the afternoon by the river with the little butterfly. Zhuang Ziong admitted candidly. Again with the little butterfly? Li Huangxian stared intently into Zhuang Ziong's eyes for a long moment before exhaling deeply. You're in trouble. You've fallen in love. Zhuang Ziong quickly denied it. Stop with the nonsense. We're just good friends. Ask yourself honestly, do you truly only wish to be friends? Li Huangxian teased with a knowing smile. This made Zhuang Ziong hesitate. The adorable little butterfly was the kind of girl that could make any normal boy's heart flutter. Yet, he was not a normal boy. He was ill and had no right to feel such emotions. Son, she is a wonderful girl. Do your best, and I'll be your best man one day. Li Huangxian said, filled with hopeful dreams for the future. Best man? Zhuang Ziong felt a wave of bitterness wash over him. That future seemed too bright to contemplate. He found himself increasingly reluctant to part with this world. Not wanting to let go of Li Huangxian or the little butterfly, but fate would not allow it. He had a long life to plan. He felt as though heaven was playing the cruelest joke on him. Remembering their plans for the next morning, Zhuang Ziong chose not to stay the night at Li Huangxuan's home and returned to his own rented apartment. Gazing up at the night sky, filled with stars, he pondered if people turned into stars after death, which one would he become? He picked up his phone and, as if compelled by an unseen force, dialed the little butterfly's number once more. Sorry, the number you have dialed is currently unreachable. Please try again later, just like last time. Every evening, the little butterfly vanished, becoming unreachable, only to reappear the following day, like an elusive shooting star illuminating Zhuang Ziong's otherwise dark life. Chapter 21. Don't leave me walking along the road at the school entrance, heading south. One eventually arrives at Xishan Park. The park is adorned with exotic flowers and unique stones, featuring pavilions and waterside structures. Many elderly individuals frequent this place for their morning exercises. As it was the weekend, Zhuang Ziong rose later than usual, hurriedly stepping out to purchase 2 servings of breakfast from a local eatery. The park, abundant with trees, offered particularly fresh air. Without much effort, he soon spotted the girl with the slanted peach blossoms beside the flower bed. On the 4th day, Su Yudi remained adorned in the same attire. Her dress immaculate, appearing as pristine as new. She held a paper box in her hands, feeding stray cats, her gaze brimming with affection. A large group of kittens, each a different hue, surrounded her, incessantly mewing. Huzi, where have you been? You're filthy. Pudding, have you been secretly dating your sister? Cheese, you've become nothing but skin and bones. Eat a bit more. From a distance, Zhuang Ziong found it quite amusing to hear Su Yudi conversing with the felines. As she had given each stray a unique name, Little Butterfly, he called out. Zhuang Ziong, you're here? Su Yudi turned with a smile, and in that instant, the flowers seemed to lose their vibrancy. Zhuang Ziong sighed in relief. Grateful she hadn't called him a big fool, he shook the breakfast bag in his hand. While you feed the kittens, allow me to nourish you. Being a foodie, Su Yudi had no resistance against delicious food. She promptly took the bag from him and sat by the flower bed, indulging heartily. While eating, she made sure to share some with the kittens. Zhuang Ziong watched her intently, a faint smile gracing his lips. Such a beautiful girl, completely unencumbered, showing no concern for her eating mannerisms. Why are you staring at me? Eat yourself, you big fool. Su Yudi shot him a glare. Zhuang Ziong quickly diverted his gaze, taking a sip of hot milk. He felt somewhat mischievous. Without receiving a few scoldings, he felt restless as Su Yudi ate. Her eyes occasionally wandered, seemingly searching for something. Upon noticing, Zhuang Ziong inquired, What are you looking for? Su Yudi furrowed her brow slightly. Tom hasn't he come? Tom? Zhuang Ziong asked, Puzzled. He is a little gray cat, quite silly. Much like that character from an animated series, she explained. Instantly, Zhuang Ziang envisioned a clumsy cat that could never catch a mouse. A creature that had brought laughter to countless children in their youth. Since he is a stray, he might have wandered elsewhere. He'll return in a few days. Zhuang Ziang reassured her. No, I used to feed him every weekend. He wouldn't want to leave me, Su Yuti murmured, disheartened. There's a sanitation worker over there. Should we ask her? Zhuang Ziang suggested, pointing to a distant cleaning vehicle. Yes, Su Yuti nodded. The two then approached the lady. For some reason, Zhuang Ziang felt an ominous premonition in his heart. Excuse me, have you seen a little gray cat? It's about this long, small in size, with a white spot on its ear. Su Yuti patiently described Tom's features to the lady. That cat has passed away, the lady responded. What? The milk in Su Yuti's hand fell to the ground, her face a mask of terror. It was hit by a car while crossing the road and was later buried by the roadside. The lady, perhaps fearing to frighten Su Yuti further, kept her explanation brief. In truth, many stray cats met tragic ends under vehicles. Their lifeless bodies left on the road, often without anyone to retrieve them, flattened beneath the wheels. How could this happen? How could this happen? How could this happen? Su Yuti repeated, tears streaming down her cheeks. Zhuang Ziang stood beside her, acutely aware of her sorrow. The lady sighed. What a kind girl, crying so much for a stray cat. Little butterfly, don't cry. Cats have 9 lives, Zhuang Ziang gently comforted. Su Yuti leaned against his shoulder, sobbing softly. I loved Tom the most. He was so adorable. Zhuang Ziang's hand hovered awkwardly in the air, mustering the courage to stroke the girl's hair. Little butterfly, don't be sad. Every cat will eventually die. Just like every person. He paused for a long time before sorrowfully adding, will also die. Su Yuti lifted her head, her tear-streaked eyes seemingly not comprehending Zhuang Ziang's words. He gazed into her eyes. People must part ways, just as you and I will inevitably face a day when we can no longer meet. Why? Don't you want to be friends with me anymore? Su Yuti asked. Her voice laced with tears. No, little butterfly. I wish to be your good friend for a lifetime. Then don't leave me. Zhuang Ziang tried to phrase his words delicately, but it was in vain. Even he was uncertain if he would possess the courage to confront that farewell 3 months hence. Continuing to dwell on this unresolved topic would only deepen their sorrow. Zhuang Ziang forced a smile. No more tears. We promise to be happy every day, and we still need to go fly kites. Let me cry just a little longer. I'll be fine soon, Su Yuti pleaded. All right, there is still time. Crying a bit longer is no problem, Zhuang Ziang replied, his gaze filled with compassion. When I leave, will you cry for me? If you don't cry, it seems a bit unfriendlike. But if you cry too long, I'll feel heartbroken. So just a little is enough. As the sun slowly rose, illuminating the grass and flowers, the stray cats finished their meal and dispersed. Zhuang Ziang took out a tissue, wiping away the traces of tears from Su Yuti's eyes. All right, let us go fly kites, and then I'll take you out for a nice meal. You said that when you're sad, you should eat lots of delicious food. Su Yuti rubbed her eyes, took a few deep breaths to compose herself, then slung her shoulder bag on. Let us go to your little home. What for? Zhuang Ziang asked, astonished. To make kites, of course. What else would we do? Su Yuti retorted. Zhuang Ziang finally realized, thinking they were going to buy a kite, while Su Yuti intended to create one herself. Clearly, the latter was far more meaningful. Crafting a kite by hand and watching it soar high in the sky is a profoundly fulfilling endeavor. The two departed the park and headed towards the residential complex. Upon reaching the ground floor, they encountered a neighbor sister. Upon seeing Little Butterfly, she beamed. Little sister, you're here again. Hello, sister, Su Yuti greeted sweetly. You should come often. It seems that when little Zhuang is with you, he is much happier than when he is alone, the neighbor sister said meaningfully. I will come often because we are good friends. Su Yuti replied. Her smile was pure and innocent, devoid of any ulterior motives. Even Zhuang Ziang was left questioning whether she fully grasped the neighbor sister's implications, in the eyes of others. A young man and woman together could hardly be mere friends. Chapter 22. The butterfly kite. Old bamboo, crafted into a new swallow. Kites were known as paper kites in ancient times, a name filled with poetic resonance. Arriving at the rented room, Su Yuti retrieved bamboo strips, rice paper, cotton thread, glue, candles, a knife, and paintbrushes from her bag. The level of professionalism left Zhuang Ziang astounded. You're really going to make a kite yourself? Of course. Do I look like I'm joking? Su Yudi replied earnestly. Zhuang Ziang had flown kites a few times in his childhood, always purchasing them, never having attempted to make one himself. Simply put, he was all thumbs. Kites have a history of over 2,000 years. Initially, they weren't made of paper. During the Song, Ming, and Qing dynasties, with the flourishing of papermaking, kite flying became a popular springtime activity for all ages. Passed down to the present day, kites have evolved beyond mere toys, becoming an art form of elegance. Over a decade ago, kite making was even listed as a national intangible cultural heritage. Su Yudi began by sketching a large butterfly on the rice paper, then fashioned a frame using the bamboo strips based on her design. Watching her heat the bamboo over a candle, bending it to the desired curve, Zhuang Ziang was utterly amazed. Her dexterity was remarkable. He stood by like a fool, completely unable to assist. Su Yudi secured the bamboo strips with cotton thread, constructing the butterfly's skeleton, then glued the rice paper onto it, trimming the excess. The basic shape of the kite was nearly complete. To transform the kite from a mere toy into a work of art, the most crucial aspect was the design on it. Su Yudi first outlined the lines with a pencil, then took out the paints and palette to mix the necessary colors. Next, she held the brush and began to paint in silence. The spring breeze wafted in, and the fallen blossoms whispered softly. Zhuang Ziang stood quietly to the side, admiring Little Butterfly's perfect profile, not daring to make a sound. At that moment, he imagined a refined young lady from 1,000 years ago, delicately illustrating a kite, gentle and graceful, captivatingly beautiful. He had never anticipated that the process of making a kite could become so enchanting. With immense patience, Su Yudi meticulously painted intricate patterns on the butterfly's wings. Ordinary bamboo and paper transformed into a piece of craftsmanship. All right, is it beautiful? After over half an hour of painting, Su Yudi finally set down her brush. Exhaling a sigh of relief, a vividly lifelike butterfly appeared before Zhuang Ziang's eyes. Little butterfly, you're amazing. Zhuang Ziang praised her profusely. My grandmother taught me this. I made one every year when I was little. Su Yudi felt quite pleased with her creation. She then picked up the brush again, writing a line of small characters in the specially left blank space. Zhuang Ziang, big fooled I in ancient times. Many wrote auspicious phrases on kites, typically celebratory. However, no one had ever written insults. You can scold me normally, but why write it on the kite? Zhuang Ziang grumbled in dissatisfaction. Let the kite carry away your foolishness. Perhaps you'll be a bit smarter in the future. Su Yudi flashed a sly smile, engaging in a bit of verbal sparring. Zhuang Ziang, unwilling to yield, picked up a pen and inscribed a line beside her. Little butterfly, little fool. Su Yudi's handwriting was elegant, while Zhuang Ziang's was ethereal, albeit somewhat juvenile in content. Consequently, the 12 characters crowded together, creating a murky patch that disrupted the overall aesthetic of the kite. It was rather unappealing. Su Yudi pouted. Zhuang Ziang then took up a brush, dipped it in red paint, and drew a heart between their two lines of text. This splash of crimson was akin to the finishing touch to a masterpiece, adding depth to the colors. Su Yudi gazed at the heart nestled between their names, her face flushing with embarrassment and her eyes sparkling with shyness. Once the glue and ink had dried, they ventured out to the riverside meadow. The sky was a brilliant azure, and a gentle breeze wafted through, creating an ideal atmosphere for kite flying. Su Yudi held the kite while Zhuang Ziang released it. He ran back and forth across the grass. And soon the butterfly-shaped kite was lifted by the breeze, soaring higher and higher. In truth, many traditional paper kites purchased online are merely for show, incapable of true flight. Yet Su Yudi's kite-making skills were truly commendable. As they watched the kite ascend into the sky, diminishing in size like a real butterfly, Zhuang Ziang felt a profound sense of accomplishment as a witness and participant in the kite's creation. This joy was incomparable to that of a purchased kite. He chuckled. With the wind at my back, I ascend to the heavens. Su Yudi kept her gaze fixed upward, clapping her hands in delight. Her laughter ringing like a delicate bell in her eyes. A hint of envy flickered. Above, the clouds drifted lazily, and below, the water flowed gently. How wonderful it would be to be a carefree little butterfly, soaring freely between heaven and earth. Once the kite reached a sufficient height, it required less effort to manage. An occasional tug on the string sufficed. Zhuang Ziang handed the spool to Su Yudi. allowing her to experience the sensation. Eagerly, she accepted it, bouncing around the grass, her neck craned in excitement, all the while giggling blissfully. Happiness, at times, is indeed this simple and pure. Zhuangziang sat quietly on the grass. Observing the girl, sunlight streamed down from the clouds, illuminating her figure. Each strand of hair was distinctly visible, swaying gently with her movements. The peach blossoms nearby were resplendent. The peaches are young and radiant. Their blossoms bright, the young man returns to build a home and family. This is a famous passage from the Book of Songs, depicting a young girl's marriage. Zhuangziang recalled Li Huangshuan's words from the previous night as the best man, and a pang of sorrow unexpectedly surged within him. Xu Yudi, dressed as a bride, would surely be stunning beyond words. Regrettably, he would not be there to witness it. The boy fortunate enough to marry her must have saved the galaxy in a past life. The kite ascended higher, becoming a mirror beneath the clouds, while the sun grew increasingly blinding. Obscuring his vision, Xu Yudi handed the spool back to Zhuangziang and then retrieved a craft knife from her backpack. "What are you doing?" Zhuangziang asked, astonished. "Cutting the kite string. Only then will the butterfly be truly free," Xu Yudi replied with clarity in her gaze. "You've put so much effort into making this kite. It would be a shame to lose it." Zhuangziang attempted to dissuade her. "I have relished the process of creating the kite. That is sufficient. Now, I want it to fly to distant places." Xu Yudi answered resolutely. In her heart, she did not view the kite as merely a toy. It was as if it were a living butterfly. Zhuangziang refrained from further persuasion, not wishing to appear trivial. Xu Yudi, with no hint of reluctance, decisively severed the kite string. The butterfly was entirely liberated, drifting in the wind, soaring towards the horizon, carrying the names of Zhuangziang and the little butterfly as it sought freedom. In this world, many matters yield a greater significance to their outcomes than to their processes. Much like every individual who must inevitably confront death, this does not hinder our enjoyment of life. Life is as splendid as summer flowers. Death, as serene as autumn leaves. Zhuangziang, hands in pockets, watched the kite vanish into the sky before returning his gaze to the girl beside him, clearly hearing the sound of his own heart stirring. Chapter 23. If you drink, drink well. As noon approached, it was once again the delightful time for a meal. Xu Yudi clamored for a self-service barbecue. She pulled out all her money, counted it, and declared, "I'll keep enough for transport. The rest is for you. If it's not enough, you can cover the difference." Zhuangziang shook his head. "You need not pay. No, I insisted on treating you last time." Xu Yudi insisted fervently. Zhuangziang, with no choice, accepted her offer. He had his own little stash, about 5,000 or 6,000 yuan, saved over the years from New Year's money gifted by his grandparents and occasional allowances from his mother. Considering his consumption habits, this could easily last him 3 months, provided he refrained from extravagant dining every day. However, knowing this little foodie had slightly escalated his expenses beyond his expectations. Barbecuing requires one to actively participate. Unlike other meals, Xu Yudi oiled the grill plate and placed various meats upon it, which soon began to sizzle and ooze with grease. The little glutton could hardly contain herself, tears of anticipation trickling from her lips. Once the meat was nearly cooked, she picked up the first slice, dipped it in sauce, wrapped it in a lettuce leaf, and offered it to Zhuangziang. "Here, open up." Zhuangziang obediently opened his mouth. Accepting her offering, the rich fat of the pork melded perfectly with the crispness of the vegetables, creating a delightful balance. The first bite was immensely satisfying. Zhuangziang refrained from eating himself as he was busy peeling shrimp for Xu Yudi, his hands becoming greasy. His movements were deft, and soon, a pile of gleaming shrimp meat filled the small butterfly's plate. This scene bore a certain elegance. Other diners cast envious glances their way. "Wow, that couple is so affectionate. The girl is incredibly beautiful and so gentle. The young man is quite handsome as well, peeling shrimp with such grace." A few comments drifted over, briefly satisfying Zhuangziang's vanity. If only this little butterfly were truly his girlfriend. How wonderful that would be. Xu Yudi paid no heed to their remarks, pretending to fiddle with the food on the grill, yet her flushed ears betrayed her inner feelings. Just as Zhuangziang swallowed the first piece of meat, another was promptly offered to him. He pushed the chopsticks back. "You haven't eaten yet. Don't keep feeding me. If you eat another piece, I will eat on my own," Xu Yudi insisted stubbornly. Zhuangziang, at a loss, opened his mouth once more. The meat offered by the little butterfly tasted exceptionally delicious. Despite being a glutton, she could curb her cravings to feed him first. What a delightful girl. Zhuang Ziang had visited this barbecue restaurant once before with Lin Mushu. Lin Mushu, a pampered young lady, was so averse to getting her hands dirty that she would shy away from any splatter at tea that time. He not only had to grill the meat, but also peel shrimp and pour drinks. While the illustrious Lin did nothing but eat and drink, Little Butterfly, however, was different. She exuded a sense of dexterity and was evidently skilled in the kitchen. She always managed to grill the food to perfection. After finishing peeling the shrimp, Zhuang Ziang went to wash his hands. Upon returning, he found that Su Yuti had divided half her shrimp to give him. "What drink shall we have? Still cola?" Zhuang Ziang inquired with a smile. Su Yuti waved him closer. "Come here a bit." Zhuang Ziang leaned down. "Why so mysterious over a drink?" Su Yuti leaned in close to his ear, her red lips parting to reveal a bold idea. Zhuang Ziang's pupils dilated in surprise. "What? Drink? Alcohol?" Su Yuti blinked curiously. "I've heard people say that alcohol is delightful. After drinking, one feels as if floating on air." Zhuang Ziang, having been a good child all his life, had seldom consumed alcohol. He had only heard adults warn that drinking could lead to reckless behavior. Their eyes locked, testing the boundaries of danger. Finally, Zhuang Ziang steeled himself. "If we're drinking, then let us drink." In the last 3 months of his life, he wished to break all taboos, refusing to remain the obedient child. If he were to die without ever experiencing the thrill of intoxication, it would be a life poorly lived. After all, Dr. Chun had said to enjoy whatever he desired. The joy of indulgence is genuine happiness. The drink options at the barbecue restaurant were self-service. Zhuang Ziang first grabbed a bottle of white liquor, then set it down in favor of 2 bottles of beer. Best not to go too overboard. As the beer poured into the glass, the golden liquid bubbled with white foam, releasing a faint aroma of barley. Su Yuti raised her glass. "Zhuang Ziang, may every day be filled with joy. Cheers, cheers, my good friend." They clinked their glasses, producing a bright sound, then proceeded to drink heartily. The moment the alcohol touched their lips, a bitter taste accompanied by a slight sting from the alcohol hit them. Zhuang Ziang frowned. Compared to milk tea and cola, this was far more difficult to swallow, akin to horse urine. Stealing a glance at Su Yuti, he noticed her brows knitted tightly, indicating her discomfort. Their gazes met, neither willing to concede, both forcing themselves to endure the unpleasantness as they drained their glasses. Su Yuti's cheeks visibly flushed, becoming adorably rosy. "Zhuang Ziang, does the alcohol taste good?" Su Yuti asked tentatively, and of course, it's delightful. "I drink it often at home," Zhuang Ziang replied, putting on a brave face. "Yes, I think it tastes good too. I want another glass." "Let us get 2 more bottles," Su Yuti challenged him, filling their cups once again. Zhuang Ziang swallowed hard, regret flooding his mind. Alas, vanity brings suffering. After consuming 2 shrimp, they clinked their glasses once more, the air resonating with a crisp chime. They gulped down their drinks, keeping a watchful eye on one another. Wary of any cheating, Su Yuti's face grew even redder, her spirits soaring, and her chatter increasing. She chattered incessantly, sharing jokes she had treasured for years, often laughing so hard that she would lose her composure. The beer's alcohol content is not particularly high, yet Zhuang Ziang, being somewhat inexperienced, finds himself feeling lightheaded after just a few drinks. His cheeks flush, and he perceives the small butterfly before him as if it is multiplied into 2. The jokes he hears are disjointed and nonsensical, yet he continues to chuckle foolishly. Dining with the little butterfly is inherently a joyous affair. Unbeknownst to them, they each consume 2 bottles of beer. Zhuang Ziang, struggling against his intoxication, takes unsteady steps to settle the bill. Upon his return, he discovers the little butterfly slumped over the table, her head resting on her arms. Blissfully dazed and adorably clumsy. "Little butterfly, let me take you home to sleep," he says, gently nudging her. "Zhuang Ziang, carry me," she slurs, her speech muddled. While he would have no trouble carrying her in a sober state, at present, he can barely walk straight himself, his strength insufficient. They can only lean on one another, stumbling out of the barbecue restaurant. Fortunately, their home is not far, and Zhuang Ziang exerts considerable effort to toss Su Yuti onto the bed. He helps her remove her canvas shoes and adjust her skirt to cover her long, shapely legs.
You sleep here. I will go to the sofa outside, he whispers in her ear at that moment. Su Yudi suddenly wraps her arms around his neck, pulling him down. Zhuang Ziong is caught off guard, losing his balance. He leans down, pressing his lips against her cherry-red ones. Chapter 24. The taste of beer on a girl's lips. The little butterfly's lips feel soft and moist against his. Zhuang Ziong's mind goes blank, a buzzing in his head as blood rushes through his veins, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. Those brief 3 seconds are etched into his memory. She has stolen my first kiss, yet Su Yudi remains blissfully unaware, releasing her grip on his neck. Zhuang Ziong lifts his head, his cheeks ablaze. Gazing at her delicate features, he feels as though he is dreaming. He tucks the blanket around her and hastily escapes the room. Though she initiated it, he feels as if he has committed some transgression. Lying on the sofa, Zhuang Ziong tosses and turns, unable to fall asleep for what seems like an eternity. The fleeting sensation from earlier haunts his mind. He pulls out his Bluetooth headphones, immersing himself in music, attempting to calm his racing thoughts. I fear you may fly away, fear you may leave me, but I fear even more that you will remain here forever. Every tear flows toward you, flowing back into the depths of the sky. The melancholic melody envelopes him. The effects of the alcohol gradually wash over him like the tide. Zhuang Ziong drifts into slumber, and the leading lady of his dreams is, of course, the little butterfly. The scenes are blush-inducing and exhilarating, indescribable in their nature. To elaborate further would surely breach decorum, and likely, no one would wish to hear it, so it is best omitted. Time passes, and Zhuang Ziong feels an itch in his nose, abruptly sneezing. Upon opening his eyes, he is met with Su Yudi's radiant smile. In her hand, she holds a feather she seems to have found, giggling uncontrollably. You are teasing me again, he says, rubbing his nose. You sleepyhead, the sun is nearly setting. She makes a face at him. Suddenly, Zhuang Ziong feels a wave of embarrassment wash over him. He quickly rises and rushes into the bedroom, locking the door behind him. He must first hide the evidence before washing it later. After several minutes, he finally emerges. Su Yudi notices that he seems to have changed his pants. Zhuang Ziong, you didn't take advantage of me while I was drunk, did you? She questions. Don't you remember? Zhuang Ziong is taken aback. I don't recall. All I know is that I was at the barbecue restaurant. And then I opened my eyes in your bed. Su Yudi looks innocently at him. Zhuang Ziong feels wronged. How can you be so shameless, taking advantage of someone while intoxicated and then turning the tables? He protests. You reek of alcohol. Who would want to take advantage of you? But you took off my shoes, she counters. If I hadn't what would happen if you dirted my bed? Su Yudi reasons, finding herself unable to pursue the argument further. However, recalling Zhuang Ziong's gaze upon her petite feet the previous day still feels unsettling. On the table, a round fishbowl contains 2 red goldfish swimming freely. Su Yudi picks up some fish food and tosses it into the water. Supporting her chin with her hand as she watches the fish eat, she envies. Silly, look how happy they are. They are nothing like you. You are not a fish. How would you know they are happy? Zhuang Ziong retorts. You are not me. How do you know I do not know their happiness? Su Yudi quickly fires back. You are not me. How do you know I do not know that you do not know the happiness of the fish? Zhuang Ziong's comment leaves Su Yudi pondering for a long while, nearly frying her brain. She suddenly pinches his arm hard. Let us see you talk back now. Zhuang Ziong yelps in pain. Indeed, one cannot engage in rational discourse with girls. Zhuang Ziong, I must return. Su Yudi glances out the window. Where twilight is approaching. Must you leave so early? I could still treat you to dinner. Zhuang Ziong implores. No. I need to catch the 6:10 bus. A hint of reluctance shines in Su Yudi's eyes. But she knows she must return before darkness falls. Zhuang Ziong, feeling helpless, accompanies her back. They arrive at the bus stop, sitting on a bench, eating oden while waiting for the 19 bus. Though Zhuang Ziong is reluctant, the bus arrives regardless of his wishes, rounding the corner. Let me have one more bite. Su Yudi quickly swallows her dumpling and takes another bite of the fish tofu. Will you come again tomorrow? Zhuang Ziong asks eagerly. What is there to do tomorrow? Su Yudi blinks her large, sparkling eyes. We could go to the library to read joke books, Zhuang Ziong suggests, then immediately regrets the childishness of the idea. It is the weekend, and few are waiting for the bus. As soon as the doors open, Su Yudi steps onto the bus. Zhuang Ziong watches her slender figure depart, feeling a profound sense of loss. wishing he had suggested a more entertaining outing. Just as the doors are about to close, the girl suddenly turns back. All right, then let us meet at the library entrance tomorrow morning. The vehicle pulls away, carrying her into the distance. Zhuang Xiang spins in place, elated like a fool, eagerly awaiting the arrival of tomorrow, even if it means drawing closer to the brink of demise on his way home. Zhuang Xiang has a bowl of beef noodles for a hasty dinner and buys a magazine to pass the long night. Around 8 o'clock, he sends a message to the little butterfly. What do you want to eat tomorrow morning? Just like last time. He receives no reply. After a while, his phone suddenly rings. He quickly answers, only to find it is a video call from Li Huangxian. Son, why is it you? The expression on Li Huangshuan's face reveals his frustration. From the sound of your voice, you seem disappointed. Zhuang Xiang forces a smile. Not at all. How was your weekend? What fun could I have? You know my mother enrolled me in a tutoring class. Li Huangxian complains. He proceeds to vent about the torturous hours spent in class alongside a group of academic overachievers, nearly drowning in the pressure. After Zhuang Xiang offers some comforting words, he finally calms down. I really want to find someone to date. Li Huangxian suddenly asks, Son, have you ever kissed a girl? What? I haven't even had a girlfriend. So who would I kiss? Zhuang Xiang stammers, feeling a pang of guilt. What do you think a girl's lips taste like? Strawberry? Li Huangxian speculates curiously. No. I think it should taste like beer. Zhuang Xiang replies without hesitation. Have you lost your mind? How could a girl's lips taste like beer? Li Huangxian shoots him a disdainful look. Forget it. Discussing this with you is pointless since you've never kissed anyone. After a meandering conversation, they finally end the call. Zhuang Xiang reflects on those unforgettable 3 seconds from earlier, reaffirming that indeed, a girl's lips taste like beer. Suddenly, he remembers the shameful item hidden in his wardrobe. He rushes to the bathroom, pouring half a bag of laundry detergent and scrubbing vigorously. The dreamlike scenario still makes his cheeks flush and heart race, yet it leaves a lingering sense of sweetness. Chapter 25. The terrifying incident at the library. After washing his clothes and freshening up, Zhuang Xiang lies on his bed, playing with his phone. He opens the class group chat and sees the new class monitor. Xia Wenyong has posted a message, tagging everyone. The gist of it is that next Tuesday and Wednesday will be the uniform monthly exams for the entire grade, urging everyone to prepare in advance. It is merely a simple notification that the whole class should be aware of, yet he insists on asserting his authority, demanding confirmation from everyone who receives it. Many students choose to ignore him, leaving only a handful of replies acknowledging receipt. Xia Wenyong is dissatisfied and sends another message. Why are there so few responses? Is everyone else asleep? Li Huangxian, unable to tolerate it, replies without hesitation, stop acting like you are important. When Zhuang Xiang was class monitor, he never made such a fuss. Now that I am the class monitor, the rules are set by me. Xia Wenyong types back immediately. A new official must assert their authority. If I cannot establish my credibility, future tasks will be difficult. He silently vows to prove to Lin Mushi and all the teachers and classmates that he is superior to Zhuang Xiang. Yet, contrary to his expectations, the classmates are not impressed. Instead of the uniform acknowledgement he envisioned, he is met with a barrage of ridicule. He is just a pathetic class monitor. Zhuang Xiang didn't even want to give it to him. Just look at him, taking himself so seriously. In my heart, I only recognize Zhuang Xiang as the class monitor. Who can break the record of being first in the entire grade for 2 consecutive years? Xia Wenyong's teeth ground together in fury, as the flames of jealousy blazed fiercely within his heart. At that moment, Zhuang Xiang casually typed 2 light words. Received. The campus bell, Lin Mushi, promptly echoed. Received. Li Huangxian. Received. Zhang Ziyu. Received. Deng Zhuoran. Received. Witnessing this scene, Xia Wenyong finally grasped the unassailable position that Zhuang Xiang held in the hearts of their classmates, a status he could never hope to shake. The more he realized this, the more indignant he became, deepening his desire to prove himself. On Zhuang Xiang's part, he bore no ulterior motives. His reply of received was genuinely meant to support Xia Wenyong in his endeavors, to lend him a semblance of authority. After sending the message, he set his phone aside and picked up a magazine, soon succumbing to sleep, his heart brimming with anticipation for his library rendezvous with the little butterfly the following day. At dawn the next day, a sudden ping jolted Zhuang Xiang from his slumber. He retrieved his phone from the bedside, and indeed, he found a message from the little butterfly. Lazy pig, hurry up. I bought you breakfast. Zhuang Xiang instantly sprang up, the remnants of sleep vanishing. Did she only play with her phone during the day? Did she truly forget about yesterday's kiss? After a refreshing shower and changing into clean clothes, he left his home, hopping onto a shared bicycle to the library. Under the white poplar trees in front of the library, a girl donned in a white shirt and blue skirt was gracefully hopping on the red bricks. Her steps light and her feet seemingly blossoming with flowers. The morning sunlight filtered through the leaves, casting dappled shadows upon her, making her appear as if she were a fairy fallen from the heavens. It was the little butterfly. Zhuang Xiang found himself entranced. "You're so slow. My breakfast is almost cold." Su Yudi pouted, feigning annoyance. "I'm sorry. I'll be quicker next time." Zhuang Xiang hastily apologized. Each meeting with the little butterfly left him yearning for the next. And the one after that, ideally, he wished to be inseparable from her. Food was not permitted in the library, so the two settled on a nearby set of steps to share breakfast. Su Yudi had brought steamed buns and xiaomai, accompanied by hot milk. In the matter of dining, it was not the food itself that mattered, but rather the company one shared it with. When together with someone they cherished, even the most humble fare could be a feast fit for royalty. "Wow, Zhuang Xiang, this xiaomai is delicious. You should try it." "No way, you've already bitten into it's fine. I haven't bitten this side." "All right then." Anyone witnessing them would think they were a pair of affectionate young lovers. A poignant reminder of the plight of the single. After finishing their meal, the two entered the library. It was the weekend, and the number of visitors was considerable. Zhuang Xiang encouraged Su Yudi to find a seat first. While he went off in search of books, to indulge his childish whims, he selected several joke books and fairy tales, aimed at a younger audience, complete with pinyin annotations. After gathering his books, he wandered to the reading area. And after a while, he finally spotted Su Yudi in a secluded corner. "Why did you pick such a remote spot?" Zhuang Xiang felt it was a bit too far. "I just encountered something terrifying." Su Yudi replied mysteriously. Zhuang Xiang was taken aback. In a library bustling with people, what could possibly be so frightful? Noticing his skepticism, Su Yudi quickly added, "I clearly saw many empty seats, but when I went to sit down, someone beside me told me there was someone there. Is that it?" Zhuang Xiang stifled a laugh. "Isn't it terrifying? I saw an empty seat, but they could see someone." Su Yudi insisted earnestly. Zhuang Xiang was momentarily unsure if she was genuinely amused or just teasing him. He handed her the joke book, saying, "All right, let us read." Like a child, Su Yudi eagerly accepted the book, engrossed in her reading, swiftly forgetting her earlier terrifying story. Her laughter was easily provoked, yet she often covered her mouth to stifle it, her cheeks flushing with embarrassment. Zhuang Xiang occasionally glanced at her, fearing she might suddenly erupt into laughter. The children's books were not particularly lengthy, and Su Yudi quickly finished two before getting up to exchange them. Zhuang Xiang remained absorbed in the enchanting world of fairy tales, hardly paying her any mind. Time flowed quietly by, akin to sand slipping through one's fingers, with people around them coming and going, each carrying their own joys and sorrows. After an indeterminate amount of time, Zhuang Xiang returned to reality and glanced at the girl beside him. This time, she was not perusing a joke book, but was instead intently focused on a copy of Nanjing, one of the 4 canonical texts of traditional Chinese medicine. Reputedly authored by the legendary physician Bien Quebec, the text delved into complex theories such as the 5 elements, the 8 extraordinary meridians, and the theory of the Ming Men, and was notoriously esoteric. Zhuang Xiang was taken aback. The girl who had just been giggling over children's books was now engrossed in such profound ancient literature. The contrast was striking. "Why are you reading medical texts?" Zhuang Xiang asked in a lowered voice. "I'm just casually curious," Su Yudi replied nonchalantly. "Does someone in your family have an illness?" "Not at all." Noticing Su Yudi's reluctance to elaborate, Zhuang Xiang refrained from pressing further. After all, matters concerning family health were often sensitive topics. He reflected on his own dire circumstances. How could he concern himself with others? As Qi Wu Luan states, "From life comes death, and from death comes life." Everything in the world is in a constant state of birth and decay. When a person dies, does everything truly become void? Around 11:30, Su Yudi discreetly reached out, poking Zhuang Xiang's hand. "What's wrong?" Zhuang Xiang looked up from his book. "I'm hungry," Su Yudi pouted, looking pitiful. Zhuang Xiang was speechless. It seemed she was perpetually hungry. Hadn't they just finished eating xiaomai not long ago? The two returned their books and exited the library, where Su Yuti finally felt free to speak up, her joy palpable, akin to a bird released from its cage. Zhuang Ziong, what should we have for lunch? Zhuang Ziong began to enumerate on his fingers. Hot pot, grilled skewers, milk tea, ice cream. As he listed an array of delectable options, Su Yuti's mouth nearly watered. Unexpectedly, he added, but none of those can be eaten. Huh? The light in Su Yuti's eyes faded instantly. I'm just a poor student without any income. If I indulge in lavish meals every day, I'll inevitably starve on the streets. Zhuang Ziong poked her forehead lightly. Su Yuti quickly unzipped her backpack, producing 2 20-yuan bills. This is all I have today, but you must leave me enough for the bus fare. Zhuang Ziong chuckled. Is your bag a treasure trove that money appears from every day? Su Yuti replied. No, every morning my grandmother gives me some money. Since I bought you breakfast this morning, there wasn't much left. With that revelation, Zhuang Ziong felt even more reluctant to spend her money. After a moment's thought, he suggested, I know a place that serves clay pot rice noodles. It's both delicious and inexpensive. Shall we go? Of course, as long as there's food, Su Yuti beamed. This girl had no particular food preferences. The clay pot rice noodles Zhuang Ziong mentioned were located near his apartment complex, run by a middle-aged couple known for their integrity and reasonable prices. Whenever he found himself with an empty pantry, he would come here for a meal. As they arrived at the restaurant, it was nearly noon, and the lunch crowd was substantial, bustling with life and the aroma of street food. The moment Su Yuti entered, she drew the attention of many patrons. Zhuang Ziong hurriedly guided her to a corner seat. They ordered 2 bowls of chicken soup noodles, which the proprietress promptly delivered. The broth was clear and fragrant, and Su Yuti eagerly took a sip, only to recoil, her tongue burning. Take it slow. If someone sees you, they'll think I've starved you for 3 days, Zhuang Ziong teased. This soup is delicious, Su Yuti praised with a smile in her eyes. It seemed there was no food that wasn't delightful. A girl with such an unselective palate was easy to please. As they slurped their noodles, they engaged in light conversation, with Su Yuti doing most of the talking while Zhuang Ziong listened quietly. She shared jokes she had read throughout the morning, transforming the mundane into moments of hilarity. Zhuang Ziong watched her with a smile in his eyes. As for the tome Nanjing, they both tacitly chose to avoid mentioning it again. Medicine is vast and profound, yet the more one knows, the more one often feels helpless in the face of bizarre and myriad ailments. What medicine can truly accomplish is, in reality, quite limited. Zhuang Ziong, didn't you run away from home? Why are you back? A discordant voice suddenly interrupted from nearby. Zhuang Ziong turned to see Zhuang Yuhang's provocative gaze fixed upon him. He was accompanied by several classmates from the same neighborhood, also here for the rice noodles. After being reprimanded the day prior, Zhuang Yuhang harbored even greater animosity towards Zhuang Ziong, even dropping the honorific brother. Zhuang Ziong had no intention of engaging with him and remained silent, averting his gaze. Who is this? Su Yuti curiously scrutinized Zhuang Yuhang. Why father's son? Zhuang Ziong replied coolly. Then isn't he your brother? Su Yuti pondered, finally grasping their relationship. When she first met Zhuang Ziong, he had mentioned his troubled familial relationships. Yet she hadn't expected this brother to be so spoiled. Feeling ignored, Zhuang Yuhang's face flushed with embarrassment as he pointed an accusatory finger at Zhuang Ziong. I heard you've been talking behind my back. Zhuang Ziong retorted coldly, that wasn't a gossip. It was simply the truth. Whether my grades are good or not is none of your concern. My parents have never complained. Zhuang Yuhang grew increasingly incensed. Due to Zhuang Ziong's excellence, he felt overshadowed, rendering him a mere failure in comparison. He had been bottling up his resentment, and now he finally seized the opportunity to vent. The classmates at Zhuang Yuhang's table chimed in with mocking laughter. Yuhang, is this your half-brother? I heard he is a laughingstock in your family. A mere bookworm, who only indulges in reading, is truly dull. Zhuang Yuhang burst into laughter. Indeed, he can be quite annoying at times. Upon hearing those words, Zhuang Ziong clenched his fists tightly, his knuckles cracking ominously. Su Yuti suddenly stood up, fixing her gaze on Zhuang Yuhang. How can you speak like that at such a young age? He is your brother. Zhuang Yuhang shot her a disdainful glance. Who are you? Why should you meddle in our family matters? Su Yuti, incredulous, found it hard to believe that this spoiled child was from the same family as Zhuang Ziong, who was evidently kind-hearted and gentle. Your brother treats you so well. Didn't he buy you a cake just a few days ago? Su Yuti still attempted to communicate with Zhuang Yuhang amicably. My dad bought me an expensive birthday cake. Who would want to eat his pathetic cake? I kicked him out that very night. Zhuang Yuheng scoffed derisively. To the ears of those around, it sounded particularly jarring. A 10-year-old child, harboring such resentment, he feared that even a fragment of the paternal love that belonged to him might be usurped by Zhuang Ziong. Zhuang Ziong, you big fool, Su Yudi looked at Zhuang Ziong. Her beautiful almond-shaped eyes brimming with tears. She surmised that Zhuang Ziong must have been heartbroken that night. Yet the next day, that big fool had the audacity to smile and tell her that his younger brother had thoroughly enjoyed the cake. His face smeared with cream, painting a picture of brotherly affection. Although she knew at that moment that Zhuang Ziong was lying, she could not have anticipated that the truth was far more brutal. What torment must Zhuang Ziong have endured throughout that night? How disappointed must one feel in their family to resolutely leave home, vowing never to return? You associate with him, muddled and unclear. It seems you are not a proper girl after all. Zhuang Yuheng sneered contemptuously at Su Yudi. No sooner had the words left his mouth than a gust of wind swept by. Zhuang Ziong, unable to bear it any longer, raised his hand and delivered a resounding slap, sending Zhuang Yuheng sprawling to the ground. The sharp sound of the slap startled all the patrons in the small eatery. All eyes turned toward them. Are you insane, daring to hit me? Zhuang Yuheng lay on the ground, looking up at Zhuang Ziong with fear in his eyes. In his memory, Zhuang Ziong had always been gentle in nature, or rather, easily bullied. How could he actually dare to strike? Zhuang Ziong looked down from above, his gaze cold and indifferent as he addressed Zhuang Yuheng. If I want to hit you, I will. Do I need to choose an auspicious day for it? Chapter 27. The addiction to candy. Zhuang Ziong's slap had left Zhuang Yuheng dazed. What was this? Had this guy ingested explosives, or was he still that familiar punching bag? Even Su Yudi was taken aback, not expecting the usually gentle Zhuang Ziong to suddenly take action. The surrounding patrons, unaware of the events leading up to this moment, perceived it as Zhuang Ziong bullying a child and began to murmur among themselves. What is wrong with this person? Why is he being so harsh with the child? Call the police. Let the officer teach him a lesson. I should record this and post it online. Publicly assaulting someone, utterly lawless in the past. Zhuang Ziong would have cared about the opinions of others and would likely have patiently explained the situation. However, his mindset had completely transformed. You strangers can say whatever you wish. Who cares? My time and energy are limited and should be reserved for those I love and who love me. The owner of the rice noodle shop hurried over, astonished to see Zhuang Ziong. Xiao Zhuang, why did you hit your brother? He knew Zhuang Ziong and was somewhat aware of their family circumstances, so he did not merely blame him like the others. I am sorry, uncle, for causing you trouble. We'll leave right away. Zhuang Ziong asked Su Yudi to wait a moment, then followed the owner to settle the bill. Zhuang Yuheng clumsily got up from the ground, glaring at Zhuang Ziong with resentment. But at only 10 years old, he was no match for Zhuang Ziong in size, so he could only suppress his anger for the time being, planning to complain to his parents later. Zhuang Ziong took quite a while to return, grabbing Su Yudi by the wrist. Let us go, Su Yudi said little, obediently following him out. As they reached the door, Zhuang Yuheng, estimating that Zhuang Ziong would not come back to hit him again, shouted defiantly, Zhuang Ziong, you're in trouble. My parents won't let you off easily. Zhuang Ziong smiled coldly. They won't discipline you, so I'll help them out. Don't let me see you again, or I'll hit you every time I do. After delivering this threat, he left with an air of nonchalance. This feeling was far more exhilarating than being the punching Biaji. Su Yudi's clay pot rice noodles remained unfinished, and she felt a twinge of longing. Observing her little greedy demeanor, Zhuang Ziong bought her 2 grilled sausages and an ice cream, effectively silencing her. Hey, why did you hit him? That was quite frightening. Because he not only insulted me but also spoke disrespectfully about you. I won't allow anyone to speak ill of you, Zhuang Ziong replied earnestly. Su Yudi then remembered that it was indeed Zhuang Yuheng who had said she was not a proper girl, which had prompted Zhuang Ziong's sudden outburst. A sweetness blossomed in her heart. That little brat truly deserved a beating. They did not dwell on the unpleasant incident any further, retracing their steps to continue reading at the library. About half an hour later, Zhuang Ziong's phone vibrated. It was a call from Zhuang Wentao. It seemed Zhuang Yuheng had returned home to complain. Zhuang Ziong decisively declined the call and activated Do Not Disturb mode. To cheer him up, Su Yudi found a few children's books. The two of them huddled together, sharing the same book and reveling in the joy it brought. when they encountered a funny joke. They dared not laugh too loudly, only exchanging soft smiles and Su Yudi's clear eyes. Zhuang Ziang saw his own reflection. I have encountered the mountains, so enchanting. Surely the mountains see me as such. Not long after, Su Yudi sneakily pulled out a bag of fruit hard candy. She unwrapped a strawberry-flavored one and held it to Zhuang Ziang's lips. How did you bring candy in? Shoo, keep your voice down. Candy can help one forget their troubles. The candy melted on their tongues, sweetness resonating in their hearts. A faint fragrance of youth wafted into their nostrils. Eating candy is indeed addictive. Zhuang Ziang knew he was ensnared. But does someone with only 3 months left to live have the right to love another? The sun dipped lower in the sky, and the curtains fell. The entire afternoon, they read 7 or 8 books filled with jokes and comics. It was akin to indulging in junk food, nutritionally void yet immensely pleasurable. Time always seemed to flow swiftly when in the company of someone you cherish. At 5:30, Zhuang Ziang returned the books and left the library with Su Yudi, embarking on their journey back to school. Zhuang Ziang, do you remember what we read today? Su Yudi bounced along, stepping on the pattern tiles of the road. I don't remember. It's all gone from my mind. Zhuang Ziang replied with a smile. Me neither. Ha 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 ha. Their laughter echoed joyfully down the street. Under the setting sun, Zhuang Ziang gazed at the fluttering little butterfly. Feeling that time was exceptionally gentle. Who brought you to my side? At 6:10, the number 19 bus arrived as scheduled. The little butterfly stood on the bus, waving goodbye to Zhuang Ziang through the glass window with lingering reluctance. Zhuang Ziang waved back gently. Even after the bus had vanished from sight, he remained standing at the stop, dazed, his heart feeling empty. His day had been irrevocably split in two by the clock striking 6:10. With the little butterfly and without her were two entirely different states of mind. After a hasty dinner at a small roadside shop, Zhuang Ziang returned to his rented room in the glass fish tank. 2 goldfish swam tirelessly. As he fed them, he spoke to them dreamily. Little fish, do you think the little butterfly likes me? If she does, blow a bubble. If not, then solve a quadratic equation for me. Pulling out his phone, he discovered that Zhuang Wenjiao had called 5 times and sent 3 voice messages, each lasting 60 seconds. Zhuang Ziang couldn't be bothered to listen to his ramblings and called him back directly. Yes, I hit him because he deserved it for his foul mouth. Rather than blaming me, why don't you reflect on whether you are a qualified father? If I caused him any serious issues, take him to get treatment. I want care. Neither money nor life will be given. As Zhuang Ziang spoke to Zhuang Wenjiao, he could hear Qin Shulan nearby, distressed for her precious son, cursing and grumbling. He chuckled coldly within. Having endured their nonsense for over a decade, did they still think of him as a punching bag? After venting, he hung up the phone once more. Refreshing. On the other end, Zhuang Wenjiao heard the beeping of the line disconnecting, nearly exploding with rage. Unfilial son, wretched creature, how did I end up with such a child? His fury clouded his judgment, failing to consider why Zhuang Ziang's character had undergone such a dramatic transformation. He would not reflect on whether he had fulfilled his responsibilities as a father. Qin Shulan lamented tearfully. Look at what he did to Yu Hang. He hasn't even recovered yet. My precious baby. Zhuang Yuhang pounded the table angrily. Dad, you need to go to their school tomorrow, drag him back, make him kneel and apologize to me, then whip him until his skin breaks. What does it matter if he ranks first every year? He beats his own brother. Will he dare to hit me next? Zhuang Wenjiao, seething with rage, had no intention of letting Zhuang Ziang off easily. Chapter 28. I apologize, dear classmates. As the sun rose, the morning breeze was cool. There would be a flag-raising ceremony on Monday, followed by a morning meeting where school leaders and student council officials would summarize the previous week's learning and living conditions. From the moment Zhuang Ziang gathered on the playground, his eyes scanned each class, desperately searching for the little butterfly. However, he was met with profound disappointment. Little butterfly, which class are you in? This query had long been on his mind. A question he yearned to pose directly to Su Yudi. Yet, he considered her deliberate concealment likely indicative of deeper implications. When she felt inclined to speak, surely she would do so in due course. Lost in thought, Zhuang Ziang absorbed nothing from the podium. The words spoken escaped him entirely. It was only at the conclusion of the meeting that he learned from Li Huangxian that Class 9 had failed to secure the mobile red flag. This was the first time since the semester commenced. Merely a symbol of honor, akin to the little red flowers awarded to kindergarten children, hardly a matter of great significance, he mused with a smile. Ordinarily, it would not be of much concern, but given that it was the inaugural week of Xia Wenyong's tenure as class monitor, such an incident cast a shadow over his countenance, as if he could wring water from it. Li Huangxian, who had never been fond of Xia Wenyong, now reveled in a sense of schadenfreude. As an elite class, Class 9 had consistently excelled in academics, discipline, and hygiene. The mobile red flag had remained in the corner of their classroom without relocation. Zhuang Ziong, a former class monitor and the previous head of the student union's discipline department, had been afforded a modicum of respect. Now, with Xia Wenyong at the helm, his attempts to communicate with the student council had met with considerable resistance. No one seemed inclined to heed him. Many students in Class 9 held a sense of collective pride, regarding the mobile red flag as a matter of considerable importance. Once the meeting adjourned, murmurs of discontent towards Xia Wenyong began to circulate. I say, some individuals ought not to take on tasks beyond their capabilities, one student remarked. When Zhuang Ziong was class monitor, did we ever lose the mobile red flag? What on earth prompted Zhuang Ziong to resign? Upon hearing such remarks, Xia Wenyong felt as though he had swallowed a fly, discomfort washing over him. Why was it that, in the eyes of others, he was deemed unworthy of even carrying Zhuang Ziong's shoes? During the fourth period, the class meeting commenced. With the monthly exam looming, preparations were imperative. As the bell rang, Xia Wenyong strode purposefully to the podium, using the blackboard eraser as a gavel, striking the desk forcefully. Silence, pleased, as class monitor. I need to outline the arrangements for the examination. He relished the opportunity to invoke the title of class monitor. However, few students paid him any heed. Some continued their assignments, others engaged in idle chatter, while a few drifted into slumber. Xia Wenyong, undeterred, attempted to speak, only to realize his words fell on deaf ears, his frustration mounting as he pounded the desk with increasing fervor. Are you even listening to me? Li Huangxian interjected with sarcasm. You've rambled on for ages without a single point of substance. Who would willingly listen? Fuming, Xia Wenyong retorted. Wasn't Zhuang Ziong just as verbose? Why did you find him agreeable? Quite simply, I respected Zhuang Ziong as class monitor, but I have no respect for you in that role. Li Huangxian shot back. On what grounds? In what way am I inferior? He can achieve first place in the grade. Can you? The statement was a decisive blow. Xia Wenyong's complexion fluctuated between shades of green and white. After coveting the position of class monitor for so long, he found himself beset by trivial matters before he had even settled into the role. While Zhuang Ziong had once held the position without raising eyebrows, it was only now that everyone began to appreciate the silent sacrifices he had made for the class. Lin Mushi turned to Zhuang Ziong. You were doing splendidly as class monitor. Why resign? Zhuang Ziong raised his gaze slightly. I'm tired and no longer wish to continue. This response felt dismissive to Lin Mushi, who was left unsatisfied. Little did she know that the truth was Zhuang Ziong would soon be frequently absent, lacking the energy to fulfill the responsibilities of class monitor. An increasing number of students began to focus their attention on Zhuang Ziong. Zhuang Ziong, you are the most suitable class monitor. We all respect you. Indeed, you've served for 2 years. You should see it through to the end and I support you. Zhuang Ziong, is there something troubling you? Share it with us. We can help. You've assisted us so much. You shouldn't bear this burden alone. In Class 9, Zhuang Ziong was akin to an anchor. Each examination, he consistently secured first place, elevating the class's average score. His remarkable abilities never led him to arrogance. Whenever classmates sought his assistance, he would patiently and tirelessly provide guidance. As class monitor, he led the class in participating in sports events, rehearsing for school celebrations, and producing bulletin boards, achieving commendable results each time. Whenever classmates faced personal challenges or health issues, they could always count on his care and support. His strength and selflessness often led others to overlook that he was merely an ordinary youth, grappling with his own sorrows and struggles. Only a few, like Li Huangxian, were aware of the dire state of his family situation, which was far worse than most. The past week, Zhuang Ziong's frequent absences and requests for leave had raised concerns among his classmates. Under their watchful gazes, Zhuang Ziong slowly rose, tears welling in his eyes as he looked at the familiar faces surrounding him. Thank you all for your concern. I am well, and there is nothing to worry about. My decision to resign as class monitor was made after careful consideration, and I regret not being able to serve you all until graduation. The new class monitor will continue to contribute to our class. And I ask you to support and give him time. As he spoke those final words, his voice trembled with emotion. I'm sorry, my dear classmates. I may not be able to accompany you to graduation. Li Huangxian slammed his fist on the desk. Zhuangziang, what is wrong with you? Why are you being so melodramatic? Zhuangziang firmly grasped his shoulder. Do not ask. You will know soon enough. The atmosphere in the classroom turned somber. Although the students were unaware of the specifics, they could palpably sense Zhuangziang's sorrow. Xie Wenyong stood awkwardly at the podium, acutely aware of the contrast between his competitive spirit with Zhuangziang and the latter's willingness to speak on his behalf. Perhaps it was precisely this that rendered him forever inferior to Zhuangziang. Their respective outlooks and magnanimity were worlds apart. What is going on? Your class is the loudest in the building. Zhang Ziyuan appeared at the classroom door, uttering a classic teacher's remark. Teacher Zhang, we are holding a class meeting, and we hope Zhuangziang will resume his role as class monitor, Lin Mushi boldly declared. As her words echoed, a chorus of agreement followed. Yes, Teacher Zhang, we do not want Zhuangziang to resign. He is the most respected among us. Is it true that Zhuangziang is facing family troubles? We can assist him. Upon hearing the clamorous voices, Zhang Ziyuan felt a lump in his throat. He raised his hand to signal for silence. Zhuangziang's resignation is a decision made after deep contemplation, and we must respect it. Although he is no longer the class monitor, we shall never forget the contributions he has made over the past 2 years. In the future, I ask you all to continue to respect and care for him as you have before. Having delivered this address, Zhang Ziyuan turned and exited the classroom, wiping away a tear. He was relieved to have restrained himself from weeping openly before the entire class. Chapter 29. A tearful embrace between grandfather and grandson. Zhang Ziyuan stood in the corridor, striving to compose himself when his phone rang from his pocket. Upon answering, he learned from the school security office that an elderly gentleman was in search of Zhuangziang. An elderly man? Zhuangziang inquired, puzzled. They say he is over 70. You should go and see, Zhang Ziyuan replied. Zhuangziang hurried to the school entrance, and upon seeing the elderly figure squatting in front of the security office, tears streamed down his face uncontrollably. The old man, well past 70, had sparse white hair and a face lined with wrinkles. Dressed in a blue Zhongshan suit and black cloth shoes, he carried a bamboo basket in his hands. Grandpa, what brings you here? Zhuang Zhengwo stood up excitedly. Ziyang, I couldn't rest easy knowing you were here. I had to come see you. The old man lived in the countryside and had to change buses 3 times to reach the city. He was unfamiliar with mobile phones, and after inquiring along the way, he arrived at the school, only knowing his grandson's name was Zhuangziang. The security staff entered Zhuangziang's name into the computer, found his homeroom teacher, Zhang Ziyuan, and relayed the message. Zhuangziang rushed forward and tightly embraced his frail grandfather, weeping inconsolably. When he was 5, his parents divorced, and he was sent to live with his grandparents in the countryside for half a year. During that brief period, the kind-hearted elderly couple provided him with the warmth of familial affection. A profound bond was forged between the grandfather and grandson. Later, Zhuangziang was sent back to the city, and Zhuang Zhengwo, aware of his grandson's challenging circumstances at home, invited him back to the countryside for periods during every winter and summer vacation. For over a decade, the majority of Zhuangziang's living expenses had been derived from the crops cultivated by the old man. He was, in truth, Zhuangziang's primary guardian. In recent days, Zhuang Zhengwo had learned of Zhuangziang's reluctance to return home, causing him great distress. He had urged Zhuang Wenjiao to investigate, but Zhuang Wenjiao's responses were always evasive. Left with no alternative, he decided to come to the city himself, determined to see for himself that Zhuangziang was safe. Grandpa, I'm sorry for being ungrateful and causing you worry, Zhuangziang choked out. Good child, I know you've been wronged at home. Do not fear, Grandpa will seek justice for you, Zhuang Zhengwo said, affectionately patting Zhuangziang's back. He understood his grandson's character, innately kind and benevolent. Such rebellious behavior must stem from significant grievances and utter disappointment in his father. Yet, he remained unaware of the even graver news that Zhuangziang could not bring himself to share. At that moment, Zhang Ziyuan approached, and upon witnessing the tearful embrace between the grandfather and grandson, he was reminded of Zhuangziang's condition, causing his eyes to redden once more. Wiping away his tears, Zhuangziang introduced, Grandpa, this is my homeroom teacher, Mr. Zhang. Zhuang Zhengwo hastily bowed to Zhang Ziyuan, saying, Teacher, I apologize for troubling you with my grandson Ziyang. Zhang Ziyuan promptly returned the gesture, replying, "There is no need for such formalities. The young Zhuang Ziang is the most outstanding student I have ever taught, and I take great pride in him." Zhuang Zhengwo then retrieved several eggs from his bamboo basket, insisting on handing them to Zhang Ziang. "Teacher, we humble folk have little to offer, but please take these home and enjoy our homegrown eggs." No, we have regulations against accepting gifts," Zhang Ziyuan quickly declined. "Ziang is quite unfortunate. His parents hardly care for him. I kindly ask you to look after him a bit more," Zhuang Zhengwo pleaded. "Rest assured, I will," Zhang Ziyuan said, unable to contain himself any longer as he turned away to wipe his eyes. He could not bear to contemplate how heartbroken the elderly man would be if he were to learn the cruel truth. The security guard at the entrance was also deeply moved by the sincere and unpretentious old man. Once Zhuang Ziyang's emotions had settled, he turned to Zhang Ziyuan and said, "Teacher, I'm taking my grandfather out for lunch. If I'm late in the afternoon, it's perfectly fine. Go ahead," Zhang Ziyuan said kindly. Zhuang Zhengwo expressed his gratitude to both Zhang Ziyuan and the guards before leaving the school gate alongside Zhuang Ziyang. When lunchtime came, Zhuang Ziyang suggested dining out, but his grandfather firmly refused, concerned about the expense. Consequently, Zhuang Ziyang bought 2 bitter gourds and, accompanied by the eggs he brought, prepared a dish of stir-fried bitter gourd with eggs in Su Hui's modest 2-bedroom apartment. Zhuang Zhengwo relished the meal, praising his grandson's culinary skills. "Grandfather, I'm quite comfortable living here. It's close to school, and I can sleep a bit longer in the mornings. Please don't urge me to return," Zhuang Ziyang said cautiously. Zhuang Zhengwo surveyed the narrow yet tidy room, sighing, "Your mother hardly visits, and thinking of you alone out here weighs heavily on my heart. I'm not alone. I have many friends at school who all like me." Zhuang Ziyang replied, "But friends can never replace family," Zhuang Zhengwo lamented, wanting to persuade Zhuang Ziyang to return, yet he understood that Zhuang Ziyang's situation at home was exceedingly awkward. Now 18, Zhuang Ziyang was an adult, entitled to choose his own life. "Did your father tell you that you struck Yu Hang yesterday? Is it true?" Zhuang Zhengwo inquired. Zhuang Ziyang nodded. "He insulted my friend first." Zhuang Zhengwo's expression grew serious. "After we finish eating, I will take you back, and we will clarify this matter. As long as you are in the right, your grandfather will support you." Zhuang Ziyang hesitated but ultimately agreed, not wanting his 70-year-old grandfather to worry over such trivial matters. As for the incident 3 months hence, he would take it one day at a time. As the grandfather and grandson approached the front door, Zhuang Wenjiao was taken aback. "Dad, what brings you here? If you had let me know earlier, I could have come to fetch you." Zhuang Zhengwo retorted angrily. "You chased Xiang out of the house, and you think I'm not allowed to come and see him?" "We didn't chase him away. He simply refuses to return," Zhuang Wenjiao defended. Qin Shulan emerged, her smile lacking warmth. It was not yet time for afternoon classes when Zhuang Yuhang was also at home. The glances exchanged between the mother and son towards Zhuang Ziyang were filled with resentment. Once the door was shut, Zhuang Wenjiao shouted at Zhuang Ziyang, "Look at the trouble you've caused. Your grandfather is of such an age. If anything were to happen to him on the way, could you bear the responsibility? Who told you to shout at my grandson? I came to see him of my own accord." Zhuang Zhengwo slammed the coffee table. The atmosphere grew tense, and Zhuang Wenjiao fell silent, lowering his head. Zhuang Zhengwo, still fuming, questioned, "You have 2 sons, yet you show such blatant favoritism," asked their father. "How can you be so biased?" Zhuang Wenjiao replied defensively, "I am his father. I am merely disciplining him. You do not exhibit any qualities of a father. What right do you have to discipline him?" Zhuang Zhengwo resolved to stand up for Zhuang Ziyang. Zhuang Wenjiao fell silent once more. Qin Shulan interjected, "Dad, you must be fair. Yu Hang is also your grandson. What do you have to say about him being slapped by Zhuang Ziyang?" Zhuang Yuhang chimed in. "Indeed. My face still hurts. I don't understand why he acted so irrationally." Silence. "He is your brother," Zhuang Zhengwo exclaimed in fury. He could not fathom how these two could spoil their child to such an extent, with the younger brother showing no respect for his elder sibling. Chapter 30. What good is an apology? Yesterday's incident at the noodle shop had only been narrated from Zhuang Yuhang's perspective to Zhuang Wenjiao, who, of course, would not admit to instigating the confrontation, instead maligning Zhuang Ziyang at every turn. In his account, Zhuang Ziyang appeared as a ruthless villain deserving of punishment. "Dad, regardless of the circumstances, Zhuang Ziyang did strike Yuhang. And that is a fact. He must apologize. You cannot blindly protect him," Zhuang Wenjiao stated. Zhuang Zhengwo frowned deeply, glaring discontentedly at his Son. To him, Zhuang Ziong was Zhuang Ziong, while Zhuang Yuhang was simply Yuhang. This subtle distinction revealed just how stifling life had become for Zhuang Ziong in this household. Qin Shulan, eager to defend her son, dropped the pretense, fanning the flames of discontent. If he dares to hit his younger brother, what is to stop him from striking his parents next? Will he soon be raising a hand against his grandfather? With a flawed character, what good would all that education do but cause greater harm to society? Before he commits a more grievous misdeed, he must be strictly disciplined. Seeing her spiteful demeanor, Zhuang Zhengwo chose not to engage and instead turned to Zhuang Ziong. Ziong, tell your grandfather why you struck Yuhang. Zhuang Ziong shot a glance at Zhuang Yuhang, because he deserved it. What nonsense are you spouting? Zhuang Yuhang shouted loudly. Now that he had the backing of his parents, he was brazenly unrestrained. To Zhuang Zhengwo, who only saw Zhuang Yuhang a few times a year, he was merely an old fool. Dad, look at Zhuang Ziong's attitude. Does he show any remorse? Qin Shulan scoffed. You wretched child, making mistakes yet remaining so arrogant. Do you truly disregard your father? Zhuang Wenjiao berated. Zhuang Zhengwo retorted angrily, the situation isn't even clear yet you all are quick to blame Ziong. Qin Shulan sarcastically remarked, if you insist on siding with him, then I can't help it. My son and I are truly unfortunate, bullied by you all. Zhuang Wenjiao remained respectful towards his father, patiently explaining, Dad, many neighbors witnessed yesterday's incident. Zhuang Ziong has been neglecting his studies, and when he was caught with a girl of questionable character, he lashed out in anger, which is truly reprehensible. Zhuang Ziong glared, his voice rising sharply, Who are you calling a girl of questionable character? What? Zhuang Wenjiao was taken aback. The term questionable character was Zhuang Yuhang's description of Su Yudi. Zhuang Wenjiao had merely echoed it, only to be met with Zhuang Ziong's vehement reaction, at such a young age. You neglect your studies to cavort with girls. Who knows what disgraceful acts you might commit in the future? Qin Shulan continued to stoke the fire. That statement was indeed excessive. The insinuation of disgraceful acts was clear enough for anyone to understand. Zhuang Ziong clenched his fists, wishing he could strike his stepmother hard. At the same time, he felt guilty towards Xiao Dai, knowing that she was being so unjustly slandered because of him. Zhuang Zhengwo finally comprehended why Zhuang Ziong had chosen to run away from home. Had he been in such a family, he too would feel suffocated. Over the past decade, just how much disdain had Zhuang Ziong endured? The thought made him ache with compassion. Zhuang Ziong glared at Zhuang Wenjiao. Dad, did you truly seek to understand what happened yesterday? Zhuang Wenjiao confidently declared, Of course. So many people saw you slap Yuhang in public. No, you did not seek to understand. Zhuang Ziong shook his head sorrowfully. Deep down, you've already decided that Zhuang Yuhang is your precious son, while I am forever in the wrong. Nonsense. I have always treated you both equally. Zhuang Wenjiao insisted stubbornly. Look into your heart. Do you believe that? Zhuang Ziong replied coldly, meeting Zhuang Ziong's icy gaze. Zhuang Wenjiao felt a pang of guilt that no matter how he twisted the truth or argued, he could not hide the reality of his favoritism towards his two sons. If you truly wish to uncover the truth, you should know that the noodle shop has surveillance cameras, Zhuang Ziong stated calmly. Zhuang Wenjiao's expression froze. Zhuang Yuhang's demeanor grew increasingly uneasy. Zhuang Ziong's gaze fell on Qin Shulan. Aunt Qin, would you like to witness the footage of my glorious confrontation with your son? With that, he produced his phone and opened a video. Yesterday, Zhuang Ziong had taken considerable time to return after settling the bill. As he had requested the owner for this footage, Zhuang Ziong understood Zhuang Yuhang's character. Without presenting evidence, he would never admit his wrongdoing. You associate with him, and it seems you are not exactly a respectable girl yourself. Zhuang Yuhang's arrogant voice echoed from the speakers. The entire confrontation was captured on camera, showing how Zhuang Ziong had been left with no choice but to slap him. Zhuang Zhengwo exclaimed in outrage. Well done. If Ziong hadn't taken action, would he still be considered a man? Zhuang Wenjiao had no retort. Even with his bias, it was evident that Zhuang Yuhang had repeatedly provoked Zhuang Ziong. Seeking a fight, Qin Shulan opened her mouth, momentarily at a loss for words, and could only fall silent. She pondered. How cunning Zhuang Ziong truly is, for he actually saved the surveillance footage. If there were to be a dispute over the inheritance in the future, Zhuang Yuhang might not stand a chance against him. Zhuang Wenjiao, you must discern which of your two sons has truly lacked discipline. said Zhuang Zhangwo sternly. Dad, I've been busy with work, and I haven't sorted this matter out yet. Yu Hang is still just a child. He did not mean any harm. Zhuang Wenjiao defended himself, feeling guilty. Theo harbored the intent of driving his own brother out of the house is surely not unintentional. Zhuang Zhangwo retorted, seething with anger. Seeing the situation escalate, Zhuang Wenjiao realized that continuing to favor Zhuang Yuhang was untenable. He raised his hand, saying, Yuhang, come here and apologize to Zhuang Ziong. Let us put this matter to rest. He hit me. Why should I apologize? Zhuang Yuhang remained obstinate, refusing to admit his fault and no need. I do not require any apologies. Zhuang Ziong replied coolly. What use is an apology? It neither feeds nor clothes one. When words fail to uphold one's dignity, a fist becomes the last weapon. Before Zhuang Zhangwo, Zhuang Ziong wished to avoid further entanglement to spare the elder's feelings. Grandpa, I do not wish to stay here any longer. Let us depart. Zhuang Zhangwo nodded resolutely. Very well, let us go. This family is not worth returning to. After saying this, he shot a fierce glance at Zhuang Wenjiao. Zhuang Ziong assisted Zhuang Zhangwo, exiting without looking back. Dad, how about I take you back to our hometown? Zhuang Wenjiao said, guilt etched on his face. No need. If you have so much time on your hands, you should discipline your son more, Zhuang Zhangwo insisted. Walking away stubbornly, the grandfather and grandson left, leaving the three of them exchanging glances in silence. The atmosphere was particularly oppressive. Dad, I simply cannot stand Zhuang Ziong, Zhuang Yuhang exclaimed indignantly. Zhuang Wenjiao slapped him. Enough? He is your brother. Chapter 31. 3 months until summer vacation. Upon leaving home, Zhuang Zhangwo expressed his heartfelt regret to Zhuang Ziong. Ziong, I have not taken proper care of you. You have endured too much unfairness. Zhuang Ziong shook his head. Grandpa, I am fine. I have moved out and live alone. I feel quite free and happy. He gazed at the elderly man, his heart heavy with sorrow. His grandparents toiled in the countryside, living frugally to support his education. This profound kindness, akin to an ocean's depth, would remain unrepayable. Suddenly, Zhuang Zhangwo smiled warmly. Ziong, is the girl you were dining with in that video truly your girlfriend? Zhuang Ziong's face flushed. No, she is a good friend of mine named Xiaodai. Xiaodai? What a delightful name. Zhuang Zhangwo, observing Zhuang Ziong's expression, could surmise the youth's feelings. The older generation, having once married at 17 or 18 in the countryside, viewed young love with a certain openness. Zhuang Ziong was now an adult, and it was natural for someone his age to have affections. Zhuang Zhangwo dismissed the earlier unpleasantness, completely shifting the topic. If you like her, you should invite her out more often. When I was young, I sought your grandmother, only to be chased around the village by her father with a shoulder pole. It was through sheer audacity that I ultimately won her heart. Zhuang Ziong listened quietly, yet his heart ached. With only 3 months left to live, he felt he had lost the right to pursue the girl he cherished. Passing by a mobile phone store, Zhuang Ziong tugged at Zhuang Zhangwo's sleeve. Grandpa, let me buy you a phone so we can keep in touch more easily. Zhuang Zhangwo pondered briefly before nodding. All right. The idea of purchasing a phone had been suggested to him several times before, but he had always been reluctant to pay the monthly fee, believing the household landline sufficient. After this incident, he finally understood the importance of staying connected with Zhuang Ziong, alleviating his worries. They entered the store, and with the clerk's guidance, they selected the most affordable senior-friendly phone, large screen, big buttons, and loud sound. Including the SIM card, it cost just over 200 yuan. Zhuang Zhangwo insisted on paying, but Zhuang Ziong adamantly refused, insisting on scanning the payment himself. Although most of his money came from his grandfather, he realized that opportunities to repay his kindness were dwindling. Sitting on a bench outside the store, Zhuang Ziong taught his grandfather how to use the phone. He saved his own number in the contacts, explaining that pressing the menu button at the top right would bring it up, and then pressing the green call button would allow him to make a call. There were only 2 steps. It was easy to remember. You once taught me how to use chopsticks and tie my shoelaces. Now that you are older, I am teaching you how to use a mobile phone. Zhuang Zhangwo, concerned about delaying Zhuang Ziong's studies, suggested it was time to return to the countryside. Zhuang Ziong accompanied him to the bus station. Ziong, summer vacation is in 3 months. Isn't it? Zhuang Zhangwo asked cheerfully. 3 months. Zhuang Ziong felt a chill. He had become acutely sensitive to this deadline. Zhuang Zhangwo, unaware of his thoughts, continued. Your grandmother has been raising a considerable number of chickens, eagerly anticipating your summer vacation when they will be ready for chicken soup. Hearing this, Zhuang Xiang's eyes brimmed with tears once more. If only Grandpa and Grandma knew if you truly like that Xiao Dai. Then as a boy, you should take the initiative. When summer vacation arrives, bring her to the countryside to visit. It will surely make your grandmother happy. An old man, still wish to live long enough to see you married and hold your children. Every gentle word from the elder felt like a dagger piercing Zhuang Xiang's heart. He covered his mouth, desperately suppressing his sobs. Zhuang Zhengwo, mistaking his emotion for reluctance to part, offered words of comfort. This child, it's not as though we will never see each other again. Finally, the bus arrived. Zhuang Xiang, tears streaming down his face, implored, Grandpa, please take care of yourself and Grandma. Zhuang Zhengwo smiled lovingly. All right. Remember to come back early when summer vacation begins. After the bus departed, Zhuang Xiang lingered at the station for a long while, his mind filled with visions of his grandparents learning the dreadful news. Their hearts breaking in despair. That would be too cruel. That I'm sorry, truly sorry. Zhuang Xiang, in a daze, made his way to school. Passing the security office, he suddenly recalled something. He leaned in toward the security guard on duty and asked, Uncle, when my grandfather came this morning, you could find my class using my name, right? The uncle nodded. Yes, the computer system has information on every student. Could you help me locate someone? Her name is Su Yudi. Zhuang Xiang requested. The uncle nodded and turned to operate the computer. After a moment, the screen displayed 4 characters. No such person found. Zhuang Xiang's eyes widened in disbelief. How could this be? Thanking the uncle, he left the security office and headed to his classroom. Questions swirled in his mind, and he ultimately forced himself to concoct a plausible explanation. She must have 2 names, just like Li Huangxian, who was called Li Chao in his childhood but later changed it when he found it too common, and now even the elders at home still call him Chao Chao. Su Yudi must have been her childhood name, which she has since altered. Yes, that must be it. What other reasonable explanation could there be? By the time Zhuang Xiang returned to class, the first afternoon lesson had already begun. Zhang Ziwan had informed the teachers in advance about Zhuang Xiang's family situation, and the teachers did not inquire further, allowing him to return to his seat. Son, where have you been? Li Huangxian whispered. Why, grandfather came from the countryside. Zhuang Xiang replied briefly. Your Xiao Dai came looking for you. But you weren't here. The boys in our class are almost envious of you. Not just the other boys, even Li Huangxian, who was speaking, felt a pang of jealousy. To be remembered by such a beautiful girl is indeed a fortunate thing. Zhuang Xiang took out his phone and typed under the desk. What did you want? Why didn't you call? Soon, his phone vibrated with a new message from Xiao Dai. Nothing special, I just wanted to see you. Zhuang Xiang replied instantly. Let us meet by the flower bed after class? Xiao Dai. Sure. As soon as the class bell rang, Zhuang Xiang dashed out of the classroom. The teacher was taken aback, having intended to extend the class by a couple of minutes. By the flower bed, blooming with hyacinths and wisteria, stood the girl, forever untainted. The peach blossoms at her temples resembled pink clouds. Upon seeing Zhuang Xiang, Su Yudi immediately stood up and handed him an ice cream. Zhuang Xiang was even more puzzled. Class 9 is on the 2nd floor, while Su Yudi claimed her class was on the 5th. She had come out the moment the bell rang. How did she have time to buy ice cream? Zhuang Xiang, eat quickly. It will melt soon. Xiao Dai. Do you have something you cannot say? Chapter 32. All present are nonsense. In response to Zhuang Xiang's question, Su Yudi did not answer directly. She gazed at him with her beautiful almond-shaped eyes, demanding, confess honestly, do you have a secret you are hiding from me? Zhuang Xiang's heart skipped a beat, and he quickly averted his gaze. Indeed, he had a monumental secret he dared not share with Xiao Dai. He had no future. Zhuang Xiang's guilty demeanor only made Su Yudi giggle. What are you afraid of? I'm not forcing you to reveal anything. Everyone has their secrets. If you don't want to talk, then don't. Zhuang Xiang lifted his eyes and smiled, feeling grateful towards Xiao Dai. Indeed, everyone possesses secrets, and it is not obligatory to divulge them. If she does not wish to share, then there is no need to pressure her. When she is ready to speak, she will naturally tell him. Even if the name Su Yudi may be fictitious, the person standing before him is undeniably real, as long as they cherish one another and enjoy the moment. That is all that matters. Point 2. Individuals indulged in ice cream while engaging in light-hearted banter. The little butterfly chirped animatedly, sharing cold jokes she had stumbled upon from an unknown source. True to her usual style, She barely finished a joke before bursting into uncontrollable laughter. Zhuangziang observed her quietly, a smile unconsciously curling at the corners of his mouth. Most of the time, this girl exuded such optimism and cheerfulness, seemingly devoid of worries. Yet, she was also deeply emotional, shedding tears for the passing of a stray cat, evoking a sense of pity. Whenever Zhuangziang was with her, he found himself temporarily forgetting the hardships of life. She was like honey, and yet like poison. Suddenly, a group of boys approached and settled by the flower bed. Zhuangziang, you've got an exam coming up soon, yet here you are, leisurely hiding away to enjoy ice cream with a girl, remarked Deng Haijun, a student from class 15, who consistently ranked first in academics. The company he kept were all top scholars from various classes. However, due to Zhuangziang's extraordinary prowess, they were relegated to taking turns occupying the second spot in every exam. Zhuangziang resembled a spirited youth in a gaming world, standing atop a mountain and calling out below, "Come on, everyone, strive for second place. Best of luck to you all," in the internal examinations of the school. They each harbored a burning desire to surpass Zhuangziang and experience the taste of being first. When representing the school in competitions, they often found themselves as teammates, uniting under Zhuangziang's leadership to bring glory to their institution. Thus, their relationship bore the flavor of both rivalry and camaraderie. "Haijun, I heard you aim to top the grade." Zhuangziang teased deliberately. "Of course, who among us doesn't aspire to be first?" Deng Haijun replied, somewhat irked. Before every examination, they would eagerly prepare, intent on bringing Zhuangziang down. Yet, once the results were announced, they resembled defeated roosters. "This guy is simply too formidable," Zhuangziang mused, laughing, "since we have a good relationship. How about I grant you a favor? I'll forego the exam tomorrow." "Forgo the exam? Could you really do that?" Deng Haijun exclaimed in astonishment. "I've been a bit distracted lately and don't wish to take the exam." Zhuangziang jested. The group of scholars exchanged glances, their expressions complex. "Your tone suggests you're offering us a charitable gesture. I intend to defeat you fairly, not allow you to retreat before the battle. Truth be told, I've never believed in your invincibility. Before graduation, I shall definitely claim victory over you." Among these scholars existed a camaraderie of mutual respect. Recently, they had heard rumors that Zhuangziang seemed to be encountering some troubles, frequently missing classes. Hence, they had arranged to seek him out, hoping to uplift his spirits for a fair competition. Nearby, Su Yudi had gathered the gist of the conversation and interjected, "Zhuangziang, your grades are so impressive?" Zhuangziang chuckled lightly. "It's not as remarkable as you think. It's merely a reflection of my peers' excellence." Deng Haijun and the others wore awkward expressions. "Who are you referring to? Have you not heard of the saying, 'Do not strike a person in the face while fighting'?" Su Yudi playfully patted Zhuangziang's shoulder. "Why consider abandoning the exam? You should strive to excel and leave them all behind. Who do you think you are? Such audacity." Deng Haijun shot a glance at Su Yudi. This scholar, somewhat neurotic, viewed girls as mere obstacles on the road to academic success. Regardless of how beautiful they were, Zhuangziang associating with a girl was evidently a sign of moral decline. The previous Zhuangziang had been quite humble, often attributing his top scores to luck and encouraging his peers to keep striving. However, things had changed. It was time to liberate his true nature. He looked at Su Yudi. "Do you genuinely wish for me to come in first?" Su Yudi nodded earnestly. "Of course, if I were to achieve the top spot. Would you promise me one thing? If it's not too unreasonable, I might consider it." Upon hearing this, Zhuangziang's gaze sharpened, and a smile played at the corners of his mouth. He stood up, surveying Deng Haijun and the others seated by the flower bed. "Permit me to speak candidly. In my view, all of you present are merely trifles." His declaration resonated with authority, brimming with arrogance. The little butterfly could not help but burst into laughter. Deng Haijun and the others flushed with indignation, wishing they could confront Zhuangziang. "How dare you look down on us? I can't quell my rage until I pin you down. I have a 40-meter-long blade. I shall cleave you in two." Observing their righteous fury, Zhuangziang also chuckled. He patted Deng Haijun on the shoulder. "Did you not wish for fair competition? I shall not go easy on you." Deng Haijun punched him lightly. "Don't celebrate too soon. I've been burning the midnight oil every night this month." The school bell rang at that moment. Zhuangziang ascended the stairs with Su Yudi, parting ways at the corner of the second floor. "Big fool, do your best, you too." Deng Haijun and the others followed behind. falling into a contemplative silence upon hearing Su Yudi's address to Zhuang Ziong. If he was merely a big fool, what did that make them? After the final class of the afternoon concluded, they were slightly delayed due to the arrangement of exam venues. Zhuang Ziong glanced at the time, noticing it had already passed 6:10, unable to resist. He texted the little butterfly, "Have you gotten on the bus?" Little butterfly replied promptly, "Yes, see you tomorrow." With nothing pressing on his agenda, Zhuang Ziong decided to familiarize himself with the examination venue. Each classroom contained 30 seats, with the upper right corner of each desk displaying the candidate's name and student number. The school assigned exam rooms based on the strokes of student surnames, and Zhuang was flanked by others with the surname Zhuang. He counted. Zhuang consisted of 6 strokes, while Su had 7. Su Yudi's exam room should not be far from his. He proceeded to search a few classrooms behind him and quickly located the exam venue for students with the surname Su. After thoroughly confirming several times, he found no student by the name of Su Yudi. Zhuang Ziong stood in the exam room, stunned for several minutes. Since meeting Su Yudi, scenes replayed in his mind. The discrepancies grew increasingly apparent. Little butterfly, what exactly are you concealing from me? Chapter 33. The third wheel upon exiting the school, Zhuang Ziong ventured to the snack street in search of food and spotted a stall selling fried potatoes from a distance. This was the very first item they had shared on the day they met. "Auntie, I'd like a serving of potatoes, with extra chili, please," Zhuang Ziong called out as he approached. The auntie, busy with her hands, smiled and nodded, casually inquiring, "What happened to that girl who was with you last time?" Zhuang Ziong asked, surprised. "Auntie, do you know Little Butterfly?" The auntie pondered for a moment and replied, "She used to come often to buy potatoes, always chattering away. Such a delightful girl. I have a lasting impression of her." "When did you first meet her?" "About 3 months ago." Zhuang Ziong chose to refrain from further questioning, not wanting to give the auntie the wrong impression that he was some sort of lecherous schemer. While munching on the excessively spicy fried potatoes and holding a cup of iced cola, Zhuang Ziong unexpectedly bumped into 2 acquaintances, Lin Mushi and Xie Wenyong. "Zhuang Ziong, tomorrow is the exam, and I'm feeling a bit anxious, so I brought Xie Wenyong along to eat barbecue. There's nothing between us," Lin Mushi spoke first. Zhuang Ziong, bewildered, replied, "You two enjoy your meal. There's no need to explain anything to me." Lin Mushi furrowed her brows. "I don't know what you've been busy with lately, but you haven't accompanied me for meals. Just so happens that Xie Wenyong was free. You don't mind, do you?" "Of course not. Dining together among classmates is quite normal." Zhuang Ziong laughed. Lin Mushi, agitated, bit her lip, her cheeks flushed. "Oh, you Zhuang Ziong, now you're frolicking with other girls. We had agreed to watch a movie together, and you've forgotten all about it." "Zhuang Ziong, why don't we eat together?" Xie Wenyong tentatively suggested, feeling guilty for having spoken up during the last class meeting when Zhuang Ziong defended him. Upon self-reflection, he recognized he had made many mistakes previously. "Sure, I have nothing pressing to attend to anyway." Zhuang Ziong readily agreed. Xie Wenyong thought to himself, "I was merely being polite. You really don't see yourself as an outsider." He nearly slapped himself for asking such a question. After much effort, he had finally secured a date with Lin Mushi, and now he was saddled with a third wheel, incurring additional expenses, truly unnecessary trouble. The barbecue restaurant they visited was the same one Zhuang Ziong and Su Yudi had previously frequented. Upon seeing the beer displayed in the showcase, Zhuang Ziong couldn't help but smile faintly. The barbecue was self-service, and as soon as Xie Wenyong sat down, he eagerly began to work, brushing oil, grilling meat, and preparing dipping sauces. Lin Mushi, as the high and mighty princess, did not lift a finger, merely waiting to savor the food. Zhuang Ziong, too, was disinclined to move, contentedly skewering potatoes with a bamboo stick. "Could you please refrain from eating potatoes? Isn't that wasting my money?" Xie Wenyong shot him a glare. The self-service barbecue was charged per person, and Zhuang Ziong filling up on potatoes was quite uneconomical. Zhuang Ziong paid no heed to such concerns. Relishing the fare, Lin Mushi's gaze remained fixed on Zhuang Ziong, sensing that beneath his feigned nonchalance lay a shroud of shadow. His recent absences from class had become alarmingly frequent, as the first platter of food was grilled. Xie Wenyong dutifully began peeling shrimp for Lin Mushi. Zhuang Ziong jested, "Your shrimp peeling skills are impressive. Could you do a couple for me as well? Can't you peel them yourself?" Xie Wenyong grumbled, "I'm too lazy to wash my hands." "Just be a good person and peel a few for me," Zhuang Ziong replied nonchalantly. Xie Wenyong was incensed. "You're the good person. Your entire family is good people." Lin Mushi stifled a laugh, finding it amusing to see Xie Wenyong humbled in front of Zhuang Ziong. Zhuang Ziong, that girl who was looking for you outside the classroom the other day, is she your girlfriend? Lin Mushi hesitated for a long while before posing the question. Zhuang Ziong shook his head. No, I just met her last week. Lin Mushi immediately pressed on. Which class is she in? Zhuang Ziong candidly replied. To be honest, I don't know either. She claimed to be in class 23. As is widely known, there are only 22 classes in the entire grade, so this must certainly be a falsehood. It makes no sense. If there were such a beautiful girl in our grade, how could no one know her? Xia Wenyong chimed in. With a hint of envy, Lin Mushi inquired. Just how beautiful is she? Xia Wenyong quickly conceded. Of course, compared to Mushi, she is somewhat lacking. Zhuang Ziong had pondered their doubts for several days. The little butterfly seemed to shroud herself in a veil of mystery. Throughout the meal, Lin Mushi spent most of her time conversing with Zhuang Ziong, who generously shared some exam strategies with them. Meanwhile, Xia Wenyong acted like a waiter, preoccupied with grilling meat and scarcely eating a few pieces himself. After much contemplation, he finally lowered his guard and humbly sought Zhuang Ziong's advice. What is the secret to being class president? Why does everyone listen to you and not me? With no significant grievances between them, Zhuang Ziong smiled lightly and revealed his secret. The class president is here to serve all classmates, not to act superior as long as you genuinely contribute to the class. Both teachers and students will notice. Keep it up, you will become a good class president. Upon hearing this, Xia Wenyong's face flushed with shame. Deep in thought, Zhuang Ziong's magnanimity and vision indeed surpassed his own. There was no denying it. I'm full. I can't eat too much tonight, or I'll gain weight, Lin Mushi said, setting down her chopsticks. I am about done too. After all, I had a portion of potatoes, Zhuang Ziong remarked. What? You're all done? I've just begun. Xia Wenyong exclaimed anxiously. Lin Mushi kindly suggested, you stay and eat a bit longer. Zhuang Ziong and I will leave first. Zhuang Ziong stifled a smile, saying, Xia Wenyong, thank you for the treat. I will take my leave now. The two stood up together and walked out of the barbecue restaurant side by side. Xia Wenyong sat there in a daze. The chicken wings in his mouth suddenly lost their flavor. Snowflakes fluttered and the northern wind howled. The world appeared vast and desolate. Mushi, you should take a taxi. Zhuang Ziong stood by the roadside, attempting to hail a cab for Lin Mushi. Wait, Zhuang Ziong, I have something to say to you. Lin Mushi bit her red lip. Zhuang Ziong turned around, quietly gazing at the school beauty before him. Lin Mushi was indeed beautiful. Despite her occasional princess-like attitude, she was a charming girl. However, due to her family background, she always exuded a noble and graceful aura, which inadvertently created a sense of distance in Zhuang Zong's heart. Or rather, being with Lin Mushi often made him feel a bit inferior. Su Yudi was different. She was pretty, adorable, and down-to-earth. Being with her made it easy to forget all worries. After much inner turmoil, Lin Mushi mustered her courage to ask, Zhuang Ziong, have you encountered some difficulties? Zhuang Ziong's recent series of unusual behaviors deeply worried her. She wanted to extend a helping hand but tried to phrase her concern delicately to avoid hurting the boy's pride. Mushi, thank you, I'm fine. Please don't worry, Zhuang Ziong forced a smile. You clearly have something going on. Aren't we good friends? Why keep it from me? Lin Mushi questioned angrily. Compared to the straightforward Li Huangxian, Lin Mushi, as a girl, was much more sensitive and perceptive. She sensed that Zhuang Ziong was facing a significant problem. She even speculated that it might be related to that mysterious girl. Zhuang Ziong? Tell me honestly, are you in a relationship? No. Zhuang Ziong immediately denied, but hesitated for a moment before adding, however, it seems I have genuinely developed feelings for her. Chapter 34. Moths to a Flame. Upon hearing Zhuang Ziong's response, Lin Mushi was stunned for a long while. Oh, you, with your thick brows and big eyes, I initially thought you were merely a studious nerd, but who would have thought that even an iron tree would blossom? Zhuang Ziong, if you continue down this path, you will fall, Lin Mushi reproached him with some agitation. That won't happen. I have no opportunity to fall, Zhuang Ziong replied with a bitter smile. Lin Mushi was puzzled by his meaning but felt pity for him. With only 3 months left until graduation, the most important task was studying. Any minor misstep now could affect the entirety of one's life. Zhuang Ziong, I forbid you to skip classes again. That girl has an unknown background. It's best to keep your distance from her. If you continue to be so dispirited, you'll have no future. Lin Mushi was both angry and anxious. Using a commanding tone, No future hit home. Beneath the neon lights, The evening breeze tousled Zhuang Xiang's bangs. Though he was misunderstood, he felt deeply touched. Just as teacher Zhang said, there are indeed many people in this world who care for him. He didn't want to evade his feelings anymore. He wished to lay bare his truest emotions. Mushy, I'm already 18. It's completely normal to have someone I like. Perhaps heaven saw my plight and sent someone to accompany me. It was only upon meeting her that I understood what it truly feels like to like someone. Being with the little butterfly was a wonderful sensation Zhuang Xiang had never experienced before. It allowed him to forget sadness, forget time, and forget the entire world. It felt as if in this vast universe, it was just the two of them. Lin Mushy found it hard to believe. Impossible. You only met her last week. Zhuang Xiang smiled. True affection isn't measured by the length of time. You don't even know which class she is in. Aren't you afraid she'll deceive you? Lin Mushy shouted. Let her deceive me. It's like a moth to a flame, knowing full well it will be burned but still rushing in without hesitation. Zhuang Xiang thought to himself, what could a life that is nearing its end have left to deceive? In these final days, he wanted nothing more than to follow his heart's truest desires and live out his brief life. Zhuang Xiang stretched out his hand and hailed a taxi, gentlemanly opening the door for Lin Mushy. Mushy, when you meet someone like that, perhaps you will understand how I feel. Sitting in the taxi, Lin Mushy was filled with concern. Zhuang Xiang must be harboring a tremendous secret. And that girl, could she truly be that remarkable? Upon returning home, Zhuang Xiang changed the water in the fish tank and fed the fish some food. He estimated that in 2 months, he would have to return these 2 fish to the little butterfly. By then, perhaps even taking care of himself would become exceedingly difficult. His phone rang. It was his attending physician, Chen Daxiu, calling. There was nothing particularly special about the call. He was merely inquiring about Zhuang Xiang's health. Dr. Chen, is there really no way to help? I'm sorry, Xiao Zhuang. Understood. Thank you, doctor. Chen Daxiu didn't know how to offer comfort, suggesting he visit the hospital in a couple of days for a checkup. Though they both knew this was a futile exercise, after hanging up, Zhuang Xiang opened the medicine packet, shoving the foul-tasting pills into his mouth, washing them down with water. The bitterness surged up, causing him to gag several times. Now he found himself less inclined to die. Even living one more day to see her was a blessing. A night passed in silence. The morning sun streamed through the sheer curtains, warming the boy lost in dreams. Today was the monthly exam, allowing him to rise a bit later than usual. Zhuang Xiang adjusted his alarm clock, setting it back by half an hour. Suddenly, the phone on his bedside table rang loudly. Zhuang Xiang extended his hand from under the covers, fumbling to answer the call, pressing the speakerphone button while still half asleep. Hello, who is it so early in the morning? A melodious female voice came through the speaker. Lazy pig. The sun is already high in the sky, and you're still sleeping in. Zhuang Xiang's eyes widened instantly as he sat up in bed. Little butterfly, where are you? I'm outside buying breakfast. I'll come find you shortly. What do you want to eat? Whatever breakfast little butterfly bought would be fine. After hastily hanging up the phone, Zhuang Xiang quickly got up, tidied the doghouse, and then dashed into the bathroom for a shower. The warm droplets cascaded over his skin, washing away the fatigue of the night and last night's dream. He had once again shared an intimate moment with the little butterfly. Dressed and ready, the doorbell rang at just the right moment. Upon opening the door, he saw the smile that had captivated his thoughts. Little butterfly, good morning. It's already so late. How can it still be early? Su Yuti had brought 2 bowls of congee and some tea eggs. As Zhuang Xiang lowered his head to drink his porridge, she peeled the eggshell. After finishing one, she placed it into Zhuang Xiang's bowl and picked up another. Zhuang Xiang felt embarrassed. I can handle it myself. Su Yuti chuckled. This is to nourish your brain. Do well on the exam today and crush all those people from yesterday. Don't boast about things you can't achieve. Rest assured, those few, in my eyes, are like dirt and dogs, Zhuang Xiang declared boldly. Boasting without shame, Su Yuti shot him a glare. I've been the top student in the grade for 2 consecutive years. Haven't you heard? Zhuang Xiang was astonished. Oh, really? I seem to have heard a little about it. Su Yuti casually brushed it off. Zhuang Xiang took a bite of the egg, dissatisfied. Just looking at you, I can tell you're a slacker. You don't care about exam rankings. Suddenly, he recalled that he hadn't seen Su Yuti's name among the examinees yesterday. After hesitating several times, he ultimately decided not to ask if she had some unspoken reason. Pressing her would only put her in an awkward position. After finishing breakfast, Su Yudi took out a red string from her pocket and tied it around Zhuang Xiang's wrist. Zhuang Xiang frowned. What is this? Isn't it a bit effeminate for a guy to wear? Su Yudi replied. I heard that wearing this during an exam brings good luck. Superstition had never been a part of my life. I had consistently achieved the top rank without it, murmured Zhuang Xiang. If you dislike it, simply remove it and discard it, he added. Well, perhaps I shall keep it on. Zhuang Xiang lifted his wrist, admiring the vibrant red string that exuded a subtle fragrance of peach blossoms. Very well, may the deity of examinations bestow their blessings upon me. The two made their way to school, the tree-lined path scattered with fallen petals. The peach blossoms were nearing their end. Upon arriving outside the examination hall, Zhuang Xiang inquired, Little Butterfly, which classroom are you in for the exam? Su Yudi smiled and replied, I am not taking the exam. Not taking the exam. Zhuang Xiang was taken aback as Su Yudi then produced a leave request form from her bag. Waving it at Zhuang Xiang, the teacher's signature on it resembled a cryptic scrawl, utterly illegible. Zhuang Xiang wished to ask more, but the bell for the start of the exam rang. Go your best on the exam. I shall treat you to a cola afterward, Su Yudi said, shoving Zhuang Xiang into the classroom. Seated at his desk, Zhuang Xiang inhaled the delicate scent of peach blossoms from the red string on his wrist. Feeling perplexed, which teacher would authorize so many leave requests for a student and permit her to skip the monthly exam? Little Butterfly, do you perhaps share my circumstances? Chapter 35. We returned to sleep. The first examination was for Chinese literature. Yet Zhuang Xiang was lost in thought as the papers were distributed. He quickly skimmed through them, ensuring no printing errors, before picking up his pen to write his name, just as he had inscribed a single dot. He abruptly halted. This might be his final examination. Adhering to convention seemed rather dull, so why not liberate himself a little? In the name section, he wrote Su Yudi, and for the grade, he noted Class 23. Uncertain of his student ID, he opted to use his own. The Chinese exam posed no significant challenge. It merely required extensive writing, which was somewhat taxing on the hand. When he reached the section for filling in the blanks of ancient poetry, he pondered the line preceding Wang Di's spring heart entrusted to the cuckoo. Zhuang Xiang glanced out the window, where he could catch a glimpse of the basketball court. The wind rustled through the ginkgo trees, sending down a few green leaves, reminiscent of a butterfly's graceful dance. The beauty of their first encounter flooded his mind. After a long moment, Zhuang Xiang returned his gaze to the paper, neatly inscribing his answers. Zhuang Shang's morning dreams confused the butterfly. The examination hall was enveloped in silence, save for the soft rustling of pen against paper. Such a level of difficulty was child's play for Zhuang Xiang. Each question was answered almost instinctively, flowing effortlessly from his pen. Upon completing the reading comprehension section, he faced the final essay prompt. The topic was straightforward, presenting a single sentence and requesting candidates to write an essay of no fewer than 800 words on the theme. There is no greater sorrow than a heart that has died, while the death of the body is secondary. This quote, drawn from Zhuangzi, Tianzifeng, signifies that the most tragic fate befalls those who lose the freedom of thought, while physical death is of lesser concern. For a teenager, such depth may not resonate profoundly. However, Zhuang Xiang, facing a terminal illness, possessed a comprehension of death that far surpassed that of his peers. After a brief contemplation, he began to write, his thoughts flowing like clouds and water. Life between heaven and earth is as fleeting as a white horse galloping past. The morning fungus knows not dusk and dawn. The cicada knows not summer and autumn. The frog in the well cannot speak of the sea. And the summer insect cannot converse about ices, he wrote. Tears welled in his eyes. After all, he was not an ancient sage, and did not possess such a magnanimous perspective on life and death. The thought of never seeing his grandparents again, never encountering his teachers and classmates, and never reuniting with the delightful little butterfly, shattered his heart. Zhuang Xiang completed his essay and conducted a brief review. Finding no omissions, the other candidates remained engrossed in their writing. After sitting in silence for a considerable time, the announcement echoed through the hall, signaling that there were 15 minutes remaining. Without hesitation, Zhuang Xiang grabbed his paper and submitted it to the proctor, then strode out of the examination hall with an air of nonchalance. Upon seeing the name on the paper, the proctor frowned slightly, pondering how the parents could have chosen such a name for a boy. Nevertheless, the candidate's calligraphy was indeed a pleasure to behold. Zhuang Xiang took out his phone and dialed Su Yudi's number. Little Butterfly, where are you? I submitted my paper early. Oh, you're waiting for me by the flower bed. Zhuang Ziang hung up and made his way towards the flower bed adorned with hyacinths and wisteria, a place that had become their rendezvous point. Sitting at the edge of the flower bed, his vision suddenly darkened. A pair of warm hands covered his eyes. A deep, playful voice rang out beside his ear. Guess who I am? How childish. Zhuang Ziang pulled Su Yudi's hands away. TCH, not fun at all. You aren't cooperating. Su Yudi pouted. She produced a can of cola that she had purchased in advance and handed it to Zhuang Ziang. As he pulled the tab, it emitted a satisfying hiss. They clinked their cans together. Zhuang Ziang, I wish you a triumphant victory. Claiming the top spot, Su Yudi stood and shouted. You promised me that if you secured the first place, you would agree to one request. Zhuang Ziang raised an eyebrow. Su Yudi exaggeratedly crossed her arms over her chest. You must not harbor any improper thoughts towards me. Zhuang Ziang burst into laughter. Your leverage is hardly impressive. I'm not interested. Zhuang Ziang, you're courting death. No, I was wrong. The cola spilled. The hyacinths and wisteria in the flower bed bore witness to their joy, yet this happiness was tinged with a melancholic undertone. Although Zhuang Ziang had inscribed Su Yudi's name on the paper, this monthly exam was merely an internal assessment at the school and lacked formal significance. Even if he refrained from writing his student ID, the teachers could easily identify him by his handwriting. The top rank was still well within his grasp. When mealtime arrived, the two shared lunch in the cafeteria, which was economical and quite palatable. Little butterfly, I plan to return for a nap. Would you like to join me? Zhuang Ziang asked anxiously. What about your good buddy? Su Yudi suddenly remembered Li Huangxian. Good buddy? What good buddy? I'm not really familiar with him, Zhuang Ziang quickly clarified. Anyway, Li Huangxian won't hear this, so it should be fine. Men are often inclined to prioritize romance over friendship, Su Yudi chuckled softly, agreeing to accompany him for a nap. Little butterfly, I've noticed that you seem to be quite solitary. Do you have no friends? Zhuang Ziang inquired, voicing his curiosity as they walked. Aren't you my friend? Su Yudi retorted. Besides me, Zhuang Ziang insisted. Perhaps it's simply that no one likes me, Su Yudi sighed. Shaking her head, Zhuang Ziang found this hard to believe. How could such a beautiful and charming girl have no admirers? If she wished to make friends, surely the boys in the entire school would line up for their chance. Suddenly, Su Yudi halted, tilting her head as she fixed her gaze on Zhuang Ziang's eyes. Do you like me? Zhuang Ziang's heart jolted, racing erratically. His cheeks instinctively warmed. After much hesitation, he finally gathered the courage to respond. I do? Su Yudi's smile blossomed. I like you too. What? Zhuang Ziang's heart raced even faster. You like me too? Are we confessing our feelings to each other? I mean, I really like myself as well, Su Yudi grinned, her eyes forming crescent moons. Zhuang Ziang's previously erratic heartbeat suddenly steadied, feeling a mix of excitement and disbelief. Upon reaching the entrance of their apartment building, they encountered a neighbor. She warmly greeted Su Yudi. Little butterfly, are you here again with Xiao Zhuang? Su Yudi politely replied, Hello, sister. Zhuang Ziang added, Sister, we're going back for a nap. During the day, please keep the noise down to avoid disturbing the neighbors. The neighbor cautioned in a hushed tone. It's not what you think. Zhuang Ziang's face flushed crimson. Su Yudi looked skyward, pretending not to understand, but her delicate earlobes gradually turned a lovely shade of red. As an experienced adult, the neighbor could easily discern that something was amiss between the two, yet fearing their shyness, she refrained from making further jokes and departed. Once inside, Zhuang Ziang said, You take the bed. I'll sleep on the sofa, but I want to talk to you, Su Yudi protested. Zhuang Ziang had a sudden inspiration. He laid out a mat beside the bed, creating a makeshift sleeping area on the floor. This way, they could chat while sharing the same room. Su Yudi kicked off her shoes and climbed onto the bed, glancing down at the hard floor beneath her. She blinked her beautiful almond-shaped eyes at Zhuang Ziang. Your floor is so hard. Should I come up? Chapter 36. No looking back, that statement was undeniably ambiguous. Zhuang Ziang froze for several seconds, his eyes wide with surprise, momentarily at a loss for words. Realizing the misunderstanding, Su Yudi blushed and clarified. I meant that your makeshift bed is too hard. Clearing his throat, Zhuang Ziang replied, I know. It's fine. In the small bedroom, the atmosphere grew somewhat awkward. The young man and woman each harbored their thoughts. Remaining silent for an extended period, despite their prior agreement to chat, They now found themselves at a loss for words. After an undetermined amount of time, Su Yudi finally broke the silence. Zhuangziang, I have some matters to attend to in the coming days and may not come to school. What matters? Zhuangziang asked, surprised. Just a few days delay. Su Yudi evaded the question, reluctant to provide details. What about the weekend? Aren't you coming to see me? Zhuangziang felt a twinge of anxiety. Well, could you help me feed the stray cats this weekend? Just let them know I'll visit again. Su Yudi replied, lying flat on her back, her gaze fixed on the pristine white ceiling. She avoided looking into Zhuangziang's eyes, knowing he would undoubtedly feel disappointed. Can I call or text you? Zhuangziang asked cautiously, his voice tinged with trepidation. I might not be able to take calls, but I'll definitely reply to your messages when I see them, Su Yudi said, her eyes clouded with sorrow. Finally mustering her courage, she turned to face Zhuangziang, only to find his eyes glistening with unshed tears, as if he were struggling to contain his sadness. Su Yudi let her arms drop and grasped Zhuangziang's hand. It's merely a few days' delay. Once I return, I will certainly seek you out immediately. Zhuangziang held that delicate little hand tightly, greedily savoring this fleeting moment of warmth in his heart. He cried out, Little fool, do you not realize that even a second apart, let alone a few days, is infinitely precious to me? I am running out of time. The thought of the numerous leave requests in Little Butterfly's bag filled him with a profound sense of unease that spread endlessly within him. You must come back quickly. This afternoon nap is destined to be sleepless. Their hands remained tightly clasped, unwilling to part. Little Butterfly remained optimistic, chattering away with nonsensical jokes. Zhuangziang listened quietly, responding with laughter. Unbeknownst to him, tears slipped from the corners of his eyes, silently falling onto the pillow. Fortunately, at this angle, Little Butterfly was oblivious. Time always flies when one is with a beloved companion. Before the afternoon examination, Zhuangziang and Su Yudi parted ways by the flower bed. Do well on the exam. Aim for first place. But do not let me down too much, Su Yudi reminded him of their pact. Encouraging Zhuangziang to take the test seriously. I will. You must return early, he replied reluctantly. Be why the time I return. The peach blossoms should have withered, Su Yudi said with a hint of sadness. Yet the peach blossom adorning her hair remained vibrant, showing no signs of wilting, as if it had absorbed nourishment from her cloud-like tresses. Zhuangziang lamented inwardly that having witnessed this season's peach blossoms, he would never behold them again. As the examination approached, the campus was devoid of students, casting an unusual silence. Only the wind rustled through the leaves and flowers, producing a soft whisper. Hurry, don't be late, urged Su Yudi. Zhuangziang nodded silently, slowly turning away. Suddenly, a warm body pressed against him, snugly fitting against his back. A pair of delicate arms encircled his waist. Little Butterfly, do not speak. Just let me hold you for a moment. At that instant, it seemed as though the wind had stilled. Apart from the rapid beating of his heart, Zhuangziang could hear nothing else. How he wished for time to freeze at this moment. The bell signaling the start of the exam rang, marking the time they had to part. Su Yudi released her grip. Zhuangziang, do not look back. Just keep moving forward. Zhuangziang fought the urge to turn around and took a step forward. The fragrance of the girl gradually faded into the distance. When he ascended the stairs to the second floor and glanced back at the flower bed, the beloved figure was no longer in sight, leaving only the pink and white hyacinths swaying in the breeze. The afternoon math exam was the most torturous of subjects. Although Zhuangziang had little fondness for mathematics, his clever mind allowed him to achieve nearly perfect scores each time. Having frequently tackled competition problems, these ordinary exam questions felt like child's play to him. After gathering his thoughts and completing the paper, he still had a full half hour until the exam's conclusion. Within the sealed area, he wrote down Su Yudi, class 23. Submitting his paper early, Zhuangziang descended the stairs and coincidentally ran into Deng Haijun. He greeted him. Haijun, this time you might truly take first place. Deng Haijun asked with a smile. Why do you say that? Struggling with the math problems? How could that be? The questions were too simple. I simply forgot to write my name, Zhuangziang replied. Deng Haijun looked astonished. Skepticism evident in his gaze. The top student of the grade could be so careless. Besides, you submitted your paper early. How could you forget to write your name? Haijun, walk with me for a bit. Zhuangziang requested. What are you, some sort of lunatic? Two grown men strolling around the school. Isn't that a bit awkward? Deng Haijun remarked. Yet he agreed to Zhuang Ziyang's request. However, instead of wandering around the campus, they headed towards the bus stop outside the school. Zhuang Ziyang gazed into the distance and spoke softly, Haijun, after this monthly exam, I will no longer participate in examinations. You will likely become the top student of the grade. Deng Haijun was taken aback. What do you mean? Are you transferring schools? Something like that. I probably won't be at school for much longer, Zhuang Ziyang answered. Are you out of your mind? Why transfer now? Just before graduation, Deng Haijun raised his voice. Once I leave, you'll be first. Why does it sound like you'll miss me a bit? Zhuang Ziyang teased. You better be serious. Don't joke with me. Deng Haijun's expression darkened. I am indeed serious. Us competition students value rigor above all else. Zhuang Ziyang's playful demeanor vanished as he grew solemn. They had participated together in numerous competitions, standing shoulder to shoulder as comrades. They had shared in the glory of victory and tasted the bitterness of defeat together. It was time to bid a proper farewell. Zhuang Ziyang, you coward, fleeing at the last moment. What kind of man are you? Deng Haijun erupted. I wanted to win against you, but fairly and squarely, not through your charity. If I hadn't aimed to surpass you, I wouldn't have achieved today's results. What does your leaving mean? Deng Haijun's outburst left Zhuang Ziyang at a loss for words. He had not anticipated that this rival, who had always viewed him as a competitor, would be so reluctant to see him go. Haijun, you will encounter even more formidable opponents in the future. Never forget that I was once your stumbling block. Zhuang Ziyang, must you really leave? Deng Haijun asked, his voice low. That I must. Zhuang Ziyang replied with a sorrowful smile. This was a matter beyond his control. Chapter 37. A bad omen. Deng Haijun held a complex admiration for Zhuang Ziyang, yet he was deeply saddened at the prospect of losing such an exceptional rival. The two sat at the bus stop, gazing at the traffic before them, reminiscing about their shared experiences. From their first clash at the start of the school year to their first collaboration in competition, memories unfolded, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia. Youth, thus, slipped away quietly amidst tears and sweat. Suddenly, the number 19 bus turned the corner. Yet Zhuang Ziyang would never reach the age of 19. He glanced at his phone. It was exactly 6 o'clock. Little Butterfly had already vanished without a trace. Haijun, do you know where the number 19 bus goes? Zhuang Ziyang inquired. To Xiaoyao Palace. Isn't it written right there? Deng Haijun pointed to the sign behind them. If you have nothing else to do, why not accompany me for a bus ride? I'll treat you to the fare. Zhuang Ziyang smiled. 2 yuan for a bus fare. How generous of you, Deng Haijun retorted. Zhuang Ziyang frowned. Indeed, riding a bus only required 2 yuan, while Little Butterfly always needed 4 yuan for her journey home, indicating she would transfer to another bus. Knowing where she lived was no easy feat. The two boarded the bus, finding no available seats, forcing them to hold onto the handrails. As the doors closed, the driver pressed the gas pedal, and the scenery on both sides gradually receded. Excuse me, uncle, there's a girl who frequently rides the bus, wearing a white shirt and blue skirt, with a peach blossom in her hair. Do you know which stop she gets off at? Generally, passengers are not permitted to converse with the driver to avoid distracting him. Thus, Zhuang Ziyang spoke quickly, posing his question succinctly. With Little Butterfly's striking beauty, he figured the driver would surely have some recollection. The driver waved his hand dismissively. I don't know. I cannot disclose passenger privacy. In one fell swoop, Zhuang Ziyang was thwarted. He could only helplessly applaud the driver for his professionalism. After all this, are you trying to help me chase after a girl? Deng Haijun pouted in displeasure. It's the girl you saw yesterday. I'm a bit worried about her, Zhuang Ziyang admitted candidly. Zhuang Ziyang, listen to my advice. Wise men do not fall into love. You are now on a misguided path. Deng Haijun advised with a deadpan expression. You, of all people, have no interest in girls? Zhuang Ziyang queried. Women only slow me down, Deng Haijun said, pushing his glasses up with his middle finger. To him, Zhuang Ziyang had evidently fallen from grace. An outstanding scholar should not be troubled by romantic entanglements. Just look at Newton, Leibniz, Descartes, Tesla, Pascal. Did any of them have wives? The two swayed on the bus, unsure where to disembark, eventually riding to the terminal at Xiaoyao Palace. This was the most renowned Taoist temple in the area, bustling with visitors year-round. The term Xiaoyao signifies a rare state of life. Zhuang Ziyang and Deng Haijun entered the temple, casually exploring, breathing in the rich scent of sandalwood. Their minds grew tranquil. In the northern sea, there is a fish named Kuan. The Kuan is so large that its size is unknown. Deng Haijun could not help but recite Xiao Yao Yu. Haijun, do you know what sound the Kuan makes? Zhuang Xiang asked with a laugh. Gagaga? Deng Haijun tentatively suggested, flapping his arms as if imitating wings. Zhuang Zeng burst into hearty laughter. It turned out that this stoic scholar had a sense of humor. Young man, loud noises are prohibited inside the temple, a voice called out. Zhuang Xiang quickly stifled his laughter and turned to see a Taoist priest clad in a robe. I apologize, Taoist. Before the priest was an offering table with a divination box, and behind him hung a wall of fortune slips, clearly indicating he was there to interpret fortunes for visitors. Haijun, would you like me to inquire about your romantic fate? Zhuang Xiang jested, no need. My destiny is in my own hands, Deng Haijun dismissed, skeptical of such things. Zhuang Xiang was also unconvinced. After all, they were all good students of dialectical materialism. Seeking divination was merely a way to seek psychological comfort. The priest's gaze fell upon the red string on Zhuang Xiang's wrist. It belongs to our temple. Zhuang Xiang raised his wrist, a faint scent of peach blossoms wafting from it. Really? A girl gave this to me. It can bless you with safety, the priest stated. Zhuang Xiang felt a surge of excitement. It seemed Little Butterfly had visited this place. Her home might be nearby. Then I shall seek a fortune slip. Zhuang Xiang respectfully declared. Boring, Deng Haijun scoffed. Upon arriving before the hall, Zhuang Xiang shook the divination for over 20 seconds before finally drawing a fortune stick. Upon examining it, his pupils suddenly constricted. It was the lowest of fortunes. Zhuang Xiang handed the stick to the Taoist priest, who swiftly located the corresponding text. It was a short poem. Clear words and a cup of wine. The peach blossom source is hard to find. The shadow of fragrance heavy. Zhuang Zhou dreams of transforming into a butterfly, unable to drift freely in the empty world. Truly, it was a most unfortunate fortune, for the terms of hardship, dreams, and emptiness were far from auspicious. Young man, what do you wish to inquire? The Taoist's expression turned grave. Zhuang Xiang was momentarily at a loss, unsure of what to ask. After all, there was little time left to live. Everything felt like a fleeting illusion. After a long pause, he finally replied, I am searching for a person. Can you tell me where she is gone? The Taoist furrowed his brow deeply. Do not seek her. She will naturally return. But what? Zhuang Xiang pressed eagerly. Desires and hidden thoughts can be sought overnight. It is better not to stir, for clarity may be achieved in stillness. The Taoist wore a profoundly inscrutable expression, speaking in riddles. Following this, he rambled on with an abundance of esoteric phrases. It felt as though much had been said, yet nothing of substance. Zhuang Xiang listened in a daze, ultimately submitting 10 yuan as payment for the divination. The Taoist accepted it with a smile, then gestured towards the mountain gate. There is an old woman selling snacks over there, solitary and destitute. If you are hungry, perhaps you could lend her a hand. Have I just been swindled out of $10? After they walked away, Deng Haijun began to mock Zhuang Xiang. Zhuang Xiang chuckled, It's fine. Let us consider it a donation to the incense. Though a cloud of doubt lingered in his heart, the little butterfly had mentioned that she would only be delayed for a few days and would return next week. Surely, everything would be all right. As they stepped out of the mountain gate, they indeed spotted an old woman selling snacks. Her hair was streaked with gray, and her face bore the marks of hardship. Before her lay a carrying pole. Selling tofu pudding, Haijun, after accompanying me for so long, let me treat you to a bowl of tofu pudding. Zhuang Xiang felt a pang of compassion. At least you have a conscience. Deng Haijun accepted with delight. They approached the stall, and Zhuang Xiang called out, Granny, 2 bowls of tofu pudding, please. The old woman quickly rose, casting a glance at Zhuang Xiang, her gaze somewhat clouded. Zhuang Xiang, being kind-hearted, felt a lump in his throat upon seeing such a lonely elder. He couldn't shake the feeling that her features held a certain familiarity. Young man, would you prefer it savory or sweet? The old woman's voice was somewhat hoarse. I want it sweet, with extra sugar. Deng Haijun immediately replied, You truly are an oddity. Who eats sweet tofu pudding? Zhuang Xiang shot him a disdainful look. The debate between savory and sweet tofu pudding would forever remain an irreconcilable conflict. Chapter 38. The truth revealed through Jess observing the old woman prepare the tofu pudding. Deng Haijun asked absent-mindedly, Granny, it's nearly dark. Don't your family worry about you being out here? Zhuang Ziong furrowed his brow. The Taoist had just mentioned that she was a solitary elder. Asking such a question felt like rubbing salt in a wound. Indeed, the old woman's expression turned sorrowful. I have no family. I'm sorry, Granny. He doesn't know how to speak tactfully. Zhuang Ziong placed 10 yuan on the stall. A bowl of tofu pudding cost 5 yuan, and after deducting costs, there was little profit to be made. If it weren't for the pressures of life, who would want to brave the cold at such an advanced age? The old woman's hands and feet were still surprisingly nimble. Quickly handing them 2 bowls of tofu pudding. Zhuang Ziong's savory pudding was garnished with soy sauce, chili oil, chopped green onions, and diced pickled vegetables. He scooped a piece with his spoon and placed it in his mouth. The tofu pudding was extraordinarily smooth and melted in his mouth. The unique flavor of the chili oil was unforgettable after just one taste. Delicious, thank you, Granny. Zhuang Ziong smiled and nodded. Thank you both. The old woman carefully stored the money. Her gaze lingered for a moment on the red string around Zhuang Ziong's wrist. Her already clouded eyes dimmed further. Haijun, you've been rather thoughtless, bringing up her sorrowful past. After they moved away, Zhuang Ziong complained about Deng Haijun's rudeness. Deng Haijun chuckled sheepishly. I thought she was in cahoots with that Taoist, concocting stories to swindle tourists, but it seems that's not the case. With such a lack of social awareness, you're likely to spend your life in solitude. Zhuang Ziong retorted sharply. Not at all. Immersed in the realms of mathematics and physics, I shall never feel lonely. Deng Haijun laughed heartily. He pushed his bowl towards Zhuang Ziong. It's really sweet. Do you want to try? Zhuang Ziong grimaced. Sweet tofu pudding isn't fit for even a dog. Quickly take it away. Looking back into the night, his heart ached for the old woman selling snacks alone. The Taoist's cryptic words echoed in his mind, intensifying his unease. What was the purpose of drawing such an unfortunate fortune? Parting with great ambition, Zhuang Ziong, if you continue to languish in gentle comforts, even if you don't flee from the competition, you will soon cease to be my rival. Zhuang Ziong scoffed. As long as I remain in school, you will never be number 1. Very well, you are a worthy adversary. To surpass me, you'll need to toil for another 100 years. After exchanging these bold words, they each returned home. Back in his rented room, after feeding the fish, Zhuang Ziong lay on his bed, tossing and turning. He picked up his phone and sent a message to the little butterfly. I had a delicious bowl of tofu pudding today. Should we go together next time? After much hesitation, he finally steeled himself and hit send. Immediately regretting it, he thought it a weak excuse for an invitation. As always, he awaited her reply in vain. The next day, upon awakening from sleep, Zhuang Ziong immediately checked his phone, only to be met with disappointment once more. The little butterfly had still not responded. She had never been like this before, always replying before he awoke. She had said that as long as she saw the message, she would definitely respond. Perhaps she simply hadn't seen it yet. The phone might be dead, or perhaps she had run out of credit. With 2 exams that morning and afternoon, Zhuang Ziong still completed them with ease. The name written within the sealed answer sheets remained Su Yudi. He thought to himself that if he managed to achieve the highest score in the grade using the little butterfly's name, he should be able to discover her class in such a large campus. There must be someone who knows her. After the exams, the following 2 days proceeded with normal classes. The teachers were busy grading papers, and results would likely be announced the following Monday. After finishing the exams, Zhuang Ziong still did not remove the red string from his wrist. The peach blossoms on the tree had been blown away by the spring breeze overnight, yet the fragrance lingered upon the red string. For the past few days, Zhuang Ziong had read that message countless times, yet he had still not received a reply from the little butterfly. She seemed to have evaporated, suddenly withdrawing from his world. On Friday morning during math class, Zhuang Ziong unexpectedly had a nosebleed. Large drops of blood fell, staining the title page of his math book red. Li Huangxian was taken aback, quickly helping him to the restroom to clean up, insisting on taking him to the infirmary. Son, what on earth is wrong? Please don't frighten your father. Zhuang Ziong forced a smile. It is nothing. The food has been too good these past few days. Just a bit of heat. Li Huangxian gently punched him on the chest. We're family. If you're in trouble, don't hold it in. I'll share the burden, no matter how great. If I bleed this much, am I about to die? Zhuang Ziong continued to smile, If you're going to die, then die early. Do you prefer a coffin that opens from the top or one that slides open? Li Huangxian laughed as well. Yet he would never have imagined that the truth is often revealed through jest. By the way, where has your little butterfly been these past few days? Li Huangxian suddenly recalled that he hadn't seen that beautiful girl in quite some time. She seems to have something going on. She took a leave of absence. Zhuang Xiang's expression turned forlorn. You two are truly a match made in heaven, both taking leave so frequently, Li Huangxian teased. Zhuang Xiang stuffed tissues into his nostrils, finally stopping the bleeding. There were still 20 minutes until class ended. Having escaped the arduous math lesson, he didn't want to return too early. Li Huangxian raised an eyebrow. Want to play around? Sure, but no playing is Zhuang Zhou. Zhuang Xiang replied playfully. Li Huangxian had merely spoken offhandedly, expecting Zhuang Xiang to refuse and return to class obediently. To his surprise, the once diligent student had fallen to such depths. The two logged into the game and began to queue together. Time is indeed a peculiar thing. A 45-minute math class felt especially torturous. Yet, that brief moment might not even be enough to play two ranked matches. The two boys huddled together in the corner of the restroom, engrossed in their game. Zhuang Xiang's skills were abysmal, drawing criticisms from Li Huangxian. Why is your butterfly flitting about? You cast your first skill the wrong way. I was busy taking the red buff. Why did you come over? Your second skill automatically took it from me. Look out, I'm being attacked. Quickly use your ultimate. Zhuang Xiang's eyes were glued to the screen as he focused on controlling Zhuang Zhou riding the fish. Though he was playing poorly, he still found joy in it. Opportunities to play games with Li Huangxian were truly rare. It's time to team fight. Follow my orders. When I say to use your ultimate, do it. Li Huangxian's expression turned serious, as if facing a formidable enemy. Upon seeing the enemy initiate, he shouted, Ultimate. Just as his voice fell, the restroom door was forcefully pushed open with a loud bang. Revealing Zhang Ziyuan's furious face, Li Huangxian leaned against the wall, trembling. Zhang. Teacher Zhang, have you been squatting in here all this time? Zhang Ziyuan snatched the phone away. Playing games during class time? Your phone is confiscated. Go home and write a self-reflection. With that, he walked away, his belt in tow. The game was meant to be played together, wasn't it? Why did he not confiscate your phone? Li Huangxian exclaimed with indignation. Zhuang Xiang shook his head in bewilderment. On the screen, Zhuang Zhou, unattended, was swiftly vanquished, uttering his death lines. Ah, it's time to wake up. Chapter 39. Take it lightly. Early Saturday morning, Zhuang Xiang purchased some ham sausages and chopped them into small pieces. Following Xiao Dai's instructions, he went to Xishan Park to feed the stray cats. As Zhuang Xiang took out the food, a multitude of kittens, adorned in various hues, quickly surrounded him. He recalled the names Xiao Dai had given them. Huzi, now cheese, pudding, and so forth. Yet, the little kitten named Tom would never appear again. The image of Xiao Dai weeping for it was indelibly etched in his memory. Young man, why didn't that girl accompany you? A warm voice called from behind. Zhuang Xiang turned to find the sanitation worker from last time. He replied despondently, She has been preoccupied with something lately. I haven't seen her for several days. She truly is a compassionate girl, coming here every weekend to feed the cats. The aunt chuckled. 3 months ago. Zhuang Xiang mumbled to himself. He remembered the aunt who sold fried potatoes had also mentioned that Xiao Dai had met her 3 months prior. That must have been before the new year. Zhuang Xiang picked up his phone and recorded a video of the kittens. He wanted to send it to Xiao Dai, but remembered her old phone would likely be unable to receive it. He would have to wait for her return to let her enjoy it in person. The sun rose high, casting its light upon the flowers, grass, and trees in the park, the air particularly fresh. Zhuang Xiang greedily inhaled a few breaths before departing. Today, he had an appointment with Chen Duxiu for a checkup at the hospital, though he knew it would likely be in vain. The hospital corridor was permeated with the acrid scent of disinfectant. Faintly, muffled sobs drifted from the patient rooms. Each time he walked through this space, Zhuang Xiang felt a chill run down his spine. After sitting on the corridor benches for what felt like an eternity, a middle-aged couple emerged from Chen Duxiu's office, their faces stained with tears. Zhuang Xiang understood well. After all, patients who sought Chen Duxiu's expertise were typically in dire circumstances. When it was Zhuang Xiang's turn, Chen Duxiu lifted his gaze from behind his glasses. Why are you here alone again? No family accompanying you. Zhuang Xiang shook his head. Given the circumstances, I don't wish to burden others. Chen Duxiu sighed. Refraining from further inquiry, after spending a significant part of his life as a doctor, He had encountered all sorts of patients, some from complex family situations. After much effort, they finally procured the examination results. Would you prefer to read it yourself, or should I explain it to you? Chen Daxio's expression was grave. Please keep it simple, using terms I can understand, Zhuang Ziang requested. Take it lightly. Merely 3 words. Simple and easily comprehensible. Extinguish the last flicker of hope. Compared to the last time, Zhuang Ziang felt a greater sorrow, for he had not yet known Xiao Dai then. Chen Daxio plucked a peach blossom from a vase on his desk and handed it to Zhuang Ziang. Here, take this flower. It might lighten your mood. Spend more time with those you love. Zhuang Ziang accepted it. The peach blossoms should be nearing their end, shouldn't they? Chen Daxio nodded. Indeed, this is the last one. A patient of mine used to favor peach blossoms and would often bring me one to uplift my spirits. And that patient? Zhuang Ziang inquired. She will no longer see the peach blossoms. Chen Daxio shook his head. As a doctor, he had long grown accustomed to matters of life and death, his heart largely untouched by such conversations. However, for Zhuang Ziang, that plain statement felt unbearably cruel. This should also be the last peach blossom he would see in his lifetime. With the examination report in hand, Zhuang Ziang exited Chen Daxio's office and unexpectedly encountered Lin Mush in the outpatient hall. Mushy, what a coincidence. Lin Mush's grandmother was hospitalized due to some chronic ailments, and she had come to visit over the weekend, pleasantly surprised to run into Zhuang Ziang. We seem to have a fateful connection. What brings you to the hospital? Nothing much. I had a nosebleed yesterday, so I came for a checkup, Zhuang Ziang said, nervously pinching the report, unsure where to conceal it. Yesterday's nosebleed scared me half to death. Are you all right? Lin Mush suddenly reached out and snatched the examination report from him. Mushy, please don't. Zhuang Ziang attempted to stop her, but it was too late. The report contained numerous technical medical terms that Lin Mush struggled to comprehend. Yet the phrase cancer cells spreading struck her like a thunderbolt, so this was Zhuang Ziang's earth-shattering secret. Her hands trembled uncontrollably while holding the report, tears brimming in her eyes. Zhuang Ziang, this can't be true. Right? Please don't joke about such things. It's not funny at all. I was a bit harsh in my tone last time, and I realize my mistake now. Please don't frighten me with this. Lin Mush murmured, as if speaking to Zhuang Ziang or perhaps to herself, though she knew well that these were mere empty words. Zhuang Ziang never anticipated encountering her here, nor would he ever jest about something so grave. Mushy, promise me you won't tell anyone else. Zhuang Ziang requested calmly. Why is this happening? You're only 18. Lin Mush's tears flowed freely. Damn, why mother considered abortion when she was pregnant with me. By this logic, IVE gained 18 years. Zhuang Ziang chuckled bitterly. Stop laughing. I told you it's not funny at all. Lin Mush cried even louder. Keep your voice down. You'll disturb others, Zhuang Ziang said helplessly. In reality, there was hardly anyone paying them any mind. After all, this was a hospital, where heart-wrenching farewells and life and death matters were all too common. Zhuang Ziang, how long do you have left? 3 months? No. After a week? Only a little over 2 months. Zhuang Ziang recalled the calendar he had purchased. 10 pages had already been torn off. Living life measured in sheets of paper felt rather disheartening. Lin Mush remembered that last week, Zhuang Ziang had taken a day off, claiming he was going for a medical appointment. After returning, he seemed like a different person, wearing a garish floral shirt and breaking down in tears during math class. Subsequently beginning to skip classes frequently, it turned out that he had already been diagnosed with a terminal illness then, while she had been sulking over his absence during a movie outing. The last time they went out for barbecue, she had incessantly criticized him for lacking a future. I'm sorry, Zhuang Ziang. I didn't know back then, and I shouldn't have said those things to you. Zhuang Ziang's eyes reddened. It's all right. You don't need to apologize. Why didn't you tell me sooner? You have to bear such a significant burden alone. We're friends. I just didn't want to see you like this. Lin Mush sobbed, reflecting on the moments they had shared. With just over 2 months remaining, she would soon lose such a dear friend forever. It was all her fault for not being attentive enough to his needs. An overwhelming sense of regret filled her chest. No amount of tears could adequately convey her sorrow. Chapter 40. Happiness within reach. Zhuang Ziang, you jerk. We promised to be good friends for life. Yet you're leaving me halfway. In the outpatient hall, Lin Mush cried uncontrollably. Zhuang Ziang felt an immense sense of guilt and sadness, yet he was also enveloped in deep helplessness. He never anticipated that his life would be so brief. No matter how many tears were shed, it would be of no avail. Perhaps it would be better to spend the remaining time in a happier manner. Mushy, let me treat you to a meal. I'm a bit hungry, Zhuang Ziong forced a smile. Sure, anything you want to eat. Lin Mush readily agreed and suggested an expensive Western meal. Zhuang Ziong declined, opting for fast food outside the hospital instead. 15 yuan a meal. Generous portions. They carried their trays to a secluded corner. Zhuang Ziong savored his meal with gusto, while Lin Mush found it difficult to enjoy hers. Discovering that her best friend was afflicted with an incurable disease had a profound psychological impact on her. Moreover, due to Xiao Dai, she felt a twinge of jealousy. Perhaps her feelings for Zhuang Ziong were not merely platonic. Regardless, it was too late to ponder that now I can no longer discern whether this is friendship or a missed romance. Mushy, from now on, treat me like a normal person. Otherwise, I will feel as if you pity me. I want to live the last days of my life with dignity. You must keep this a secret. If the other students find out, they will undoubtedly treat me the same way you do now. After a couple of bites to fill his stomach, Zhuang Ziong urged her. Last time, when the entire class urged him to take on the role of class monitor again, he had nearly broken down in tears on the spot. If this news were to spread, he wouldn't know how to face everyone. Lin Mush nodded, her eyes red and puffy. What about that girl? Don't you like her? What does liking someone matter anymore? Zhuang Ziong replied with a bitter smile. Who would date someone with less than 3 months to live? Lin Mush was momentarily at a loss for words. Tears brimming in her eyes once more. Zhuang Ziong's earlier statement about moths flying into a flame was something she couldn't yet comprehend. Yes, knowing someone had only 3 months to live, who would still want to date them? As the school belle, Lin Mush was never short of admirers. Yet, she had never truly understood what it meant to genuinely like someone. Especially when life was given a deadline, it only added a layer of melancholy to such affection. Seeing Lin Mush's conflicted expression, Zhuang Ziong patiently explained, Mushy, my time is limited. Please allow me to be a little selfish. That girl's name is Xiao Dai. Meeting her made me truly experience what it feels like to genuinely like someone. Alas, it is indeed regrettable that I shall no longer have the opportunity to engage in a romantic relationship with her. Zhuang Ziong has resolutely decided that, despite his fondness for Xiao Dai, he will refrain from confessing his feelings. With life dwindling, this affection is destined to remain buried deep within his heart. For otherwise, should he depart from this world, what would become of Xiao Dai left behind? An unrequited love, fated to yield no resolution, ought not to be initiated. In these final moments, it is best to remain friends. After all, she has long forgotten that kissed Xiao Dai truly as wonderful as she seems. Lin Mushi inquired, a tinge of reluctance in her voice. She bestowed upon me a joy that felt within reach. Zhuang Ziong candidly replied. Interacting with a girl like Lin Mushi might evoke a sense of distance due to her beauty and pride. While being with Xiao Dai allows one to forget all worries. In Zhuang Ziong's gaze, Lin Mushi discerned sincerity. After a moment's contemplation, she posed her final question. If, hypothetically speaking, I were your girlfriend, what would you do upon encountering Xiao Dai? I would intentionally maintain my distance from her, leaving no room for mutual understanding. Zhuang Ziong responded without hesitation. Had he been a boy with a girlfriend when they met beneath the ginkgo tree, he certainly would not have accompanied her to the snack street, and thus, no subsequent story would unfold. Lin Mushi's inquiry stemmed from a desire to clarify the nature of her relationship with Zhuang Ziong. Would there perhaps be a hint of romantic sentiment intertwined? Judging by Zhuang Ziong's response, he truly is a commendable young man. Honest, kind, and responsible. To befriend him is an extraordinary stroke of fortune. Upon returning home, Zhuang Ziong crumpled the medical report into a ball and tossed it into the wardrobe. He casually took a cola bottle to hold the peach blossoms brought back from Chen Dexiu and placed them at an angle within. This modest abode was infused with a touch of spring. Then, he gazed at the 2 goldfish in the aquarium, lost in thought. Without Xiao Dai, his life felt desolate, and his heart echoed the emptiness. He picked up the flute and began to play at will. Music has the power to calm one's heart. Sila, Sila. He could only recall this brief prelude and could not remember the melody that followed. It was as if playing it would instantly bring Xiao Dai back to him. As drowsiness overtook him, he succumbed to a brief in that half-dreaming state. His phone chimed. Zhuang Ziong picked it up absent-mindedly, but the words on the screen banished his sleepiness. A new message had arrived from the contact, Xiao Dai. He quickly opened the message to find 4 words and a punctuation mark. I miss you so much. Trembling with anticipation, he typed back, I miss you too. Where are you? The message sent, yet it fell into silence once more. Anxious and helpless, he dialed her number, only to encounter the same infuriating message. Out of service area. He could only repeatedly reassure himself that she must have seen the message and would undoubtedly reply. Music has the ability to soothe the heart. Perhaps a song would help in this moment. The only fitting song was this one. Turning on the light, he surveyed the vast room and the lonely bed. Turning off the light, it all appeared the same. The wounds within his heart could not be shared. Life ebbs away with the passage of years, fading alongside white hair. With your departure, joy becomes elusive. As memories fade, dreams slip away. Along with a numbed heart, everything gradually drifts away. The internet's melancholy reputation was well-deserved. Zhuang Xiang found himself weeping uncontrollably halfway through the song. His heart became anything but tranquil. He knew that Xiao Dai must be harboring secrets from him. But had he not also concealed a monumental secret within? As a grown man, he ought not to shed so many tears, yet he found himself unable to restrain them. The past decade had been dark enough. Now, just as a glimmer of light had pierced through, it seemed to be fading. Zhuang Xiang pondered how, after only a few days apart from Xiao Dai, he had become so disheartened. If he were to perish, how profoundly would Xiao Dai grieve? It felt as though an eternity had passed before his phone finally chimed again. Silly boy, wait for me. Chapter 41. Let me be alone for a while on Sunday. Zhuang Xiang sat on the grassy field where he and Xiao Dai had flown kites, staring blankly at the tranquil river. He remained there for an entire morning. As noon approached, his phone rang. Excitedly, he retrieved it, only to find that the caller was Zhuang Wenjiao, leading to profound disappointment. Dad, what is it now? Zhuang Xiang's tone was icy. Come home for lunch. Aunt Qin has prepared a feast, Zhuang Wenjiao said gently, having reflected on his previous coldness towards Zhuang Xiang. He hoped to mend their father-son relationship by lowering his guard. Could you please allow me some time to be alone without interruptions? Zhuang Xiang implored. You are still my son. After all this time, shouldn't the anger have subsided? Are we truly to remain estranged forever? Zhuang Wenjiao raised his voice. That won't happen. At most, I'll return in 3 months. Zhuang Xiang's tone was resolute. In the past, Zhuang Xiang had always strived to please his father in hopes of gaining a semblance of paternal affection. Over the years, he had performed numerous household chores, mopping floors, cleaning windows, washing dishes, doing laundry, and even learning to fix pipes and clean the range hood, subservient as a maid. Yet, to his dismay, he still received little more than his father's indifference. Now, facing mortality, he had come to a realization. When Zhuang Wenjiao eventually learned the truth and attempted to express concern and care, it would no longer be genuine paternal love, but merely a performance shackled by moral obligations. Zhuang Wenjiao took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. Xiang, I acknowledge my past shortcomings. I have not shown you enough care. I also recognize that I failed in educating Yu Hang. He does not treat you with the respect you deserve. And I have instructed him to amend his behavior. For the sake of your grandfather, why not move back in? It would alleviate his worry. Upon hearing his grandfather's name, tears welled up in Zhuang Xiang's eyes. Steeling himself, he replied, Dad, I have already spoken with Grandpa. He understands and agrees that I should stay at my mother's for now. Please let me have some time to myself. After a long silence, Zhuang Wenjiao reluctantly acquiesced. Very well, whenever you feel ready, you may return. Hanging up the phone, Zhuang Xiang stared at the flowing water beneath him, deep in thought. There was no significant chasm between him and his father. Merely a coldness that could not be mended overnight. His stepmother and younger brother might not voice their discomfort, but it was undoubtedly present. It would be best not to disturb them. Zhuang Xiang dialed Su Hui's number. Mom? When will you be back? I'd like to cook a meal for you. Su Hui's voice was hurried. I still have a few days of work. You know how it is. Your concern is appreciated. I'm not feeling too well. Zhuang Xiang fought back tears as he spoke. Then go see a doctor and get some medication. I'll transfer some money to you shortly. With that, Su Hui hastily ended the call. Moments later, 500 yuan arrived in his account. Staring at the screen, Zhuang Xiang's fingers trembled slightly. His mother was so busy with work, it would be best not to add to her burdens. Strictly speaking, he had been assigned to his father, and her concern for him was already commendable. He hoped she would soon find someone suitable to care for her in her later years. He was not a good son and could not fulfill his filial duties at her bedside. Zhuang Ziang lingered by the river for a while longer before receiving a call from Li Huangxian. Inviting him for dinner at his home, he politely declined, offering a vague excuse. He feared the sight of Li Huangxian's happy family might twist his own heart with jealousy. The things other children were born into, he had to fight desperately for, only to end up with something flawed. However, from a different perspective, Zhuang Ziang considered himself fortunate. If he had truly possessed a family as blissful as Li Huangxian's, being diagnosed with a terminal illness would be an even greater tragedy. On Monday, the vibrant red flag rose slowly on the playground. During the morning assembly, the school leaders summarized the previous week's monthly exam. Inevitably rambling on, Zhuang Ziang had experienced a restless night and stood in line yawning. Lin Musher's gaze remained fixed upon him, never wavering. She dreaded the thought of Zhuang Ziang collapsing and never waking again.